Colleen Moore Photography. Accessible via ColleenMoorePhotography.com, or she can be reached at 330-314-7547. Colleen sends her best wishes to the Mineral Ridge Rams for a fantastic season. Go Rams!
In the small town of Elmira, New York, a boy was born into an all-American family. The odds of him achieving his dream in the fashion industry? 1 in 23 million. The odds of having a child diagnosed with autism? 1 in 68. I am Tommy Hilfiger, and my family is affected by autism. Learn more at autismspeaks.org/signs. Brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
Located in Applewood Estates in Boardman Township, the Applewood Swim and Tennis Club offers a pleasant family environment. Choose a membership that meets your needs and enjoy a relaxing venue that includes not only swimming for the family, but also youth activities such as competitive swimming, tennis, and more. Enjoy the friendly atmosphere all summer long with the staff and members of the Applewood Swim and Tennis Club. For more information, go to applewoodswimandtennis.com or call 330-953-2833.
Hi, it's Mark Means, host of By All Means, Tuesdays at 5, right here on Western Reserve Radio, WRDB, The Scourge.
You're a mix of Kawhi Leonard and Draymond Green. That's what he's saying.
That's what he's saying.
Yeah. I know you come in ranked in the top 75, but talking with some scout that was here, ESPN, Big Shots Recruiting, we all have you jumping up major to probably in the top 30.
Yes, sir.
What are some areas that you see that you could improve on your game?
Like I said earlier, dribbling the ball way more, coming off screens, being more of a. I feel like if I want to go to the league or go to the NBA, I feel like I have to push myself out to the 3 instead of the 4. To me personally, that's how I feel, and that's what a lot of coaches are saying to me right now. If I want to do better things and go to the next level, I got to play the 3. I mean, I don't have to play the 3, but I have to have those 3 skills.
Speaking of which, and this is Memphis Spence, Sports Radio America, sitting here with Darius Days. Darius, right now in the NBA, some of the value is being able to check a lot of different players. You have to be able to guard at least 2 positions, if not 3. You're probably comfortable guarding the 3, maybe the 4. Can you guard the 5? Can you guard the point guards? Are you that quick? Are you working on that quick speed?
I'm working. We working on that a lot in my practices. We switch off screens, so I'm guarding guards.
Okay.
So like I feel like I'm able to guard guards and bigger guys, but I feel like for me to guard a 5, I need to put more weight on, and be more physical. But I'm a very physical guy.
Okay.
So I mean, the physical part is not a problem. It's just about putting more weight on. So other than that, it's good.
How often do you get in the gym every week?
I get in the gym a lot.
Hey, he's in here in the morning. He's in here till we shut it down. But this guy right here works Darius Days. That's why he's one of the nation's elite forwards.
What time did you get in today, though?
I got here a little late. I mean, I was kind of tired last night. You know, I slept and went out this morning and went to get something to eat. But like today, I got here like 12, something like that. Yeah.
What and something that we've been talking about a lot on the broadcast, Sports Radio America, right here is the fact that you're playing multiple games in multiple days, and you're talking about these outings where you're scoring 35 and 28 points. How do you keep the legs under you?
Just get fluids back in my body. Stretch a lot. My coach stresses us. We stretch a lot. We use bands. We do all of that. Like he just stresses a lot. We just gotta keep our body more healthy, and we eat better. He just keep us on track like that, and just little stuff like that.
Big Shots Elite. We are here at the nation's premier grassroots event. Kevin Snyder, Tim Tompkins, I'm Memphis Spence. Sitting here with Darius Days. Darius, to actually add on to that question, what is your regiment like in terms of training and in terms of because these events take a lot out of you. Yes, how do you get that back into your body? What's your nutrition like?
I drink a lot of water.
Okay.
But here and there I drink Gatorade because I have to get like salts back in my body.
Right.
And like my mom, she cooks a lot. She cooks good food. I eat a lot of fruit. I love fruit.
Okay.
And certain vegetables. I don't eat all vegetables, but I really love fruit. So like
what's your favorite fruit?
watermelon, pineapple, oranges,
watermelon, yeah,
everything.
Well, I think we're gonna be eating at the Day's house tonight.
That's right. This is mom be cooking it up. I gotta go see what's up.
She cook a mean meatloaf.
A mean meatloaf.
Yeah.
I love it.
I love
mom's meatloaf. You can't
I feel like
hate on that.
after moving out and becoming an adult, quote
Yes.
unquote, the one thing that you don't get anymore is meatloaf.
Right. Especially your mom's meatloaf.
Yeah.
Just gotta have your mom's meatloaf, man. Fantastic. Darius says, what? I know you watch the NBA a lot. Who's your favorite team? I mean, just as a fan, not who you want to actually end up on. As a fan, who is too. And don't look at my hat, even though I'm a Memphis Grizzly fan. You know that already.
I always liked the Spurs.
Okay.
Just the way they move the ball and like the way they play with each other. They play as a family. No one try to go out there and score 30 or have these type of numbers. Everybody just go out there like it's 10 there, 15 here, 12 here. It doesn't really matter. Everybody's getting touches and everybody's scoring the ball.
Darius, as your list continues to grow with your offers coming in, is there a timetable that you're considering as far as trimming down your list?
Real soon. Couple weeks after this tournament.
Okay.
Because I'm just going to take a couple weeks off. Well, not take a couple weeks off, just like talk to my coaches and see how they're what their mindset on me. And I'm going to take a couple visits soon.
What's the style that you see yourself fitting in the most at the next level?
Fast pace.
Right. Yep. Well, I know the schools that are recruiting you, they play that fast style,
yes,
and for good reason. They'll be in here today to check you out, as I see a national champion North Carolina just walked in the door to check you out. So
yes, sir.
you'll be putting on a show as you have all week here, and it's been a joy to have you at Big Shots Florida Live, Darius Days.
Yes, sir. No problem.
Darius Days, ladies and gentlemen, here at Big Shots, the nation's premier tournament. Anybody you want to give a shout out before we let you go, Darius?
I just want to shout out all the coaches that came and see me play. First off, I want to thank God for letting me be here and have this opportunity to do everything I'm doing in my life right now. I want to thank my mom, my dad, and my high school coach, just everybody that helped me get here where I'm at. And I just want to say thank you and love you, and God bless you.
Darius Days, ladies and gentlemen, one of the nation's top premier picks.
With fast funding up to $10,000 available through Net Credit, our online application process was designed to get the money you need quickly if approved. You can borrow an amount that meets your needs and repay in a way that works for your financial situation. And we report on-time payments to credit bureaus, so you can build credit history as you repay. See what Net Credit can do for you today. Check your eligibility without affecting your credit score at netcredit.com. All Net Credit loans and lines of credit are offered by a member of the Net Credit family of companies or one of our lending partners. Visit netcredit.com/partners for more information.
You are listening to Sports Radio America. Sports. Anytime, anywhere.
Back here in Deerfield Beach, Florida, this is Big Shots here on Sports Radio America. Big Shots, the premier grassroots basketball organization in America. High school talent here looking to go further. Lots of college recruits on site, witnessing some excellent basketball. In that first half, Tim, we saw some excellent players.
Oh, we absolutely did. And you have to, Terrence Lewis, I just can't speak highly enough about him in every way that he impacts the game on the offensive end, on the defensive end, just the hustle, the diving for a loose ball, and then on the very next play being back there at the rim to protect the ball, to get the rebound, and then he brings the ball back up the court. Now, he's listed as a small forward right now. I feel like college teams are going to use him for a lot of small ball forward, though.
Teams will flip sides. TMS will move from left to right. They trail by 3. Good ball movement atop the key now, far side. Baseline dribble now back out the far corner. There's Rollins with the ball. Rollins drives in left elbow, floats it up, and it's no good. Rebound fought for, and it's won by Rollins, but a whistle is blown.
Yeah, the Jakeem Smith was the one that got that block right there, too, that kept it on their side of the court, too. 6'4".
Welcome to this week's edition of the OHSAA Football Playoff Preview Show. Now from Columbus, here's Marty Bannister.
The high school football regular season is over. Conference championships have been decided, and now it's time for the second season, which is the Ohio High School Athletic Association State Playoffs. We welcome you to this week's edition of the OHSA Football Playoff Preview Show. I'm your host, Marty Bannister, and thanks for being with us for the next 30 minutes as we set the scene all across the state of Ohio for this week's playoff games. Back in August, 708 schools began the season, and now 448 of those schools will enter the 52nd annual OHSA Football Playoffs. In this week's show, we'll talk with the OHSA's football administrator, Bo Rugg, about the OHSA Football Playoffs, and we'll get reports from around the state to set the scene in your region. As a reminder that all playoff games during this season are on Friday nights, and all games will kick at 7 o'clock unless otherwise noted. First, though, let's step aside for these messages from the Ohio High School Athletic Association. When we return, we'll chat with Bo Rugg. You are listening to the OHSAA Football Playoff Preview Show.
You practice hard, you play hard, you're always reaching for your goals. You reach for the next point, the next yard, the next win. And after the game, reach for low-fat chocolate milk. It has the fluids to rehydrate you, the right mix of protein and carbs to refuel you, and the vitamins and minerals to help you build strong bones and bodies. Fuel up with chocolate milk. For more information, visit drink-milk.com.
The Ohio High School Athletic Association and the Pro Football Hall of Fame invite you to the 2022 Football State Championship Games in Canton at Tom Benson Hall of Fame Stadium, December 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. Log on to ohsaa.org for information on the playoffs, state championship games, and tickets, including indoor stadium club passes. Make it a weekend to remember in Canton with the Pro Football Hall of Fame and the OHSAA Football State Championships.
Spectrum News One, a new kind of news channel dedicated to refreshing storytelling and empowering communities across the Buckeye State. With your local forecast every 10 minutes and all of the essential news you need 24/7. Plus, in-depth shows and exclusives focused on your community. Always Ohio, always refreshing, always on. We are Spectrum News One, exclusively on Spectrum.
Hey, football fans, now's the perfect time to rush to Canton to visit the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Located only a short drive away, the hall provides experiences you can't get anywhere else. Enjoy the Super Bowl theater, the Game for Life holographic experience, interactive displays, one-of-a-kind memorabilia, and lots more. The hall is open 7 days a week, so what are you waiting for? Get off the bench and get into the game. Tickets are available right now at profootballhof.com.
Welcome back to the OHSAA Football Playoff Preview Show. For the OHSAA Radio Network, here's Marty Bannister.
And we would like to thank all of our show sponsors, including the OHSAA Radio Network, which will broadcast all 7 state football championship games live from Tom Benson Hall of Fame Stadium in Canton starting on November 30th and then on December 1st and December 2nd. Tickets are on sale at ohsaa.org/tickets. We recently caught up with the OHSAA's football administrator, Bo Rugg, to talk about the 2023 high school football season in Ohio and as well to look at the playoffs. My conversation now with the OHSAA's Bo Rugg.
Bo, let's talk. It's playoff time in Ohio, and that's an exciting time in the state of Ohio for high school football. It's really what everybody kind of gears their seasons toward, and you can kind of feel that coming down the stretch, can't you? You go out and watch games, you see different games, and you kind of get that feeling that we're into playoff time.
Yeah, it really happens not only when you're out watching games, but during the week. I'm getting a lot of, whether it's emails or calls or texts about certain things, especially about what happens if this team wins this and how does that affect my points and are we going to host? And everybody's excited, and it is an exciting time.
We'll get into a lot of the whys and why things are done playoff-wise, but when you said teams that host, and I think it's a very interesting point to bring up because there's no question. Schools that get the chance to host in those first couple of rounds, that's a big deal for them, isn't it?
It's a huge deal. It's a culmination of something that they get to stay at home and they get to have that tournament game at their site. We like to say it's supposed to be neutral for as many things as you can, but it is at your site. And so that's something that they value very much. And those that in the top 4 in each region are, if they win, they're going to be home 2 weeks in a row. That's a big deal.
And it's exciting for the community. It's exciting for the players. It's a big thing. I think it's one of the great things about the way Ohio stages the playoffs is giving those teams a chance to host. Has there been any consideration, Bo, to maybe taking that deeper into the playoffs?
We've talked about different things about that. The coaches really like the neutral sites as they go further along. And they feel that the home site is a big advantage. And we see that in a lot of sports, and I understand that. And I know that in lacrosse, we go all the way through the regional final in home sites, and the coaches don't like that. They think that's too much of an advantage. So I think they like the neutral when we go to it. It's the right time in regional semi, and they're excited about it. As long as we can get the sites, it also brings another community into the mix to be able to host and really kind of highlight our nice sites. We're guaranteed when we get to that round, at least the last 10, 12 years, that we're going to have a good site with a good field.
And that takes me to my next question, site selection. I know it's something you get a lot of feedback on that from, well, I think coaches, you get it certainly from fans, certainly on social media. Maybe take us through some of the steps. What goes into selecting a site to host after you get to the neutral round? Yeah,
we have a committee of people, and it's really a good group right now. I have representatives from each district helping me, athletic directors. The great thing about that is, can we use this site? They'll be texting their friend, can we come there? and we get that answer much faster than we used to be able to get it. But the key thing is who puts in to host, number one. And then once we get a game, we're looking at what's the best site between these two that will hold the game. Certainly in some teams, some schools, we have some things that you've got to have a size. Others, the size of the facility isn't going to matter. So location might be the best thing there. But if size is a consideration, location is what's our best total travel situation. We may have one going 40 minutes and one going an hour and 10, and that's really good versus both of them going an hour and 20. But we get that from schools. They're traveling shorter than we are. You know what? 20 more minutes on a bus ain't going to make a difference. Both of you are on the bus. Both of you have to get on, schedule it, get there. It's not a big deal. And that's what it's about. So we want to get it to where both communities can get there easily and have a great game.
How much does the field turf surface play into this? Because most games now, most schools have that. Well, maybe not most, but it's a large number of schools, I should say, have field turf surface.
We haven't had a grass field neutral site game, I don't believe, since 2013. So if that tells you anything. And we've had some times when schools reached out to me and said, these two schools are in our league. We'd love to host this game. And I took it to the two schools. And they said, we appreciate that, but we want to be on, because it was a natural grass field. We're in good shape for this or that, but we want to be on the surface we know is going to be, because if it snows or rains on Thursday,
right,
it is what it is. And so we're very lucky that we do have a lot of fields that we can get them on a surface that we know they can play on.
Another change this year, all games have moved to Friday nights. Let's go through the steps of that. Where did that come from, and what's the idea behind that move?
Yeah, interestingly, I have a committee from the Coaches Association. It's called the Tournament Playoff Committee, and they brought it up to me. And we tried it in 2017, trying to kind of own Friday nights, so to speak. And I said, well, I'm happy to do it. It's actually better for us logistically. The only people it really puts at a disadvantage are two groups, or two people, I should say, two groups. One group, media, and the other person is me. I can't go to as many games. That's it. Other than that, our officials were better off because we don't have the conflict on the D3 officials on Saturday night. Our schools are used to hosting on Friday night. They're used to playing on Friday night. That's why the coaches wanted it. But the big thing for me was the coaches saying, look, in our world, this is what happens. We play on Friday night. Saturday, we take off, family, whatever. Sunday, we're right back in, video, practice. Monday, we're back in school. You play on Saturday night, you don't have that because you're back in school Monday, no matter what. And that's what was brought up to me. And I'm like, wow, that was impactful. And if the schools want this and want it, I think it's a great thing because I think we need to really try to own Friday night. Yeah, we got some NCAAs that are trying to play on Friday night, but I think they take more grief for that than they get positives for that. They get positives from a money TV deal, but ours is that's when the communities want to do this. And so we're excited about it. We'll see how we go through this year, but we've already been Friday only for the first 2 rounds the last couple of years, and that's proved to be very, very good. So we're excited about it.
I thought the point about the coaches was very important because, and you know this from your years being around the sport, if there's ever a sport that's where you have creatures of habit, it's football. 100%. Practice, 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 play, and then that practice, and losing another day than playing, it makes a big difference for a team,
It's a huge difference. Yeah. And we want them to be as comfortable as they can be. They don't need any other distractions. They're under enough pressure.
Absolutely. But as we wrap up, let's get a look into your week as we get ready for the open of playoffs. I know you have so many things on your plate. You love to get out and watch high school football games. You do that during the season. But what's your week like leading up to the opening of the playoffs?
Yeah, the first thing about it when we're in playoffs, and we just had a meeting about Sunday. So what's Sunday going to be like? Sunday, we've got to get all the schools, all the final Harbin ratings. The schools get a chance until Sunday at 10 a.m. to challenge anything in Harbin. We do that. We get the teams loaded into the schedule. We get all the officials assigned. And then, that starts the week. And then, so that starts the week and then issues, I've got an issue because I can't work the game. And so a lot of officials things throughout the week to make sure we have all the crews set. Don't have a lot of stuff about teams. We do have a meeting on this Sunday with all the first round hosts, and that helps. But during the week, as we go along in the playoffs, then we're sending them the footballs to each team and to the site and whatever the site needs, those types of things. So that's, early in the week. And then as we get closer to the actual game day, I'm deciding on what games I'm going to go to. And we have, I'll get to 2 or 3 sites and I'll decide that midweek. We have a group of observers that we have to get assigned to each site. And we have district coordinators for those observers to get them there. And then that's the first week. And then after the first week, it's looking at reports during that time and then sending and going through the same process as we go. So it's a process with school scheduling, official scheduling, and then scheduling how we're getting out to watch games is all part of it.
It's an exciting time of year, isn't it?
It's the best.
It's the best. Absolutely. Bo Rugg, thanks for your time. Appreciate it as always.
And once again, we'd like to thank Bo Rugg for his time. Now let's allow our local stations to share a few messages from their local sponsors. When we return, we'll hear from radio announcers around the state. You are listening to the OHSAA Football Playoff Preview Show.
The year was 1907. The Chicago Cubs won the World Series, and the Ford Model R hit the assembly line. While here in Ohio, school administrators came together to form the Ohio High School Athletic Association. A lot has changed since 1907, but not the dedication of the OHSAA to education-based athletics in Ohio. School sports teach responsibility, sportsmanship, and life lessons that stay with students long after their playing days are over. Since 1907, the OHSAA seeks to prepare students not for the next level of sport, but for the next level of life.
What do basketball, choir, drama club, and marching band all have in common? They're all high school activities that offer learning opportunities not necessarily found in the classroom. They take up just a fraction of a typical Ohio high school's budget, and they go a long way to giving young people the tools they need to thrive. High school activities, they're more than extracurricular. They're extra important, too. This message presented by the Ohio High School Athletic Association and the Ohio Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
I've got a math question for you. When you add tolerance, subtract prejudice, and multiply efforts to treat one another with respect, what do you get? Less division. And school sports have it down to a science. Looking for an example of what can happen when we realize there's more that unites us than divides us? Look no further than high school sports in Ohio.
This message presented by the Ohio High School Athletic Association and the Ohio Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
How do you define strength? Is it physical? Or is it mental? Maybe it's both. Maybe it's whatever empowers a person to dig deeper, fight harder, and overcome obstacles that once seemed insurmountable. Discover how much stronger and more confident your children can be. Encourage them to participate in a sport when they go to high school.
This message presented by the Ohio High School Athletic Association and the Ohio Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
Welcome back to the OHSAA Football Playoff Preview Show. For the OHSAA Radio Network, here's Marty Bannister.
All right, let's get down to business and start previewing the opening round of games, which start this Friday night all across Ohio. Friday night, Spectrum News 1 will televise 3 first-round games. In Northeast Ohio, Cleveland, St. Ignatius, and Mentor will get together. In Central Ohio, it's an Ohio Capital Conference regular season rematch as Grove City visits Hilliard-Davidson. And in Southwest Ohio, it's a Greater Western Ohio Conference regular season rematch as Springfield travels to Huber Heights to face the Warriors of Wayne. In addition, 15 games will be streamed live by Spectrum on OHSAA.tv. The NFHS network will also stream up to 20 playoff games on Friday night. Search Ohio at nfhsnetwork.com for details. Now it's time to break down the first round of the regional playoffs from across the state and get regional reports from broadcasters. A reminder that all playoff games in the first round and all throughout the playoffs are on Friday nights and will kick off at 7 o'clock. First of all, let's check on that. Let's check on that. Let's check on how to talk. All right, again, intro here in 3, 2. And now it's time to break down the first round of the regional. I can't talk all of a sudden. 3, 2. And now it's time to break down the first round of the regional playoffs across Ohio and get regional reports from broadcasters. A reminder that all playoff games are on Friday nights this year and all kick at 7 o'clock. Let's head to the southeastern part of the state now and get an update from our friend Aaron Cassidy.
Thanks, Marty. It has been a fantastic season here in Southeast Ohio for high school football. We'll start in Division III, Region 11. Where the Jackson Ironmen take on the Marietta Tigers. The Tigers qualifying for the state playoffs for the first time in 21 years and just the second time in school history. Another good story out of this region is the Athens Bulldogs, who qualify at 6-4 on the season, and they'll be the number 12 seed. One of the toughest regions in the state of Ohio, Division IV, Region 15. 3 teams from Southeast Ohio qualify. Gallia Academy will be the number 9 seed. Vinton County with a 9-1 record will be the 12 seed. And it'll be the Morgan Raiders for the second straight year qualifying for the playoffs. They will be the number 14 seed. A region that is loaded with talent, Division 5, Region 19. They have 4 teams in the playoffs. Portsmouth West is the number 9 seed. Portsmouth is the number 11 seed. South Point is number 15, and it's the Ironton Tigers, maybe one of the best teams in Division 5. They are the number 2 seed in this region. In Division 6, Region 23, a name known around the state of Ohio, the Fort Fry Cadets, coming off a Final Four appearance. They'll be the number 3 team in this region. They will also be joined by Nelsonville York, who makes another playoff appearance, along with the Trimble Tomcats at the number 10 seed. Finally, top-seeded Caldwell will be in Division 7, Region 27. Then there'll be 6 other teams from Southeast Ohio in this Division 7, Region 27 as well, including Waterford, Monroe Central, South Gallia, along with Southern and Sciotaville. Reporting for the OHSAA Radio Network and for WMOA, I'm Aaron Cassidy.
Aaron, thank you. Let's move to the northeast part of the state. Former Ohio State Buckeye TJ Downing has our start counting report.
The leaves are falling and a colder shade of weather is taking over Northeast Ohio, and you know what that means. It's time for the Ohio High School Athletic Association state football playoffs. I'm TJ Downing with Stark Media, and here's your Week 1 playoff preview. The Massillon Tigers last week defeated McKinley Bulldogs 35-0 in the greatest rivalry in high school football. That gave the Tigers a 1 seed inside of Division II, Region 7, and they will host Central Crossing out of Grove City. For the McKinley Bulldogs, a 4 seed, they will host Strongsville in the same region as defending state champion Lakewood St. Edward. Also around the area, a couple 9-8 matchups to keep your eye on. Canton Glen Oak will host Lorraine. 3-time state champion Central Catholic will host Cardinal, just celebrating 35 years of their first 88 state championship football team for the Crusaders. A 1 seed in the area, the Canton South Wildcats just capped off a perfect regular season, going 10-0 by defeating the Northwest Indians in Canal Fulton 48-28. The 1 seed will now allow them to host the Northwest Indians at Breck Bueller Stadium this Friday night. Also, the Fairless Falcons will travel to defending state champion South Range. And another one to keep your eye on, Garaway out of the IVC. A 1 seed will host Rock Hill out of Ironton. Last one to keep you up to speed on, last year, the Jackson Polar Bears would defeat Berea Mid-Park in one of their very few playoff victories in school history. This year, this Friday, they will travel to Berea Mid-Park. I'm TJ Downing, and this is your playoff preview.
Now let's check out the Cleveland area. Here's Matt Gould.
In the Northeast, we have a slew of state title contenders, including 2 defending champions. We'll start in Division I with the heavy favorite there, Lakewood St. Edward, looking for the three-peat. They got that big offensive line, including 3 Power 5 commits. Michigan-bound right tackle Ben Roebuck is a third-year starter over there. And the twins, Deontay and Devontae Armstrong, committed to Ohio State on the left side. St. Edward is coming off of a big Week 10 win at Akron Archbishop Hoban, a game that Max Preps had pegged as the #1 game in the country. And speak of Hoban, they're among a trio of title contenders in Division II. Hoban's looking to get back, make their what could be their 4th straight trip to the finals, losing the last 2 to Toledo Central Catholic and Cincinnati Whitten Woods. They could be a Final Four team, a heavy favorite coming out of Region 5. Avon, a heavy favorite in Region 6. Coach Mike Elder's Eagles were made 5 of the last 6 Final Fours. That ended last year against Toledo Central Catholic, but they could get back. Massillon, of course, is the #1 ranked team in the Associated Press state poll for Division II. But speaking of Toledo Central Catholic, that team that won it all, they're now in Division III, a heavy favorite coming out of Region 10. It might be tough for a Northeast Ohio team to beat them, but Region 9 is loaded. And, of course, we got Youngstown Ursuline, which got to the finals 2 years ago. And then there's Kenston, Chardon, Aurora. It's a pretty loaded Region 9 over there. Division 4, got the defending state champions, Glenville. Ted Ginn Sr. had a junior-laden squad last year when they got to Canton. Those guys are back, including 2 Ohio State commits and Bryce West at cornerback and Demarion Witten at receiver. Division 5, the #1 ranked team there, Perry, coached by Bob Gesowich. Some folks in Columbus might remember him from his time at Dublin Jerome. And Perry beat Kirtland this year. The Hornets only lost. And, of course, Kirtland, a favorite in Division 6. The #1 ranked team in the AP state poll there as well. Tigler Verdi's got another squad rolling that we could see in Canton.
To the Lima area and the northwest part of the state, here's the one and only voice of the Bowling Green Falcons, Todd Walker.
If you're talking playoff football in Ohio, you're talking about Marion Local. They've won 13 state championships each of the last 2 years. They've been state champs. They've won 42 games in a row. They begin what is expected to be a Division 7 state championship run, hosting Tri-County North. Division 7's Region 26 is the most competitive in the state. Fantastic 50 has 3 teams with a 20% chance or better to win the region: PG, LCC, and Macomb. Pandora Gavoa is home for Lipsick. LCC will host Ayersville, and then Macomb is home for USV. Moving up to Division 6, Region 22, Columbus Grove and Bluffton, the 1 and 2 seeds. Grove just beat Bluffton for the NWC title last week. They're heavy favorites to meet for the regional crown in a few weeks. Tonight, Grove hosts Lakota and Bluffton hosts Paulding. As for Division 6, another team to look out for is Versailles out of the MAC. They are in Region 24. They host Troy Christian. 8 of the 10 schools in the Midwest Athletic Conference made the playoffs, including Coldwater in Division 5. They host Indian Lake. 6 of 8 teams, by the way, out of the Northwest Conference are in. Western Buckeye League, 7 of their 10 teams made it, including Region 12, Division 3, Wapakoneta and Salina, the co-champs, home for New Richmond and Hillsboro. Second ever home playoff game coming up for Lima Senior after winning the Toledo City League in their first year in the league. Lima Senior will host Xenia, and Findlay, coming off its first 8-win season since 2012, will be home for Olentangy Liberty. And that's a look at the playoff situation in and around Lima. My name's Todd Walker, reporting from 1150 WIMA.
And as we wrap things up, let's check out how things look in the opening round in Central Ohio. From WPNS Radio, here's Ryan Baker.
66 teams in Central Ohio spanning 10 regions made the postseason this year. Central Ohio has #1 seeds in Regions 2, 3, and 11, as Olentangy, Gahanna, and Bishop Watterson hold the top spots. Gahanna, the defending region champion in Region 3, lost to eventual state champion Lakewood St. Ed's in the state semis last year. The other defending regional champion is Bloom Carroll in Region 11. The Bulldogs, who lost to Canfield in the state title game, are the number 5 seed in an absolutely loaded region. There are a couple of opening round rematches in Regions 2 and 3. In Region 2, top-seeded Olentangy hosts the 6-team Dublin Jerome. The Braves won that one 35-20 in Week 9. Also in Week 9, the number 2 seed Olentangy Berlin beat 15th-seeded Marysville 34-14. In Region 3, top-seeded Gahanna beat Reynoldsburg 49-6 in Week 4, and the number 3 seed Pickerington North beat 14th-seeded Westerville Central 16-14 in Week number 6. For high school football overtime on 97.1 The Fan, I'm Ryan Baker.
Gentlemen, thank all of you for your efforts and your reports, and that will do it for this week's look at the first-round playoff reports from across the state of Ohio. Let's step aside for a few messages from the OHSAA, and when we come back, we'll wrap up this edition of the OHSAA Football Playoff Preview Show.
Hi, I'm Anthony Munoz. I didn't make it into the Pro Football Hall of Fame by letting drugs and alcohol affect my ability to play. I brought my A game every time, and that's what you should do when sharing the road. That means never getting behind the wheel under the influence and wearing your seatbelt, because it's always the best defense against a drunk driver. So whether you're driving around town or to the Pro Football Hall of Fame, never let impaired driving take you out of the game.
This message brought to you by the Ohio Department of Public Safety.
School sports need your help. With budgets getting tighter, it's more than the games that are on the line. It's all the traditions, the community pride, the culture of your hometown high school, plus all those memories that are on the line too. What can you do? It's simple. Buy a ticket when you can. Go to a game. Take the whole family. Let's do everything we can to keep those cherished school sports memories alive.
This message presented by the Ohio High School Athletic Association and the Ohio Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
The game is over, but this time, instead of asking how many goals did you score or what were your stats, try asking these questions. Were you a good teammate? Were you coachable? Did you give 100%? And did you have fun? Because those are the values that school sports instill in Ohio's young people, where winning and losing are secondary to the life lessons that will stay with kids long after their playing days are over. This is the Ohio High School Athletic Association. Educate through sports.
You practice hard, you play hard. You're always reaching for your goals. You reach for the next point, the next yard, the next win. Naturally gained, reach for low-fat chocolate milk. It has the fluids to rehydrate you, the right mix of protein and carbs to refuel you, and the vitamins and minerals to help you build strong bones and bodies. Fuel up with chocolate milk. For more information, visit drink-milk.com.
Before we wrap up this week's show, the statewide playoff brackets, a reminder, are available on the OHSAA website at ohsaa.org, along with football playoff histories of every school in Ohio. Looking ahead to the state championships, all session tickets are on sale at ohsaa.org/tickets, including a special ticket package with indoor access to the Stadium Club at Tom Benson Hall of Fame Stadium during and after every game. In our next playoff preview show, we'll go inside the regional quarterfinal pairings and talk with OHSAA Executive Director Doug Ute. On behalf of the Ohio High School Athletic Association, I'm Marty Bannister. Production facilities and assistance provided by Yamo Media and Adam Dell. The OHSAA Football Playoff Preview Show has been a production of the OHSAA.
Please stand by for this special presentation of the iMedia One Network on the Live 365 Network and the Live 365 app.
City View Sportscast is proud to bring you Mineral Ridge Rams football on the Badurix Butcher Block High School Football Game of the Week. And now from the stadium with tonight's call, here's Matt Lipsack and Matt Emsch.
Welcome to the Bedurks Butcher Block High School Football Game of the Week from Robert C. Dunn Field in Rootstown, Ohio. It is Mark Means and Matt Amsch as I sit in for Matt Lipsack again this week. Number 10, Mineral Ridge. They are 7-4 in Rootstown. They come in at 9-1, the number 2 seed. And when you look at this game on paper, Matt, if it goes the way the numbers look, we could play this game at a pretty quick pace tonight.
Yeah, we could. And, we could see that clock just tick away super fast. We've seen that a number of times with the Rams. Both of them have very good running games. The Rams also have a decent passing game when they're all together. You look at what the Rovers have, though, coming into this over 2,000-yard rushing running back.
Yeah, you look at these two schools, and they have two common opponents. Both have wins over Pymatuming Valley, and both have wins over St. Thomas Aquinas. Mineral Ridge beat Pie Valley 29-22. Rootstown beat them 28-6. St. Thomas Aquinas, they had a rough go of it this year. Ridge beat them 42-6. Rootstown beat them 37-6. So both have two common opponents that they both have wins over.
They do. And you know what? Sometimes people will look at the scores that you have and just think that's telling of how a game's going to end up. It isn't. It just depends. That's how, it went that night. Very similar teams like we had just discussed. It gives you a little bit of an idea of where they are. But until these two teams play each other, I go from and you go from, strength of schedule.
Both these teams coming into play today off of big wins last week for the Rams. A 35-6 win over Jackson Milton, where Ian Erb put the ball in the end zone 3 times, 2 rushing and 1 receiving. And, of course, Rootstown, a big win last week for them, 43-7. Let's jump into the coach's corner, and we will start with the visiting coaches. Matt had a chance to talk to Rams head coach Brian Shaner. Let's check in with that interview right now.
Coach Brian Shaner on the line, head coach of the Mineral Ridge Rams. Coach, how you doing tonight?
Doing really good. How about yourself?
I'm doing well. Can't wait for this matchup this week. I know that you guys can.
Oh, yeah. Definitely excited. It's a special time of year in high school football, and, we feel privileged to be taking part in it and can't wait to see how the boys perform on Friday.
It's going to be really exciting. Coach, you have, done so well since especially the last game of the regular season against your rivals, the McDonald Blue Devils. But can you talk to us a little bit about last week's win?
Our boys were locked in. And they did a real good job all week of never getting too high, not putting so much focus that it was a playoff game, that it was that revenge type game. It was a football game that we just had to win. And to do that, we had to prepare very well, and we had to stay locked in, and we did. Our boys have had a really good approach here on the second half of the season. And, I think it helps you when you play the competition that we have. Our league's really good this year. There's a lot of parity. And, I know we lost a couple tough ones, but I thought we played really well as we started getting healthy. And, it's showing. How we played against McDonald, how we played against Jackson last week. We have to find a way to keep that thing going. And it got to go that way against Rootstown.
Yeah, bringing up Rootstown, number 2 in Region 21, Division 6, 9-1. You guys, I'm looking at their schedule right now. You guys played a lot of similar teams, Pie Valley, Aquinas. You guys know each other. Obviously, they did not play everybody you guys did, but, I have been looking at their schedule. You get some similarities, but the schedule just between you and I and everybody else listening, we looked at strength of schedule. And Coach, I like how you address schedule toughness, because as the better schedules that you play in the regular season, you're more battle tested for the playoffs.
Absolutely. And again, like I said, our league, we just had our all league meeting, and all the coaches were in agreement. It was a playoff game. Every week you had to play really good football to give yourself an opportunity to win. We really felt like it did that for us this year. And again, some of our faltering, it was, we were banged up, and I feel like we are continuing to get healthy, and we got a lot of guys that are ready to go, and we might not have had earlier this season, but we feel battle tested. We feel that when you play the teams we have, the Springfield, Lowellvilles, and McDonald, the Western Reserve, I think they would all compete in our region with the big dogs at the top, and I think that's going to get us ready.
Now, looking at the Rovers, obviously you guys have been watching film all week. Can you tell us about this matchup?
Super aggressive, very big and physical up front. They want to smash your face in. They do. They get after you, and I want to say we're a little bit similar in that aspect, and it's going to be like every other Friday night. We're going to be the smallest team on the field, and our boys are so used to it. They're not going to be awestruck how big they are. We're going to go out. We're going to play really hard. It's just they're a very physical, brutal type team, and it's going to be like a heavyweight bout. Get in the middle and hit each other with your best shots and see who's standing at the end.
Well, Coach Shaner, thank you so much for being here with us today.
That was the head coach of the Mineral Ridge Rams, Brian Shaner. We'll take our first time out. When we come back, we will hear from the head coach of the Rootstown Rovers. That is up next as the pregame show continues on City View Sportscast and Sports Radio 1240.
With over 30 years of experience, Madurix Butcher Block in Mineral Ridge is a quality-driven company focused on great personal service. Our fresh meats are of the finest cut. We make a variety of burgers, sausages, and a full line of deli meats. Using our own smokehouse, we prepare different types of jerky, snack sticks, kibasi, bacon, hot dogs, and bone-in hams. When your tummy needs some relief, call 652-BEEF. That's 330-652-2333.
Jesse's Dairy Cove is a hometown favorite, located at 3743 State Route 46, across from the gazebo in Mineral Ridge. Enjoy all of your favorite ice cream. We have over 32 hard scoop and over 40 soft serve favorites. We also have a large food menu, including homemade chili sauce, sloppy joes, pulled pork, fresh cut French fries, and mac and cheese. This fall, we'll start our homemade cookie and party trays. Visit our website at justicedairycove.com to see our menu. At Justice Dairy Cove, we appreciate your business.
Shining Stars Dance and Baton in Niles, Ohio is home to state, regional, national, and international world champions. They offer a wide variety of classes for ages 2.5 and up for boys and girls. Celebrating over 31 years in business, the excellent staff of instructors will help take your baton twirling skills to the next level. Shining Stars would like to wish all the cheerleaders, dance line, band, feature twirler Amira, and players a successful season. Go Rams!
If you love history, head over to YouTube and check out Blogging Through History. Hosted by Mineral Ridge High School graduate Chris Mowery, Blogging Through History visits historic sites to explore not only the well-known figures and events of the past, but also compelling stories that maybe you've never heard before. Chris would also like to wish his niece Amira Emsch and the Mineral Ridge Rams the best of luck for a successful 2023 season. Now back to the Madurix Butcher Block High School football game of the week on City View Sportscast.
Pregame show continues here on City View Sportscast and Sports Radio 1240. I see we continue in this week's Coach's Corner. Let's check in with the head coach of the Rovers, head coach Chris Knopick.
Pregame show continues, joined by the head coach of the Rootstown Rovers, Chris Knopick. And coach, for the listeners in the Youngstown area, kind of go back and look at your season so far. It's been a very successful one.
Yeah, it's we've had a good run this year. We're just really proud of how our kids have really. So we had to replace a 2,000-yard rusher last year in Cody Kuntz, and our kids have really stepped up, and we've filled that role and then some, and kind of went on a run. And the only really let down was Tamago, who was a very good football team, and we're really proud of the way our kids have performed this year.
Coach, let's look back at your first-round playoff win over Southeast last week, 43-7. Seems like you had a pretty solid overall team effort in that win.
Yes, it's a game that was a rematch from Week 9. You always are a little lenient going into games where you've already played the game, let alone a couple weeks ago. It's a rivalry game for us, and our big focus was to get our kids to come out and really jump on them early, and they did did just that. Defense came out, forced a safety in the first series, and we went down and were able to put 23 points on in the first quarter, which really helped us kind of cruise to victory, and that was kind of the name of the game for us on Friday.
Coach, you mentioned having another 2,000-yard rusher. Dawson Morgan's had a fantastic year for your team this year. How has he stepped into that role as the lead back for you this year?
Well, Dawson was a kid last year who played receiver for us, and he was a kid who worked. I mean, a lot of our guys did, but he was one of our many guys who barely missed a workout in the offseason and really put himself in the ability to shoulder that load. That's a lot to ask from a kid, and he's done it tremendously. We knew he had playmaking ability. He made some big plays for us last year, both on the outside and the backfield, but I don't think we knew ahead of time he'd be able to be that guy to that extent, but he's really done a fantastic job for us in the backfield.
Coach, tonight it is the Mineral Ridge Rams who come off their first round playoff victory. Kind of tell us about preparation for the Rams and what you expect from them.
They were on my radar a little bit last year. They had a good season last year because we're in the same region. And, looking at them and kind of look at their film, we know they play some tough teams. And, they play teams like Lowellville and they play teams like Springfield and Western Reserve. So we know they're playing quality football programs. We got to see their tape. They got some studs. That Ian Erb kid is a really good football player. And they got 3-4 other guys who really carry the ball well. And they'll be a good test for us. But they're doing a good job over there at Mineral Ridge. And they got things rolling over there. So we're looking forward to the game.
Coach, what's the key for you to defend home field tonight, get a win, and move on to round 3?
The biggest thing for us is to just play our game, run the football, throw the football when we need to, and really play great defense. Our biggest challenge is to be keeping their talented guys out of the end zone, namely number 14, Herb for them. And if we come out and play good defense, stay ahead of the chains, and really limit mistakes. In any game like this with two really good football teams, it's the mistakes and the penalties and the turnovers that really kind of decide it. Hoping for a clean game on both sides of the ball and kind of let the chips fall where they may.
Coach, appreciate your time and best of luck. Thank you.
Thank you.
We will take a quick timeout and be back right after this.
If you are seeking a skilled photographer in Northeast Ohio with experience in capturing documentary-style photographs for various occasions such as family events, weddings, graduations, sporting events, and other special occasions, look no further than Colleen Moore Photography. Accessible via ColleenMoorePhotography.com, or she can be reached at 330-314-7547. Colleen sends her best wishes to the Mineral Ridge Rams for a fantastic season. Go Rams!
SNK, painting your house today. SNK, painting your house.
SNK Painting provides exceptional painting and refinishing services to the Mahoning Valley and surrounding communities by being an industry leader in our field, focusing on customer service and delivering extraordinary results. We offer interior and exterior painting, and we specialize in cabinet refinishing with affordable cabinet solutions. Call SNK Painting for your free estimate at 330-505-1910.
SNK, painting your house today.
Experience nature's bounty with Creation's Backyard. Elevate your health with the most nutrient-dense foods on earth. From farm to table, sustainably cultivated with care. Grown locally in Niles, Ohio with no chemicals or synthetics ever. Unlock your culinary creativity with Creation Backyard Microgreens. Convenient local delivery and pickup options available. Order now at creationsbackyard.com or call 330-282-7208.
Action Physical Therapy is a locally owned outpatient physical therapy company serving the Mahoning Valley for over 20 years, with 5 convenient locations in Hubbard, Cortland, Kinsman, Salem, and Mineral Ridge. Action Physical Therapy can handle all of your physical therapy needs. Action Physical Therapy will create a unique plan made specifically for you. Call us at 1-8333-BEST-PT to schedule your evaluation today. Check us out at myactionpt.com. Get back in action with Action Physical Therapy, and as always, go Rams.
From high school to the pros and everything in between, you're listening to City View Sportscast, part of the iMedia One Network. Now back to the Beduricks Butcher Block High School Football Game of the Week on City View Sportscast.
Pregame show continues right here on CityView Sportscast and Sports Radio 1240. Time now to look inside the numbers at these two teams. We start off with the visiting Mineral Ridge Rams. They are led in rushing by senior Ian Erb, 1,224 yards, 25 touchdowns. Matt, the thing about Erb is he's that guy you always have to see where he's lined up in the backfield. 1,200 rushing yards, 300 receiving yards, over 200 passing yards. He could be anywhere in the formation.
Yeah, he's Mr. Everything. He, when Owen Shingledecker, their starting quarterback, went out in a game, he comes in and he plays quarterback. So he can do it all. Spread out, like you said, at receiver. He plays defensive back, plays like a linebacker too, returns kicks, holds snaps. The guy does it all.
Looking at the offense for the Rams, averaging 32.1 points per game on the season, giving up 17.4 points per game defensively. For the Rovers, it starts with Dawson Morgan, their second consecutive 2,000-yard rusher for this program. 2,045 yards, 24 touchdowns. Max Prep says he's the fourth best rusher in total yards in the state of Ohio.
And that's saying a lot. You have Ohio, one of the top 5 states in the country. You have Texas, California, Pennsylvania, Ohio, and Florida that are the top 5 big boys. And him being singled out like that says a heck of a lot about him.
And then you look at it, and of course, their left tackle, Tony Karp, he's 2-time All-Ohio. He is their conference, the Portage Trail Conference Defensive Player of the Year. Mm-hmm. So you talk about a 2-time All-Ohio lineman. That means as a sophomore and as a junior, because those awards haven't been handed out yet.
No, and for somebody to be picked All-Ohio as a sophomore is just gigantic, regardless if they're Division 6. That's just unheard of, and he's done it twice, and, like you said, they haven't done it yet. I would pretty much bet on he'll be a 3-timer soon.
Offensively, the Rovers averaging just a shade under 30 points at 29.7, giving up 11.8 points per game. Defensively, Rams and Rovers have taken the field. Mineral Ridge, black pants, white jerseys, black numbers trimmed in orange with the black and orange Ram helmets. The Rovers, all navy blue. Blue pants, blue jerseys, white numbers, white helmets with the R on the left side for the Rovers. And we are momentarily away from getting round 2 of the playoffs underway, Matt. And this matchup, this should be a good one with 2 teams that really like to run the football.
They do. It's going to be one of those slobber knocker types of games where everything is won in this game, and it starts in the trenches. Whoever's defensive and offensive lines play better, they're going on to another round next week.
Next week, of course, we move on to neutral site locations for the 3rd round as all games continue to stay on Friday nights. And we're getting set for the Youngstown Orthopedic and Associates kickoff here on CityView Sportscast and Sports Radio 1240. We have a minute to remind you you're listening to Sports Radio 1240 WBBW Youngstown, a Cumulus media station, and CityView Sportscast, part of the iMedia One network. Mark Means, Matt Imps with you again this week from Rootstown, and been looking forward to this one all week.
Yeah, we have. The fact that Mineral Ridge lost some, games in the regular season. They had to win that last regular season game against their rival McDonald. They've been playing lights out the last couple of weeks, and they should be here.
So the Rams and the Rovers ready to begin round 2 here in Division 6 as we get set to, again, get the playoffs underway. We'll have scores for you from the opposite side of the bracket. Of course, that is between Mogador and Pymantoning Valley. We'll get updates on that as we go throughout the evening. But we are set to get this one underway with the Youngstown Orthopedic and Associates kickoff and handling the kicking duties for the Rams. And it looks like Landon Powell, number 1, the senior, who will handle the kickoff.
He's done a great job all year.
2 returners are back deep now for the, 3 returners are back deep. I get myself into the right position. Got a packed house here in the press box, and press boxes are going to get fuller and fuller the further we go into the postseason.
Oh, for sure. We've been to championships ourselves, so it just is what everybody want to be at. They want to be at that game.
Landon Powell with his arm in the air, and round 2 is underway. End over end kick that is going to be fielded across the 20, 25, and he's going to be greeted right there just shy of the 30-yard line on a big hit to get things started for the Ridge defense.
Yeah, I did not see what number that was, but my goodness, the Rams got down the field. I think, honestly, it may have been Caden McCune who got in tackle. He's had some huge games, especially defensively, in the last few weeks.
Rovers right to left from their 29-yard line. Ryan Piscatani is the quarterback. 6'2", 200-pound senior Dawson Morgan is the feature back. Dominic Duval will block for him at the fullback spot. We'll see Cooper, Malik, and Kibben, and they're going to run it on first down and run it right up the middle for a gain of about 6 yards. Well, maybe back a little bit, say 5-yard gain on the run by Morgan, and bring up a 2nd and 5 from the 34.
And not a surprise, they ran right behind left tackle number 61, Tony Karp, that 2-time All-Ohio player, and they're going to be doing that quite a bit all night if they can.
Single receivers to each side, eye in the backfield. Morgan is the deep back. He's going to get it again on the handoff, trying to bounce to the outside, breaking a tackle, and slides across the 40, down to the 41-yard line. That is going to be a gain of 6 yards, and that is a Rovers first down.
You had Caden McCune on the tackle there, and also Ethan Pemberton getting a little bit of that tackle.
So 1st and 10 for the Rovers, out to the 41-yard line on this opening possession of tonight's first quarter. Going to set the formation, now move 2 receivers to the right, move the tight end to the left. Piscatani under center. Morgan again is the feature back in the eye. He gets the 3rd straight carry. This time he will lower the shoulder and drive right down near the 45. They'll put him at the 44-yard line.
You know, the Rams defense have done a little switching up in terms of personnel the last couple weeks, taking in and out the bigger guys on the inside and then putting some speedier ones in. They're definitely going to be moving them in and out today.
Morgan gains 3, 2nd and 7 from the 44-yard line. Split 2 receivers to the right, tight end to the left side. Again, they give it to Morgan, running up the middle. First down across the 50, 45, and down to the Rams' 43-yard line. It's been all Dawson Morgan this opening drive. It is now into Rams territory.
You know, I was impressed with left guard Kyle Kaharich, the senior, who did a good job on block there for them.
Down to the 43-yard line, 1st and 10 as we approach 10 minutes to play in this opening quarter. Going to send Cooper to the right, Malik to the left, eye into the backfield. Piscatani under center with the fullback is Duval. Morgan is the tailback. Cooper comes in motion right to left, flag flies, and they'll blow this play dead. Is going to get a procedure penalty on the Rovers that'll back them up 5, make it 1st and 15.
And that's what they need. You know, when you're in the playoffs with the one and done, you need any mistakes is going to help you, you know, hopefully maybe even stop a drive.
When you're like these two teams are that want to run the football, getting behind the chains is never easy.
Yeah, for sure.
So 1st and 15, back to the 48-yard line. Stack 2 receivers outside of the numbers to the left side. Going to get it again. That's Morgan on the carry, and he'll get across the 45 and down to the 44-yard line.
On the tackle for the Rams, both number 15 and 16, Corey Squirrick and Caden McCune.
So it is going to bring up a 2nd and just about 11 yards to go. 2nd and 10 from the 43-yard line. Receivers go to each side, eye into the backfield. To give the ball to Morgan, running between the hash marks. He gets across the 40 and down to the 38-yard line, and now they're back more in a 3rd and manageable for the Rovers.
Again on the tackle is Corey Squirk for the Rams. They're already having a big tackle day for them, but when you got guys in the back of that defensive backs making tackles, that's not always a good thing.
Duval going to come to the sidelines, and checking in is Michael Latimer, number 49. 3rd down and 5 for the Rovers from the Ram 38-yard line. Put 1 receiver out to each side, tight end to the right. Quarterback Piscatani is going to keep it and run with the football. He'll get across the 35 before being shoved out of bounds into that Rovers bench and close to the 1st down.
Where the referee's standing, it looks like they're going to end up moving those chains.
So they will give him the first down. As we go under 8 minutes to play in this first quarter, and the Rovers have kept the football on the ground every play so far tonight.
Definitely, if they were watching film, especially last week with Jackson Milton, they're going to know that if they run the rock, they're going to get some yards.
So the side judge comes in and stops play for a moment. Now he'll come back towards this near sidelines. 1st and 10 from the 33-yard line. 7:55 to play in the opening quarter.
They want 8:05 on the clock.
So they're going to add an extra sum of time onto the clock. 1st and 10 from the 33-yard line. High in the backfield, 2 receivers flanked to the left. Going to give the ball on a handoff. Now the quarterback fakes it. Going to look downfield. Has a man out there and overshoots the intended target. Tristan Kibben, the big junior tight end, was open, but too much on the throw. Brings up a 2nd down and 10.
He also had Brady Balestrino, had great coverage, and he could tell also looking over his shoulder, smart. You don't look behind you. If you come up breaking a pass, a lot of times you get that laundry thrown at you.
Under 8 minutes, it's 7:58 to play. First quarter, no score. This still the opening possession for Rootstown as they've got down to the Ram 33-yard line. In the backfield, turn, hand the ball off to Morgan. And this time Morgan's going to be wrapped up after a short gain, just a couple yards. Good pursuit by the linebackers for the Rams. Brings up a 3rd down and long.
It looked like Chase Moore on the tackle there for the Rams off that left side of that defensive line. He has been just a stalwart all year for the Rams.
So 3rd down and we'll call it 10 from the 33-yard line. 7.5 minutes to play first quarter. Rovers going to send receivers out to each side of the formation. Piscatani under center, eye into the backfield on 3rd down and 10. It will turn, give the ball to Morgan, running right up the middle, and he's going to get across the 30, down to about the 28-yard line. This is going to set up 4th down, and you would assume if you're running it on 3rd down and long, it's a 4-down situation.
I would assume they've done a really good job getting those fresh sets of downs that we always talk about. Huge play for the defense.
Gain of 6, 4th and 4 from the 27-yard line. 6:45, clock rolling, opening quarter. And now the Rovers going to take a timeout. Gives us a chance to step aside as well. 6:43 to play opening quarter. Rootstown and Mineral Ridge scoreless on City View Sportscast and Sports Radio 1240.
Shining Stars Dance and Baton in Niles, Ohio is home to state, regional, national, and international world champions. They offer a wide variety of classes for ages 2.5 and up for boys and girls. Celebrating over 31 years in business, the excellent staff of instructors will help take your baton twirling skills to the next level. Shining Stars would like to wish all the cheerleaders, dance line, band, feature twirler Amira, and players a successful season. Go Rams!
Now back to the Beduricks Butcher Block High School football game of the week on City View Sportscast.
Coach Chris Kanopik uses his first timeout of the first half. He'll have a pair left. It's 4th and 5. 3 to the right, 1 to the left. Piscatani to throw it. Has time. Now he's going to be pressured. Rolling out. Flag on the play. He'll look for the back of the end zone. The pass is diving and incomplete in the end zone. But we've got a flag back in the backfield in the area where we might see holding.
Yeah, there is holding. Number 55, Kyle Kuharich, was holding Chase Moore. Pulled his jersey off almost.
So, looks like they are going to decline that penalty and take the football.
You know, we just talked about a little bit ago how important it is not to make just even small mental errors. Like one hold in the playoffs can cause you a game sometimes.
So 1st and 10 for the Rams. The starting quarterback is the junior Owen Shingledecker, 772 yards passing, 8 touchdowns, 8 interceptions. He adds 123 on the ground and 1 score. Ian Erb, the feature back, with Twins to the right side. They're going to give the ball to Erb on 1st down. Hesitates in the hole, and Erb drives down near the 29-yard line. That's only going to be a gain of about a yard and bring up 2nd down and 9.
I think on the tackle there was number 70, Dominic Siglo, the senior defensive lineman.
2nd down. 2nd down and just about 9 to go for the Rams as they going to run that up-tempo style they like to run with receivers to each side. And Shingledecker and Erb in the backfield. Shingledecker to throw on 2nd down and long. Going to take the shot downfield, and that pass is incomplete. But here come the flags in. Looking downfield for Brady Ballestrino. And the flag was a little late, but it did come out.
Yeah, he immediately looked at the referee, asking him, what's going on here, and he got it. So, again, penalties are starting to have an effect on this matchup already.
So the 15-yard pass interference penalty gives the Rams a 1st down out to their own 43-yard line. Left to right, they'll play in the opening quarter. It's going to be Ballestrino and Pemberton set up to the right side, with Shingledecker and Erb in the backfield. To give the ball to Erb. Now Shingledecker's going to keep it. Bounce to the outside. Gets across the 50 to the 49-yard line before being hammered out of bounds. We don't see Shingledecker run it all that often. And sometimes when you don't run it that much, you can catch the defense by surprise.
Yeah, they all went for Erb and with good understanding why. But when he gets an opening, he's really quick. And as you saw, he threw a juke move and almost broke one of those defenders' ankles.
Gain at 9. Brings up a 2nd down and 1 for the Rams at the Rovers 48-yard line. With Twins to the right, single receiver to the left. They're going to run it with Jacob Russell, the big fullback, and Russell powers ahead and down to the 40-yard line. And that'll be another 1st down on the ground for the Rams.
We always talk about him all season long. He might be a sophomore, but he is a load. A junior. He is a load. It usually takes more than one defender to get him down.
Fake it to him. Shingledecker is going to keep the football, and he's across the 30 and down shy of the 25-yard line. And we could see a new wrinkle on this offense with the quarterback run on the opening drive.
Well, we all know who they're going to be watching all game, Erb and Ballestrino. So give him the ball, get a little yards.
Erb is the deep back. They give it to Jacobs, and he's going to fall forward. Jacob Russell, that is. And Russell's going to get down to the 25-yard line. Short pickup brings up 2nd down.
They pulled Chase Moore and Zach Stacy. Zach, the winner of the Beast Lineman of the Year award, and they did a beautiful job. Kicked out the end, turned up for the linebacker, and Jacob Russell just got a couple yards there.
So we'll bring in a new back into the backfield for the Rams. That is 24, Bryce Rohrman, the senior. He's at a wing to the right side. Shingledecker takes the snap, gives the ball to Erb. Erb had a wall of defenders and was able to stay on his feet. Pick up a couple extra yards, but it brings up a 3rd down and long.
A lot of pancakes and fighting going at the line. This is what it's all about. I love seeing guys getting each other on their back and growing. This game is going to be mean in the trenches, and this is where it's going to be won.
One receiver to the right, 2 to the left side. In the slot is Brady Ballestrino, the junior, leads this team in receptions, yards, and receiving touchdowns. 3rd down and 7 from the 23. Shingledecker to throw. Time. Going to take a shot downfield, and that ball is going to be battled for in the end zone and caught for a Ram touchdown. Unbelievable. Couple of players in the area. Looked like one of the Rovers had a chance to make a play on the football, but that pass is caught for a 23-yard touchdown.
Yeah, Ethan Pemberton has done a great job this last second half of this season, exactly. And I actually thought that maybe it got picked off just went through his hands really close, and he made a 6-point catch. Great job, Rams.
So Landon Powell will come on for the extra point. Herb will hold. Powell 39 of 45 at extra points on the year. Snap good. Rush on. Powell's extra point up, and it is also good. 3:23 to play opening quarter. It is Mineral Ridge 7 and Rootstown 0. We're back after a 30-second break on CityView Sportscast and Sports Radio 1240.
SNK, painting your house today. SNK, painting your house
SNK Painting provides exceptional painting and refinishing services to the Mahoning Valley and surrounding communities by being an industry leader in our field, focusing on customer service and delivering extraordinary results. We offer interior and exterior painting, and we specialize in cabinet refinishing with affordable cabinet solution. Call SNK Painting for your free estimate at 330-505-1910.
SNK, painting your house today.
Now back to the Beduricks Butcher Block High School football game of the week on CityView Sportscast.
3:23 to play in the opening quarter. The Rams are on the board first. It was Shingle-Decker to Pemberton, 23 yards out for the touchdown for Ethan Pemberton, the senior. And now time for another Youngstown Orthopedic Associates kickoff with Landon Powell lined up ready to kick the ball away at the 40-yard line. 3 returners back deep for the Rovers. This one is going to hit inside the 10 and is going to tightrope the sidelines to just barely roll out of bounds. It's a nice job by the returner to sit and wait and let the ball finally roll out of bounds for the extra yardage.
Yeah, they've had that happen quite often all season long. If there's one thing I really would point at the Rams that has, been a thorn in their side, if you will, has been special teams, that third phase of the game.
First and 10 for the Rovers with the ball at the 35-yard line. Second possession this evening for Rootstown.
We have a Jesse's Dairy Cove scoreboard update. The Tri-City Storm is up 1-0 on the Youngstown Phantoms in the first period.
So first and 10 for the Rovers. Piscatani under center, eye into the backfield. They're going to give the ball to Morgan, running with 2 hands around the football, and he will blast forward for about 7 yards on first down. And when he gets the football, Matt, he's at top speed right away.
He is. He hits the hole, and again, running behind that all-state tackle, and he just explodes. You don't get, 2,045 rushing yards and 24 touchdowns up till the beginning of this game without being explosive.
Mineral Lake Catholic, a 7-0 lead on the Niles Red Dragons. 8 minutes to play in the opening quarter in that game. Piscatani to throw. Pumps going to take a shot downfield. That ball floated on him over the head of Nick Malik, the junior wide receiver, and incomplete. It's second down and 10. It's third down and short. So third down and 3 coming up for the Rovers. And we talked about how both of these teams love to run the football, but they've both had to mix in the past to keep the defenses from really loading up the box.
Yeah, they are going to have a lot of trouble trying to stop these running games. And when or if they either shut either down, they're going to have to take care of that pass as well.
Brian Youngblood had to come out of the game. Needs some attention from the training staff, so they will substitute for the Rovers. 3rd and 3 from the 42-yard line. Hand the ball off to Dawson Morgan. Morgan's going to have the first down across the 45 and out to the 47-yard line, and that'll move the chains.
Have a Jesse's Dairy Cove scoreboard update for you. The United game, Cuyahoga Heights up 7-0 on United. And in the first quarter of the Ursuline-Canfield rematch, Canfield up 7-6.
First and 10. 3 backs into the backfield now for the Rovers. They will hand the ball off to the ball carrier, who's across the 50 into Ram territory and down to the 47-yard line.
We have some more Jesse's Dairy Cove scoreboard updates. West Branch down 7-0 to Streetsboro. Austintown Fitch losing to Walsh Jesuit 14-7.
So gain of 4 sets up 2nd and 6 at the Ram 48-yard line. Single receiver, that's Cooper out to the right. Full house backfield. They will give it to the up man. And not full at all is that Rams defense as Dominic Duval pulled down right at the line of scrimmage to bring up a 3rd down and 6.
And again, one of those monster sophomores. All these young guys stepped up this year for the Rams. That's Chase Moore, number 58. Definitely the second best lineman on both sides, in my opinion.
He ran right into the arms of him for this play. Now it's 3rd down and 6 from the 48-yard line. Going to toss the ball. Morgan going to go to the outside, hit right at the line of scrimmage, and knocked down. No gain on that play. It'll bring up a 4th down and 6, and that's the first time we've seen a toss. It's usually been straight ahead power football.
Yeah, and that was the junior Jacob Russell. He runs it hard on offense, and man, does he bring it on D.
So 4th down and 6. We go under a minute to play. Tristan Kibben is the punter. Single returner back deep for the Rams at about his 12-yard line. Nice kick, end over end. This one is going to take a bounce. Herb's going to pick it up and pick up a couple of yards. Risky to take it on the bounce like that. Was able to get a few yards on the return.
Yeah, he's so quick. As soon as he touches it, he's usually almost 100% speed. You get a few extra yards, it's going to help your O.
35.5 to go in the opening quarter. Rams have a 7-0 lead on the Rovers and have the football at their 19-yard line.
Mark, they have just been rejuvenated since the end of that season. They got their rivals, McDonald, in Game 10, and they have not looked back since.
Coach Shaner said we're healthier than we've been in a long time, and it's shown the last 2 weeks. They're going to run it on 1st down. That looked like Russell on the carry, and we go under 30 seconds to play here in the opening quarter.
Have another Jesse's Dairy Cove scoreboard update. The Springfield Tigers down in the first quarter, 8-0 with Danville.
That's a very good Danville football team, and looks like the Rams will be content to let this first quarter clock run out. We have come to the end of one quarter here in Rootstown's Robert C. Dunn Field. After one, Mineral Ridge 7, Rootstown 0. We're back in 1 minute on City View Sportscast and Sports Radio 1240.
Shining Stars Dance and Baton in Niles, Ohio is home to state, regional, national, and international world champions. They offer a wide variety of classes for ages 2.5 and up for boys and girls. Celebrating over 31 years in business, the excellent staff of instructors will help take your baton twirling skills to the next level. Shining Stars would like to wish all the cheerleaders, dance line, band, feature twirler Amira, and players a successful season. Go Rams!
SNK, painting your house today. SNK, painting your house
SNK Painting provides exceptional painting and refinishing services to the Mahoning Valley and surrounding communities by being an industry leader in our field, focusing on customer service and delivering extraordinary results. We offer interior and exterior painting, and we specialize in cabinet refinishing with affordable cabinet solution. Call SNK Painting for your free estimate at 330-505-1910.
SNK, painting your house today.
Now back to the Beduricks Butcher Block High School football game of the week on City View Sportscast.
Shingledecker back to throw, looking downfield. Brady Balestrino curls and breaks open for a 9-yard gain, and a Ram first down out to the 30-yard line.
We always talk about, of course, you want the big plays. You want them to break it, but what matters most is getting that fresh set of downs, that 10-yard game, so to speak, and they've been very good at that the last couple games.
1st and 10 from the 30. Shingledecker is going to fake it. He's going to keep it, and this time read well by that Rovers defense. And he's going to get nothing on that play. Bring up a 2nd down and 10. Jesse's Dairy Cove scoreboard update. The winner of this game meets the winner of Pie Mitsuming Valley and Mogador. 8-7, Pie Valley leading Mogador in the first quarter.
It would be interesting, regardless of whichever one of these teams win, to end up with a second matchup if Pie Valley wins.
2nd and 10 out to the 30-yard line. Fast-moving first half is under 11 minutes to play. Shingle-Decker takes the snap. He'll hand the ball off. And no running room up the middle for Herb. And it's going to be a third down and long for the Rams.
And Zach Stacy add another pancake to the list. He's got a big pile this season. He just took one of the defensive linemen and just flattened him.
You talked about pancakes so much last week. That's what I had for dinner before the game. It's like, I know I'm going to hear it all night. I better have some today.
It was appropriate.
3rd and 8. 4 receivers in the formation. They fire the pass and it is caught by Grady Balestrino. He is dropped in his tracks. Rovers read that well, and it's going to bring up a 4th down, and the Rams will have to punt the ball away.
Yeah, senior Chris Cooper, the defensive back, 6'1", 170 pounds, read that perfectly. Big hit by the Rovers.
Malik and Cooper back to return the punt from Jacob Russell, averaging a little more than 31 yards a kick. Gets to the kick away, and that's going to be an over-the-shoulder catch by Cooper, who's back across the 40 with flags on the play and out to the 50-yard line. And we saw 2 flags when he was able to break to the outside for some extra yardage. Always looks like that's going to be the area of a block in the back.
Yeah, that's definitely coming back on the team in the blue. It was very blatant and obvious. Referee was standing right there.
So that block is going to back the Rovers up with 9:43 to play here in the first half.
Yeah, definitely not what you want. You shut down the Rams on that series. You want to get the ball back to your all-world running back, and now you're going to start a little farther back now.
Coming up at halftime, the PAC report with Commissioner Joe Enderko, Week 9 in the President's Athletic Conference, D3 football. Scores around the valley, and, of course, Matt's keys to the second half for the Rams, all coming up at halftime.
Quick Jesse's Dairy Cove score update. Warren Harding up 7-0 on Hudson.
Coach Arnold has the Raiders playing excellent football. Piscatani to throw, swings it out into the flat a little too tall as it was knocked loose of the intended receiver. Looking for Chris Cooper, the senior, and the incompletion brings up a 2nd and 10.
Yeah, Ian Herb looking for a pick. He just missed it, maybe about a foot.
9:39 to play, first half, 2nd and 10. Rovers from their 30-yard line, left to right here in quarter number 2. And the winner of this game meets the winner of Pymantoning Valley and Mogador. 2nd down and 10. Rovers have receivers to each side and an eye in the backfield. Piscatani to throw, try to set up the screen. Receiver makes the catch and was able to get a little bit upfield. It's going to bring up a 3rd down. 3rd down and about 4 to go for the Rovers.
Luke Porter coming up, and I'm sorry, that was Brady Balestrino coming up, making a big hit. Mr. Everything on O&D. Catch everything on O. He has just shown us so much on defense the last, I would say, 8 games of the year.
He played well defensively for sure last week in North Jackson against the Blue Jays. 3rd and 3 from the 37-yard line. 2 receivers go to the right side. Eye in the backfield. Will turn, give the ball to Morgan, looking for the first down. He's going to dive across the 40, out to the 41-yard line, and that'll move the chains for a Rovers first down.
They definitely dug deep on that one, and they got what they needed, that fresh set of downs.
Michael Latimer, a senior tight end, will check in. They're going to bring the fullback, Dominic Duvall, to the bench. 1st and 10 from the Rover, 41-yard line. Split 2 receivers to the right. Going to put Piscatani in the pistol with Morgan. Piscatani in trouble. He's going to go down. He's going to be sacked back inside the 40-yard line. The little option action did not fool the Rams defense.
Not at all. Corey Squirrick did a great job reading that. I'm going to tell you what, these defensive backs for the Rams have been lights out for weeks.
And they've definitely come up and done well in run support here in the first half. Loss of 3, sets up 2nd and 13, back to the 38-yard line. 7:45 first half, 7-0 Mineral Ridge leading Rootstown. Piscatani out of a pistol. Morgan with him in the backfield. Going to roll to the short side. Set. Going to go underneath, and the pass is intercepted at the 48-yard line. Brought back to the 40-yard line. Coming out of there with the interception, that's number 3. That's Julian Rossi, the senior, with the interception for the Rams.
He read it beautifully, picked it off, and you know what, Mark? We have a Rootstown player down on the sidelines.
Right in front of the bench, near the 40-yard line. They've got the training staff tending to him, so we'll have an official stoppage in play with 7:31 to play here in the first half.
We have a Jesse's Dairy Cove scoreboard update. We have Ursuline is up now 9-7 on Canfield. West Branch 7-7 with Streetsboro. And Western Reserve up 7-0 on Lowville. Poland and Struthers still knotted at 0. Lake Catholic up 7-0 on Niles. As we said, Warren Harding up 7-0 on Hudson. And Danville up 8-0 on Springfield.
You know, you never know. When you talk about when you get to this round of the playoffs, you see the better offenses. But you also see the better defenses when you get to the second, third round of the postseason. And scores not quite as high as they were around the area this week.
No, and you put it beautifully. You're going to see the better teams. And, you know, what do we always hear? Everybody in this booth knows what I'm about to say. Defense wins championships. It's just how it is, and they get better and better as you go.
Said by an offensive lineman.
Yeah, correct. I did play defense in high school too, but offense in college. So I will be guilty here.
They continue to tend to the player that is down on the Rovers bench with 7:31 to play here in the first half. And of course, we talked about this on all the shows on the iMedia One networks this week. We went from 28 down to 14 after one round, and we've got a couple of, you mentioned it, we've got Western Reserve and Lowville, we've got Canfield and Ursuline, we've got Struthers and Poland, so we know we're going to lose 3 teams there, but we also know 3 teams will move on to round 3.
Yeah, and if we remember last year, you had 3 teams go to the state championship, 2 of them won, South Range and Canfield, JFK coming up a little bit short.
Off the injury stoppage, 1st and 10 for the Rams. They give it to Herb, and Herb running it right up the middle of this defense for the Rovers, and they'll stop them after a short gain, and there hasn't been much room up the middle running the football against this Rovers defense.
No, and you have really good defensive linemen. You get number 61, Tony Karp, that 2-time All-Ohio player, plays defensive line too. If anything, he's big, he clogs it up.
Yeah, it was the PCL Defensive Player of the Year. Shingledecker to throw. Looks downfield, and that goes over the head of Brady Balestrino and incomplete. Brings up a 3rd down and 9 for the Rams.
Yeah, that's too bad because he was open. He definitely would have caught that one. Just a little too much meat on it.
Kind of threw that ball off his back foot. Did Shingledecker, and it sailed on him.
It did. He's getting better as a junior, though.
Trips to the right. 2 backs in the backfield with Shingledecker, who drops to throw. Looks downfield, pass caught. That's good coverage by the Rovers to make the tackle short of the 1st down marker and bring up 4th down.
Well, we're dealing with Coach Brian Shaner, and we know what he's going to do here.
He's not even going to hesitate. They go up tempo quickly with Shingledecker and Herb in the backfield. It's 4th down and just about 3. With single receivers to each side of the formation. Down under 6.5 to play in the first half. 4th down and 3. They give the ball to Herb, trying to bounce to the outside. He got across the 30 to the 29-yard line. He needed 3. He only got 2, and that is a hold by the Rovers defense.
Yeah, they did a good job at shutting it down. They just tripped him up enough to make him fall.
That is a nice one-on-one tackle with Herb in space to hold it to just 2 yards.
Yeah, not an easy thing to do, but, Ian Herb, the way that he is usually most dangerous is as soon as he gets the ball, bam, straight ahead. If he would have went straight, he probably would have got it.
Rovers take over on downs, 1st and 10 from their 29-yard line, 6:17 to play, first half.
We have a quick Jesse's Dairy Cove score update. Mogador and Pie Valley. Pie Valley up 8-7 now.
1st and 10. They are going to keep the ball with Piscatani, and he's going to stay on his feet and get across the 30 and out near the 31-yard line for a gain of 2. 9:17 to go in the half. And Mentor Lake Catholic holding a 7-0 lead over the Niles Red Dragons. Red Dragons missing a 29-yard field goal, their only scoring opportunity of the first half.
You can't let those opportunities go. Just like, you have the Rams get a turnover, no points. That is maybe going to hurt the Dragons.
2nd and 7 from the 32-yard line. Eye into the backfield. Single receivers to each side. Hand the ball off to Dawson Morgan, and Morgan's going to get a nice gain on 2nd down. It's going to set him up a couple yards shy, maybe 3, as they adjust the spot.
Preston, a.k.a. Buzzman. Wow, from Little Ram to Big Ram, without a doubt. Your hard work and talent and love of your brother Ram shows. So proud of you and to be a part of your journey. Love you, Buzz. We are Rams. Love Mimi.
3rd down and 2 for the Rovers. They're going to quick pitch it, and they're going to have the first down by just about a half yard on the quick toss. They needed 2, and they got about 2.5, and that'll be a Rovers first down.
The Stacy Bittner family would like to thank everyone for all the love and support everyone has given. We appreciate it. Go Rams.
1st and 10 with the ball on the 40-yard line. 4:45 to play here first half. Mineral Ridge with a 7-0 lead over Rootstown. Give it this time to the up back, and he is going to have a couple yards on the carry. That's Dominic Duval, number 24, on the carry. And give him about 2. It's 2nd and 8.
Yeah, it was number 4, Jacob Russell, the junior, doing a great job reading it, coming up and making a nice solo open field tackle.
2nd and 8 from the 42-yard line. We approach 4 minutes to play. What has been an unbelievably quick first half. Single receivers to each side, eye in the backfield. Receiver going to come in motion. That is Chris Cooper. Take the stretch handoff. Piscatani rolls to the outside. He's going to take the play action shot deep. Has his man open, and the pass knocked away and incomplete. And that was close. That was really close.
I actually expected one to come out there.
And the ball floated. The defensive back for the Rams made contact with Tristan Kibben while the ball was in the air, but no flag.
Well, you know what he did? Maybe the referee just made his decision. He did turn around a couple times and look for the ball. So that helps in that situation. I did expect one.
3rd down and 8 for the Rovers, as did this crowd down below us here at Robert C. Dunn Field. 3rd and 8, 3:50 to play in the half. Single receivers to each side of the formation. Tight end to the left, eye into the backfield with Morgan as the feature back. He'll get the handoff. Now he'll pull it back. Piscatani's going to look downfield and at his receiver open, Tristan Kibben running a little crossing route, and the pass falls incomplete. It brings up 4th and 8.
That's a huge stop for the Rams to get the ball out of that running back's hands.
Rovers, they've had open receivers. They just haven't been able to connect with the little bit of pressure they put on. Piscatani has him throwing the ball just a step early.
You got to imagine they're so used to being so strong in the run, they're maybe a little unpracticed with the pass.
Kibben to punt, gets another way, nice kick away again. This one will float to the sidelines and will go out of bounds right about the 33-yard line. So the Rams will have the ball back, 3:37 to play in the half, and they'll have all 3 of their timeouts We will keep it here and see what Coach Shaner elects to do here offensively.
We have another Jesse's Dairy Cove scoreboard update. The South Range Raiders up 14-0 on Ridgewood. We also have the Struthers and Poland game 0-0. Warren Harding now tied 7-7 with Hudson. Have a PA score. Sharon up 14-0 on Fairview.
Low snap this time to the quarterback, who's able to pick it up and turn a broken play into a gain of about 9. Going to be close to the first down marker. They will move the chains and say first down run for Shingledecker. The snap was low, the play was broken, and he turned it into a nice gain.
You see this at every level, college, pros a lot too. Quarterback drops the ball, he picks up, everyone freezes, and he just picked it up and started running.
2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left side. 2 backs in the backfield with Owen Shingledecker, the junior. We're going to run it with Jacob Russell out of the fullback spot. Russell down to the 47-yard line. He'll pick up 2.
You know, that one side, the right side of that line, you have a couple young guys, freshman Phoenix Walker and freshman Derek Rakic have been doing a great job.
They'll give him 3 officially. Balestrino goes in motion. They run the ball with Erb, who goes airborne across the 45 and down to the 43-yard line. That is another Ram first down.
Zach Stacy added another pancake to his list. He just pancaked number 49, Michael Latimer. He is shaken up a little bit after that one.
So they'll come right back to the line with 2 to the right, 1 to the left. Slot receiver Balestrino in motion, and they'll blow this play down. I was just going to ask, so is it maple syrup? Is it strawberries? Is it blueberries? What kind of pancakes are we having?
We're having every type.
I think we have so far.
Yeah, and if you noticed also on that play with Herb, if he's been running right up the gut, you got those big linemen there, that 2-time All-Staters right around that middle. They hit the left side. They got the first.
Procedure penalty on the Rams costs them 5. It's 1st and 15. Back to the 49-yard line of the Rovers. 2:15 to play. First half. Mineral Ridge a 7-0 lead on Rootstown. 2 to the right, 1 to the left. Shingledecker back to throw. 5-step drop. Sets the play up to Jacob Russell, who makes the catch. Russell across the 45 and down to the 41-yard line. I haven't seen that many screens out of this offense this year, but again, a different wrinkle in the game plan here in round 2.
Well, why not? If you look back in some of the games that the Rams had played in, they were
run it with Herb, trying to stretch to the outside, and he's got no room to run. He's pulled down for a 4-yard loss by Tristan Kibben, the junior. Read that play well.
Yeah, he read it. I just wanted to let you call that one, and he did. He read it beautifully. Looked like maybe the Rams were going to do something with that series, but he just shut that right down.
Back to 3rd down and 10. We have 1:32 to play here in the half, and we have a timeout on the field that we will keep it right here. And we talked about this earlier. It's one of those where it's no secret what both of these teams want to do. So not only how you throw the ball, but when you do. Are you taking deep shots? Are you throwing screens? Is it jet motion? Ways to get those linebackers maybe, back off the front of their feet when they're coming downhill.
Yeah, and, the Rams have really done a good job spreading the love, so to speak, with the run and the pass lately. When you have a receiver like Brady Balestrino back there, you know that you have someone that can catch just about anything.
Coach Shaner takes his second time out. Both teams left with a pair. Single receiver right, twins to the left. Single back in the backfield with Owen Shingledecker. Shingledecker pumps, going to take the shot downfield. Ball underthrown, but still caught. That's Herb, who went up high under 2 defenders to make his 20th catch on the year for a Ram first down.
We talked about pregame, about what he does it all, and he's a big boy, 6'1", 235. He can go up high for a pass.
1st and 10 to the 25-yard line. Shingledecker to throw it again. Pass caught. That's Balestrino who makes the catch, and Balestrino down to about the 16-yard line. Clock rolling now as we approach 1 minute to play in the half.
What I liked, as soon as he caught the ball, he turned it under to have those first shots miss, and he did a great job getting some extra yards.
Gain of 7, 2nd and 3 from the 18. Shingle-Decker to throw it again. Quick pass caught by Balestrino, and he's dropped in his tracks at the 11-yard line, but that'll be a first down for the Rams. And they will use their second timeout. 43 seconds in the half. Mineral Ridge 7, and it's Rootstown 0. We're back after a quick break on City View Sportscast and Sports Radio 1240.
With over 30 years of experience, Madurix Butcher Block in Mineral Ridge is a quality-driven company focused on great personal service. Our fresh meats are of the finest cut. We make a variety of burgers, sausages, and a full line of deli meats. Using our own smokehouse, we prepare different types of jerky, snack sticks, kibasi, bacon, hot dogs, and bone-in hams. When your tummy needs some relief, call 652-BEEF. That's 330-652-2333. Now back to the Madurix Butcher Block High School football game of the week on City View Sportscast.
Coach Channer uses his second timeout. He has one left. 1st and 10 Rams from the Rovers 11-yard line. Shingle-Decker has Russell to his right as he drops to throw. Looking right. Now being pressured, and he's going to get sacked back to the 20-yard line. As that pressure came up the middle by this Rovers defense. And the clock now rolls to 31.4 seconds before the Rams use their final timeout, and we'll keep it here.
Yeah, defensive end, number 7, Tristan McKibben. He's had a big game already. He's making a lot of plays on defense. Tight end, one of my favorite players, most dangerous player on offense is the tight end. We have a Jesse's Dairy Cove scoreboard update. Give you a PA score. The Sharon Tigers up 14-0 on Fairview. Grove City up 13-0 on Fort LeBeau. Hickory up 7-6 on General McLean. Warren Harding now up 14-7 on Hudson. Poland now on the scoreboard, 3-0 Struthers. They are just duking it out.
I called that first game back in Week 10 at Poland, and that was a defensive battle, so no surprise there. Sack brings it to 2nd and 19 from 38 seconds to play. Back to throw again, and going down again is Shingle-Decker back at the 29-yard line. And the Rams trying to get off the pile and get back to the line of scrimmage. Didn't quite get that opportunity to get up as fast as they wanted, but it is a 3rd and 29. Shingle-Decker takes the snap. Looks to throw, lobs one down the middle. That pass is intercepted at the 10-yard line. And that is going to be brought back to about the 25-yard line as Shingle-Decker tried to go downfield. No one home, and that's his 9th interception of the year.
We talked about the Rams should have maybe got a penalty. Number 18, Tyler Paulus, just tackled one of the receivers for the Rams. I can't believe there was not a flag on that one.
So 6.7 to play here in the first half. 1st and 10 for the Rovers from their 26-yard line.
Hey, I guess it's only fair in love and war. One each side gets a free one.
So 1st and 10 from the 26-yard line. What will the Rovers do here with just 6.7 seconds and pair of timeouts? And Piscatani is just going to take a knee and go into the locker room. We played a fast first half here tonight in Rootstown, and at the break, it is Mineral Ridge 7, and it is Rootstown 0. We're back after our first halftime break here on City View Sportscast and Sports Radio 1240.
With over 30 years of experience, Madurix Butcher Block in Mineral Ridge is a quality-driven company focused on great personal service. Our fresh meats are of the finest cut. We make a variety of burgers, sausages, and a full line of deli meats. Using our own smokehouse, we prepare different types of jerky, snack sticks, kibasi, bacon, hot dogs, and bone-in hams. When your tummy needs some relief, call 652-BEEF. That's 330-652-2333. 2023.
Jesse's Dairy Cove is a hometown favorite, located at 3743 State Route 46, across from the gazebo in Mineral Ridge. Enjoy all of your favorite ice cream. We have over 32 hard scoop and over 40 soft serve favorites. We also have a large food menu, including homemade chili sauce, sloppy joes, pulled pork, fresh cut French fries, and mac and cheese. This fall, we'll start our homemade cookie and party trays. Visit our website at justicedairycove.com to see our menu. At Justice Dairy Cove, we appreciate your business and wish good luck to the Rams.
If you love history, head over to YouTube and check out Blogging Through History. Hosted by Mineral Ridge High School graduate Chris Mowery, Blogging Through History visits historic sites to explore not only the well-known figures and events of the past, but also compelling stories that maybe you've never heard before. Chris would also like to wish his niece Amira Emsch and the Mineral Ridge Rams the best of luck for a successful 2023 season.
Experience nature's bounty with Creation's Backyard. Elevate your health with the most nutrient-dense foods on earth. From farm to table, sustainably cultivated with care. Grown locally in Niles, Ohio with no chemicals or synthetics ever. Unlock your culinary creativity with Creation Backyard Microgreens. Convenient local delivery and pickup options available. Order now at creationsbackyard.com or call 330-282-7208.
Now back to the Beduricks Butcher Block High School football game of the week on CityView Sportscast.
Halftime underway here from Robert C. Dunn Field in Rootstown, with the Rams holding a 7-0 lead over the homestanding Rootstown Rovers. And it's now time for this week's edition of the President's Athletic Conference Report with Commissioner Joe Anderko.
Welcome to the PAC Football Report, covering games on November 4th, 2023. I'm Joe Anderko. This week we will look back at Week 9 football action in the President's Athletic Conference, while also previewing Week 10 games on the gridiron this Saturday. Grove City clinched at least a share of the PAC title for the first time in 25 years, improving to 9-0 with a 56-14 home win over winless Bethany. The win also clinched the PAC's automatic bid to the NCAA D3 playoffs for the Wolverines. In other action, Washington and Jefferson won a 38-33 home shootout against Case Western Reserve. Westminster jumped out to a 22-0 third-quarter lead before holding off a huge St. Vincent comeback for a 22-20 final. Geneva captured its third straight win with a come-from-behind 43-29 victory at Waynesburg. Finally, Allegheny downed Teal at home 27-3. Carnegie Mellon had the weekend off. PAC Player of the Week laurels for Week 9 went to W&J junior quarterback Jacob Pugh on offense, sophomore linebacker Ben Bladel of Grove City on defense, and freshman Craig Sonson Jr. of Westminster on special teams. Earning PAC Newcomer of the Week recognition was Allegheny freshman cornerback David Williams. Week 10 again features 5 league contests, while Grove City has the bye week. The slate is highlighted by 7-1 Carnegie Mellon traveling to New Wilmington to face 5-3 Westminster at Harold Burry Stadium at 1 p.m. The Titans hold a narrow 21-20-1 all-time record against CMU. The Tartans prevailed in a 10-0 defensive slugfest in a driving rain in Pittsburgh last season, en route to their second straight PAC title. Veteran Westminster head coach Scott Benzel discusses the state of his program heading into the season's home stretch.
With an opportunity to play against two really good teams, obviously Carnegie Mellon, the record speaks for themselves. We're going to have our hands full with them, and then Geneva is always a tough game. Clearly, it's one of our biggest rivalries. So the message for our players is really simple. You know, we try to just get better and improve each week.
With a bye coming up in Week 11, 3-6 Allegheny will close its 2023 campaign when the Gators travel to Cleveland to battle 6-2 Case Western Reserve at DeSanto Field at 2 p.m. Allegheny has dominated the all-time series 20-9 against the Spartans, but Case has won the last 2 meetings, including a 54-7 final in 2022. First-year Gator head coach Braden Lair talks about the keys for his program to improve as they close one season and start preparations for another.
We're going to put together some playlists of areas for improvement, and that's not necessarily, hey, we could have made a play here, or, this was a missed assignment. It's more, hey, these are weight room clips, right? These are improvements we can make with our strength. These are technique clips, right? Plays that we can make by being better and more sound in what we are trying to do.
Two teams hoping to close the campaign on a positive note will lock horns when 1-7 Waynesburg travels to 0-8 Bethany for a 1 p.m. kickoff at Bison Stadium. It's the 61st all-time meeting in a series that dates back to 1899, with the Jackets holding a 31-22-7 advantage, including a 34-17 win in 2022. Bethany head coach Brandon Robinson knows the importance for both teams trying to get a cherished victory late in the season.
We got to take it day by day, but I do know it would be really important. It'd be really big for the young men in this program to get a win in these next 2 weeks. So I think it'd be huge from a momentum standpoint carrying us into the off season, but we got to prepare the right way and we got to work the right way.
Other Week 10 games include 6-2 W&J traveling to Beaver Falls for a 1 p.m. kickoff at Reeves Field against 4-4 Geneva. Both teams enter the game on win streaks, with the Presidents having won their last 2 games and the GTs entering with 3 straight victories. The teams are meeting for the 70th time since 1891. W&J edged Geneva 24-20 in their last matchup in 2021. Finally, 2-6 Teal travels to Chuck Knoll Field in Latrobe to face 2-6 St. Vincent at 1 p.m. The Bearcats hold a narrow 13-11 all-time series advantage and have won the last 7 meetings with the Tomcats, including a 24-16 win in Greenville a year ago. That's all for this edition of the PAC Football Report. Please log on to the conference website at www.pacathletics.org all season long for the latest news, scores, statistics, and other league information. You can follow us on social media via Facebook, X, formerly known as Twitter, and Instagram. Links are available at the PAC website. I'm Joe Onderco. Thanks for listening, and we'll see you at the stadium.
Thank you, Commissioner Anderco. No Grove City football this week. They have the bye of the open date before playing the Mercer County Cup against Teal coming up next Saturday. Matt, you were actually with me this past Saturday to see Grove City clinch a share of the PAC title with their win last week. And not only did they clinch a share of the conference title with that win against Bethany last week, but they clinched the automatic berth for the first time in school history in the D3 playoffs.
Yeah, it was so fun to come, and I specifically wanted to come to that game. I could have went last week, but you told me the importance of that matchup, and it was just so impressive. You know, I've been following you guys for years, and you guys have gone through some really tough seasons, but the program has really been doing a great job getting better and better. They planted some seeds, pulled in some really good coaches. I met your offensive line coach. What a great guy. And I was just proud just to be there and to watch you guys, you know, set history in motion.
Yeah, at one point early on in my career calling those games, they had lost 33 in a row at one point. So to be 9-0 for the first time in school history with who knows what other history to be set down the road will be interesting to see. The Ram Marching Band entertaining us here on the field at halftime. It is Mineral Ridge with a 7-0 lead over the Rootstown Rovers. We'll take another halftime break, and when we come back, we'll recap ever so quickly the first half scoring and have a lot more for you here. Halftime continues. Mineral Ridge 7, Rootstown 0. City View Sportscast and Sports Radio 1240.
With over 30 years of experience, Madurix Butcher Block in Mineral Ridge is a quality-driven company focused on great personal service. Our fresh meats are of the finest cut. We make a variety of burgers, sausages, and a full line of deli meats. Using our own smokehouse, we prepare different types of jerky, snack sticks, kibasi, bacon, hot dogs, and bone-in hams. When your tummy needs some relief, call 652-BEEF. That's 330-652-2333. If you love history, head over to YouTube and check out Blogging Through History. Hosted by Mineral Ridge High School graduate Chris Mowery, Blogging Through History visits historic sites to explore not only the well-known figures and events of the past, but also compelling stories that maybe you've never heard before. Chris would also like to wish his niece Amira Emsch and the Mineral Ridge Rams the best of luck for a successful 2023 season.
If you are seeking a skilled photographer in Northeast Ohio with experience in capturing documentary-style photographs for various occasions such as family events, weddings, graduations, sporting events, and other special occasions, look no further than Colleen Moore Photography. Accessible via ColleenMoorePhotography.com, or she can be reached at 330-314-7547. Colleen sends her best wishes to the Mineral Ridge Rams for a fantastic season. Go Rams!
W&M Quality Roofing, LLC is an insured and bonded Mahoning Valley family-owned roofing business. At W&M, we treat your roof and home as if it's our very own. Give us a call at 330-647-0610 for a free estimate. Did you get damage from the latest storm? We also offer financing and specialists for insurance claims. For professional and efficient service, call W&M Quality Roofing at 330-647-0610. Now back to the Beduricks Butcher Block High School Football Game of the Week on CityView Sportscast.
Halftime continues here on CityView Sportscast and Sports Radio 1240. A moment for us to let you know you are listening to CityView Sportscast, part of the iMedia One Network and Sports Radio 1240. WBBW Youngstown, a Cumulus media station, as we hit the top of the hour at 8 o'clock. You're listening to Mark Meets, Matt Emsch, the great crew back at our iMedia One studios in Struthers, keeping us on the air and led by Chief Engineer Dave Ferris back there. We appreciate all of their hard work. I've been resting up all halftime just so I could get the recap of the scoring in.
There we go.
3:23 of the first quarter. Shingledecker had the completion of 23 yards to Ethan Pemberton. The extra point by Powell made it 7-0 Rams, and that's where we sit. There's been a couple of turnovers, couple of penalties, couple that should have been called each way that weren't. It's kind of the way we anticipated this game going.
Yeah, it is, and we expected maybe a little more yardage from the running back Dawson Morgan, who had he has well over 2,000 yards, added some today. But the Rams have done a really good job defensively. Chet Allen, the defensive coordinator, we've known him for a while. He just, is an excellent preparation type of coach, and he has his guys ready defensively.
And, here's the interesting thing about it. We talked all week about the two running backs.
Mm-hmm.
We talked about, it's Morgan and Erb. And neither one has really done much in the first half. And it's easy to say when you're game planning for a playoff game, stop that guy. But for the most part, both defenses have done that in the first half.
Yeah, they prepared all week long to shut down each's superstar, and as you said, they've done a good job. You've seen a little more out of Owen Shingledecker, the quarterback. He's had more chances to show his speed, and then of course you have a very good passing game when you can get the ball to Brady Balestrino and some of the other guys like. Corey Squirrick and Caden McCune and Michael Lockhart, and also Ian Erb does a good job on the pass.
And we've seen some wrinkles that we didn't see last week. We've seen more in the quarterback run game with Shingledecker. Mm-hmm. We've seen more in the screen game, whether it's been Erb, whether it has been Jacob Russell, either one of those two involved in the screen game. And it's one of those where there's now 11 weeks of film out there on you. So you need to have, not necessarily tricks, but something you can go to if your basic isn't working.
Well, let's be honest. When coaches want film in exchange, they want those losses. They want to see what worked about it. Now, of course, when you're in the playoffs, you want the ones that are most previously happening. But also, I would want, something like the Lowville film for the Rams, which showed weaknesses, but again, you want the ones that have happened most recently because Chet's done a great job, fixing those problems. But,
I kind of guess it would almost be a balance. You want to see what they struggled against, but you also want to see what they succeed at and try to take that away. You got to find that happy medium somewhere.
You do. Well said, Mark. And again, when you're focusing on the main players that you hear about all week long, Ian Erb and Dawson Morgan, you're going to start to see other players that will pop up. And again, being repetitive. Owen Shingledecker getting to showcase his speed and holes opening up. The middle of that defensive line for the Rovers is very stout. So you started to see Ann Arbor get a little more yardage when they started running off tackle away from that.
And, this is a really interesting region, Division 6, Region 21. You look at the top, and the top-seeded team, the team that, they seem like they always make a run to Canton, Kirtland, number 1. They are 10-1 on the season. Losers in the state championship game last year, which was surprising to a lot of people across the state in D6. So you have, Kirtland has the best record of any team remaining at 10-1. And then you look at Mineral Ridge and you look at Canton Central Catholic, both teams that have 4 losses playing in the second round.
Yeah, you know what? I always think the teams that have had some of those early losses in the regular season, which was the Rams, they had some of them, the sign of a good football program is when you have losses and you learn from those losses. Sometimes you can learn more from a loss and go further in the playoffs or a championship even if you look at what you did wrong and you correct it. And that's what the Rams have done with the losses that have gone on. Some of the teams that have 0 losses or have not tasted defeat since week 1, they're the ones that, got to be more careful because you don't know what's going to show up on your doorstep.
Couple of quick Jesse's Dairy Cove scores before we take a break. Niles on the board at the end of the first half. Bay Trail, Menor Lake Catholic by a score of 21-7. Danville shutting out Springfield, Matt, at the half, 16-0. We know that's a good Danville team.
It is. And, I got to see Springfield this year, and it's a fabulous coaching staff. The program is really one of the best in Ohio. But, every program gets, a group of younger guys, and you're rebuilding it. And that's where they are. They've got a lot of young players like Mineral Ridge has. Ridge has had to start and are starting tons of freshmen and sophomores this year, so they'll be all right. I'm not surprised, actually.
Of course, this game, the winner of this game between Rootstown and Mineral Ridge meets the winner of Mogador and Pymantoning Valley. First report we got was 8-7. Pie Valley had the lead. Since then, it's 2 unanswered touchdowns by Mogador, and they lead Pie Valley 21-8 at the half. So the winner of that game meets the winner of this game at a neutral site to be determined Sunday afternoon by the OHSAA. We'll take a break. When we come back, we will get Matt's keys to the second half for the Rams, and we'll get you a full Jesse's Dairy Cove scoreboard. Halftime, Mineral Ridge 7 and Rootstown 0 here on CityView Sportscast and Sports Radio 1240.
Shining Stars Dance and Baton in Niles, Ohio is home to state, regional, national, and international world champions. They offer a wide variety of classes for ages 2.5 and up for boys and girls. Celebrating over 31 years in business, the excellent staff of instructors will help take your baton twirling skills to the next level. Shining Stars would like to wish all the cheerleaders, dance line, band, feature twirler Amira, and players a successful season. Go Rams!
SNK, painting your house today. SNK, painting your house
SNK Painting provides exceptional painting and refinishing services to the Mahoning Valley and surrounding communities by being an industry leader in our field, focusing on customer service and delivering extraordinary results. We offer interior and exterior painting, and we specialize in cabinet refinishing with affordable cabinet solutions. Call SNK Painting for your free estimate at 330-505-1910.
SNK, painting your house today.
Experience nature's bounty with Creations Backyard. Elevate your health with the most nutrient-dense foods on earth. From farm to table, sustainably cultivated with care. Grown locally in Niles, Ohio with no chemicals or synthetics ever. Unlock your culinary creativity with Creation Backyard Microgreens. Convenient local delivery and pickup options available. Order now at creationsbackyard.com or call 330-282-7208.
8. Action Physical Therapy is a locally owned outpatient physical therapy company serving the Mahoning Valley for over 20 years, with 5 convenient locations in Hubbard, Cortland, Kinsman, Salem, and Mineral Ridge. Action Physical Therapy can handle all of your physical therapy needs. Action Physical Therapy will create a unique plan made specifically for you. Call us at 1-8333-BEST-PT to schedule your evaluation today. Check us out at myactionpt.com. Get back in action with Action Physical Therapy, and as always, go Rams.
Now back to the Beduricks Butcher Block High School football game of the week on CityView Sportscast.
Wrapping up halftime here on CityView Sportscast and also Sports Radio 1240. And what do you got for Jesse's Dairy Cove scoreboard?
We have the Danville up now on Springfield at half, 16-0. Tigers in trouble right now. Sharon Tigers, little PA action, 14-0 over Fairview. Grove City, 28. Fort LeBeau, 0. Hickory, 20-6 over General McLean. Warren, Harding, and Hudson at half now tied 14-all. Lake Catholic at half up 21-7 on Niles. The Poland and Struthers rematch. Poland up at half 3-0. So that's a slobber knocker right there. South Range starting to pull away at half 28-0 on Ridgewood. Cuyahoga Heights 13-0 on United. Canfield at half up 13-9 on Ursuline. So Ursuline better pick it up there, guys. Austintown Fitch in the second are just getting throttled by Walsh Jesuit 44-7.
Wow.
West Branch 21-14 over Streetsboro, and Lowellville at half 17-0 over the Blue Devils of Western Reserve.
So few surprises both ways, but kind of had a feeling that that Struthers Poland game would be like that at least through the first half. Those are two very physical football teams.
They are, and as you mentioned earlier, they went down to the wire. If not for Coach Bayek deciding to go for 2, it would have went into overtime, and who knows how that would have ended up.
Yeah, and I like I said, I got a chance to call that game. It was a very physical game where it was mostly a running type of afternoon, but it turned into whoever could hit a couple of big passes.
Yeah, I think that those two programs are both on the up and up. Obviously, Poland has not been themselves over the years, but this year he got to beat Big Brother at Canfield, and he's playing great at Poland.
So Rams are going to get the ball to begin the third quarter. What are you looking for on both sides of the ball from the Rams here in the second half?
The Rams have got to stop running up the middle. No more dives or leads up in those A-gaps. Get away from number 61 and some of those other players.
You talk about not running the ball up the middle like that. We saw a couple counters last week. I wonder if that might work. You make that hard cut, and then you bounce to the outside, get those linebackers to potentially over-pursue. You could have a big run.
Yeah, and you see earlier they did run a counter trey. They pulled, Derek Rakic and Kamani Johnson-Winford. Johnson-Winford's a sophomore, and Rakic is a freshman. You have the guard will kick out the tight end, and then the tackle turn up and hopefully get to the linebacker. And they're doing great jobs as young guys. They got some yardage off of that. And as you saw when Ian Erb in that before the end of the game in that second quarter, he hit that tackle gap and he got some great yardage.
I want to thank Tim Street and the OHSAA for having the iMedia One Network and Cumulus Station Sports Radio 1240 and AM 600 WRQX is part of the OHSAA radio network for the 2023 state championships, and we look forward to continuing that relationship as we let you know it's time for the second half kickoff, brought to you by Youngstown Orthopedic Associates, and set to kick the football away. That is Blake Mullally, who will kick the football away, and the Rams have 2 men back deep, standing at about their 10-yard line. And we are ready for the third quarter to get underway. Low squib kick. Going to be played on a bounce, picked up across the 20, to the 25, to the 30, to the 35, to the 40, to the 45-yard line on a great return by the Rams to begin the third quarter with Caden McCune, the senior wide receiver defensive back, getting it done.
Caden McCune and Corey Squirk and Matt Monnier, those guys, the second half of the season, have just been completely different players.
So this will be great field position for the Rams to begin the third quarter on their own 46-yard line, right to left here in third quarter, with one receiver to the right and one to the left. Chingle-Decker will hand the ball off to Herb, running short side, and Herb got to about the 49-yard line before being pushed back, and haven't seen a lot of run off the short side, Matt, in the first half. That was the first one.
Yeah, and you're starting to see the adjustments that Coach Shaner is doing.
Gain of 2, brings up a 2nd and 8. One receiver to the right, 2 to the left side. They're going to run it right up the middle, and that is going to be about a 6-yard gain on second down. And that's going to set up a third down and a long 2.
Yeah, I actually liked what Johnson Winford actually took care of number 61, on that play.
Third down and 3. Shingle-Decker gives the ball to Herb. Faked it up the middle, then just lowered the shoulder. And the 6-foot, 190-pound senior lowered the shoulder, got across the 45, and got a Ram first down.
You know, again, I'm impressed with number 64, the freshman Derek Rakic is playing tackle on that left side of that young line. Had a pancake himself that time on number 70, Dominic Siglo, and he helped him up. Nice sportsmanship.
They run with Herb again off the short side, and Herb's going to be down to 42-yard line. It'll be a gain of 2. It's second down and 8. One receiver going to go to the right, 2 to the left side. It's Shingle-Decker and Herb in the backfield. 10:15 to play here in the first half. Russell goes in motion. They give the ball to Ian Herb, and Herb not able to break free from a tackle. He's going to be dropped for about a half-a-yard loss, and it'll bring up a third down and 7 to go for the Rams.
Number 55, Kyle Kuharich, the senior, doing a good job getting through the line and getting a nice tackle there.
So third down and 8 from the 42-yard line. The Rams will send one receiver right, 2 to the left side. Shingle-Decker to throw. Looks that way, and the pass errant and incomplete. Looking for Ian Herb, who slid down to the grass, and it brings up a fourth down and 8, and here comes the punting unit for the Rams.
Yeah, that was a good job by the Rovers to shut that down. It looked like the Rams were going to go ahead and maybe get down the field, get some points, but they just put the kibosh on that series.
So Russell will punt. Single returner back at the 10-yard line for the Rovers. Good snap to Russell. Gets the kick away. High kick. He's just going to let this one roll, and it will roll into the end zone for the touchback. And the Rovers will have the ball for the first time left to right here in the third quarter.
Yeah, the Jesse's Dairy Cove scoreboard update. Mogador up 21-8 on Pie Valley.
Of course, the winner of that game meets the winner of this game at a site to be determined. So first and 10 from the 20-yard line as the Rovers come out offensively. Rams, for the most part, did a good job holding Dawson Morgan in the first half of action running the football. First and 10 from the 20, eye into the backfield. Single receivers to each side of the formation. They give it to Morgan, running to that short side, and he'll fall forward. And he's going to gain about 2 yards.
Jacob Russell's down.
Yeah, Russell down on the field at about the 29-yard line. After a gain of 6, sets up second down and 4.
he immediately got up and started jumping up and down, went down and grabbed at his ankle. Definitely you don't want anybody hurt, but not a player like that.
Yeah, training staff quickly out to look at the junior Jacob Russell, who came in second on the team in rushing with 429 yards, second on the team in rushing touchdowns with 4. He added that 4th one last week against Jackson Milton. So they will take a look at the junior running back on some type of lower body injury. While they look at him, let's step aside for a break. 9:25 to play, third quarter. Middle Ridge 7 and Rootstown 0 on City View Sportscast and Sports Radio 1240. Back in 30 seconds.
SNK, painting your house today. SNK, painting your house.
SNK Painting provides exceptional painting and refinishing services to the Mahoning Valley and surrounding communities by being an industry leader in our field, focusing on customer service and delivering extraordinary results. We offer interior and exterior painting, and we specialize in cabinet refinishing with affordable cabinet solution. Call SNK Painting for your free estimate at 330-505-1910.
SNK, painting your house today.
Now back to the Beduricks Butcher Block High School football game of the week on City View Sportscast.
Morgan, and he gets across the 30 to the 31-yard line, and that is a first down for the Rovers. Needed 4, got that at a little extra, and a first down.
Yeah, Preston Holbrook, the sophomore, has been a little quiet tonight on defense. He has been getting double-teamed at times, I've seen.
So first and 10, Rovers out to their 30-yard line. 9 minutes, 5 seconds to play, third quarter. Score's been the same since early on. Mineral Ridge with a 7-0 lead. Second down and 10. They are going to run it again with Morgan. Morgan able to break a couple of tackles and get back near the line of scrimmage, but multiple flags on the play.
Yeah, moving back, it looked like there was a hold on. I couldn't see. I think it was Chase Moore got his shirt pulled on there again. I could be wrong.
Have to wait for the official who's looking across the sidelines to the Ram bench to see what they want to do. And that initial indication is that it's going to be a hold. So that will back things up for the Rovers with 8:54 to play here in the third quarter.
You know, Chase Moore, he might be a sophomore, but he is just playing like a senior. And, you know, you think of also his brother last week who got hurt. Jordan Moore broke his fibula last week, and he's out for the rest of the year, a junior. He'll be back next year, though.
First and 20 from the 22-yard line. Piscatani under center, eye in the backfield. He'll give it on the handoff to Morgan, trying to get to the outside, and that's good pursuit to the football by this Ram defense. Short gain, and then I see the sportsmanship's been great tonight. Helping each other up after the play.
Yeah, that's happened numerous times. I've seen many Rams, you know, after they've made a hit or made a good block, helping the player up, and vice versa. I saw a couple of the Rovers do the same thing.
That's good coaching. That's good sportsmanship. You want to see that here as we get deeper into the postseason. 2nd and 17 after a gain of 3 on first down. Under 8 minutes to play here in the third quarter.
You see Jacob Russell checking back in as well.
Piscatani got to work out of a pistol with Morgan next to him. He'll drop to throw. With time in the pocket. Eyes downfield. He'll load up and take a deep shot downfield. And that pass underthrown and almost intercepted by Julian Rossi. Already has 1 today. And a risky throw into double coverage by Piscatani, looking for Tristan McKibben downfield.
Yeah, and not only Julian Rossi, but you also had Cade McCune. Both had a chance at that, making a pick, and I think that's why it happened that way.
Maybe that was Malik, number 2, downfield on the intended throw. So it's 3rd and 17 back at the 25-yard line. Single receivers each side, Cooper and Malik. Eye in the backfield, Piscatani under center. Takes the stretch handoff, rolls to the outside. Going to come all the way across the field. Had a man open, but the pass sailed on him, and a late flag comes in at the end of the play. And
legal man downfield.
That looked to be the initial indication.
Yep.
As looked like one of the offensive linemen made it a little too far downfield. So they will decline the penalty. It will bring up a 4th down and 17. The Rams defense will force the punt, and Ian Erb will go back to return this kick.
Have a quick Jesse's Derico scoreboard update. Danville up 16-0 on Springfield. Warren Harding tied with Hudson, 14-all. Struthers and Poland still 3-0 the Bulldogs. South Range up 28-0. Cuyahoga Heights up 13-0 on United.
Erb went to return the punt. The cleat kind of stuck in the ground, and he wasn't able to backpedal the way he wanted to. And so the ball checks up at the 38-yard line, and that's where the Rams will have it to begin this possession here in the third, going right to left.
Another score real quick that has, it has implications on this matchup. Mogador 21, Pie Valley 8. That is in the third quarter.
So that game has kind of been stuck at that score for a while at 21-8 as they play in the third. Rams have the football, 1st down and 10. They're going to run the ball with Erb across the 40, 45, and out of bounds near the 48-yard line, and he's hit late and driven into the bench. And good to see Erb pop right back up after he hit the bench on the Rovers sidelines, and that's going to be 15 more on the end of that run.
With exception to one play on the McDonald game, the Rams have done really good in terms of keeping their heads over the last few weeks in situations where you might expect a fight to break out.
So they did a nice job. Couple of Rams players just went over, picked him up, brought him back to the huddle. So they will add the late hit penalty on the top of the run by Erb. This will take the football to the 36-yard line of the Rovers and bring up a 1st down and 10. 7:16 to play, third quarter. Mineral Ridge with a 7-0 lead on Rootstown. They have the football. Shingle-Decker gives the ball to Erb. Up the middle with a slight cut to the outside to the right for a nice gain on 1st down. And you could see that adjustment here in the third quarter. The initial attack may be, guard center up the middle, but it's done with an intention to cut to either side.
It is. He's doing a good job, too.
Right back to Erb with the football. And Erb going to drive downfield and pick up about 6. And now 2 more flags come in at the end of the play.
That was dumb. Jacob Russell just got a 15-yard penalty on the Rams for pushing a guy. It's because, oh boy, Ian Erb's hurt. Somebody pushed Ian Erb, and he's hurt now.
Yeah, Erb down on the field, and initial reaction was not good as he was kind of slamming his fist into the grass. And now got a couple of trainers and the officials are around Erb down on the field at the 30-yard line.
Yeah, something happened with Ian that caused Jacob Russell to push that player.
So they are looking at Erb, who's completely now surrounded by the training staff and couldn't see. Initially, you could tell by his reaction, Matt, that he was hurt, but it wasn't a reach for a shoulder or a leg or an ankle. You really couldn't tell what it was that was bothering him right away.
No, and, more than anything, he is one of the nicest, just intelligent, fine young men I've ever known. Honestly, besides the fact he's a great football player, he's just an amazing young kid, and you don't want to see anybody hurt. A good job. There you go.
So Erb able to get up with just a little bit of a limp.
Yeah.
As he makes his way to the sideline. So dead ball, personal foul on the Rams. Going to back him up. So this will make it, instead of 2nd down, this will make it a 2nd down and very long now for the Rams.
Well, that's also the situation. You have a junior not thinking, he might have saw something that they did to him. Keep your head, though. You're driving down the field. You're in good scoring position. Don't hurt your team.
So the Dead ball penalty on the Rams is going to back the football all the way up to the 44-yard line. It set up a third down and long, 3rd and 18. Rams huddling on the far sidelines. Great crowd has come out again today from Mineral Ridge to support this team, just like they did last week in North Jackson against the Blue Jays. Stands are almost full across the way from us.
Yeah, they are. They have definitely followed their Rams, now in a 3rd and long position.
So 3rd down and 18 at the 44-yard line. Play action for Shingledecker, who steps up, and he's going to run with the football. Couple of flags on the play as he has the first down and a lot more inside the 10-yard line, but there's a penalty flag all the way back at the 48-yard line of the Rovers, and this play is coming back.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be a hold. That's going to hurt. You're going to end up bringing out that punt team. These referees are on top of things today, and it's not one-sided. They're hitting both teams.
And that's what you'd expect at this level. There hasn't been a lot of penalties, but it seems like the penalties have hurt both teams, and this hold will again wipe out the big run by Shingledecker.
Yeah, what a shame, because that's the biggest run he would have had all season.
So the holding penalty wipes out the run inside the 10-yard line of the Rovers, and it will back this football up to the 46-yard line of the Rams and make it 3rd down and 28. 6:21 to play here, 3rd quarter. Clock now rolling. A 7-0 lead for the Rams over the Rovers.
Time for Mr. Balestrino to do some magic.
That is Bryce Rohrman now in there at the running back spot. He lost the football on the handoff and had it just fall on the football. That is all the way back to the 44-yard line. That's a loss of a couple more, and we'll bring up a 4th down, and we'll bring Russell out to punt the football away.
Well, you've pointed out like how Ian Erb got his heel stuck in the ground. You see guys slip. That's the difference when you have grass, especially at this time of the year. A lot more slipping than the turf.
High snap flag on the play. Russell's going to have to keep this football. He's going to be driven out of bounds right about the 44-yard line, but there's a penalty flag on the snap. We'll have to sort this one out. Yeah, Russell had no choice but to try and take off with the football on the high snap. Illegal procedure on the Rams. They will decline that penalty, and the Rovers are going to have unbelievable field position at the Ram 44-yard line to begin this drive.
And it all revolves around that personal foul from Russell. You've got to keep your head, especially at this time of the year.
5:33 to play, 3rd quarter. The Rovers take over the football at the Ram 44-yard line. 1st down and 10. Piscatani, the quarterback. Dawson Morgan, the feature back. 2,000 yards rushing on the season coming in for the Rovers. Full house backfield. Piscatani is going to keep the football. He'll be able to get forward for a couple of yards. And got a flag at the end of this play as well. Holding on the Rovers, going to back them up and bring up a 1st down and long, and penalties starting to pile up for both teams here in the early stages of the 3rd quarter.
They are, and they're having an effect on the way this game is being played. But the Rams, who really pride themselves, especially the second half of the season, as a bend but not break kind of defense, definitely needed that to help with this vaunted running game.
Dominic Duval, the fullback, going to check out as the Rovers send both Cooper and Malik to the left. They'll bring in an extra wide receiver to the right side. McKibben goes in motion. They'll run the ball with Morgan. And Dawson Morgan down to about the 46-yard line. Going to get a lot of that penalty back and bring up a second down and about 12 yards to go.
The left side of that line, led by number 61, Tony Karp, and 55, Kyle Kuharich, did a great job blowing up on that side of the line.
Single receivers to each side. Got a wing now to the right side. Piscatani flips the football to Morgan. Morgan had a big head of steam, and he's able to drive all the way down near the 35-yard line, and another late flag comes in at the end of this play.
Oh, I hope that's not on. I hope that's not on Ethan Pemberton.
That looks like it's going to be. That's a hold. It's a very late. Not only was it a late hold, Matt, it is on the complete opposite side of the field from where that play went.
Yeah, we've been giving them a lot of love, but you got to let them know when they do it too. Number 61, Tony Karp, that was on him. The guy has a great ability. He does phenomenal, but that penalty was on him.
I did try to do some research looking at all the laurels that he has in his high school career.
Oh, phenomenal.
He's an amazing baseball player, too. Everything I found about him was the terrific baseball player he's been as well here for the Rovers.
Wow.
2nd and 12 back at the 46-yard line. They run the ball with Dawson Morgan straight up the middle. Morgan across the 45 and down to the 43-yard line.
Great tackle by number 44, Preston Holbrook, that super sophomore who has just been absolutely lights out all season long.
3rd and 9 for the Rovers from the Ram 43-yard line. 3 minutes, 50 seconds, clock rolling, third quarter. 7-0, Mineral Ridge leading Rootstown. Second round action, Division 6, Region 21. Single receivers to each side. Morgan to the right of the quarterback, Piscatani. Man goes in motion. Piscatani's going to keep it. He got stood up in the line and got slammed back after a short gain. It's going to bring up 4th down and 9 for the Rovers, and they're going to try and punt and flip the field position.
Great tackle by number 15, Corey Squirk, and got a little help by big man Chase Moore, number 58.
4th and 9, Tristan McKibben to punt the football away. Good snap right back to him. Gets away a nice high kick. Rams will say, let's just back away from this, and it takes a pretty good roll for the Rovers. And the punt game's been very solid for the Rovers. They kick it high.
Mm-hmm.
That way their coverage team has a good job to get downfield and make tackles.
Yeah, they do, and they try also, hopefully, that it would roll down maybe closer to the goal line and get that. Have a quick Jesse's Dairy Cove scoreboard update. Where'd it go? I have the Struthers Poland game. Struthers now up 7-3 on the Poland Bulldogs.
So 7-3 in that one. The winner of that game meets the winner of Niles and Menor Lake Catholic in round 3.
Lake Catholic up 21-7.
They run it with Jacob Russell. Russell tries to get to the outside, and he's going to be blown up deep in the backfield as try to work to the wide side of the field, and there was no room for the junior Jacob Russell, and looked like all eyes on the defense were on number 4.
Yeah, and you know what? One of the problems that they've had throughout this season, and when they try to string it out too far around the ends with the big boys, they get caught. Great pursuit by the Rovers on defense.
Loss of 3, 2nd and 13, back to the 15, and Russell's now down on the field at the 10-yard line.
He's getting stretched.
When they've had to go a little deeper into the depth of the running back, we've seen Bryce Rohrman, the senior, 24, get some action, and he's probably going to be in for at least one play with Russell down being stretched out.
You know, the great thing about this Rams team is they've been able to get young guys in many, many times this year. They've had running clocks in maybe 5 or 6 games. So you get those young guys in, so when these situations happen, you have next man up. They've got some playing time. Their eyes aren't popping out of their head because they're so nervous from getting in a big game.
So they're going to continue to stretch out Jacob Russell. If you weren't with us earlier, we saw Ian Erb leave the game in this quarter with an injury. And looking across the sidelines, Don't see 14 over there right now. Don't know if he's back behind the bench being tended to or not, but he has not been in for this last possession.
And that's, more than anything, you just don't want him to be injured. He's a senior. He's going to be playing somewhere else when he graduates. You don't want to see either team have anybody that's hurt.
Russell able to get up and gingerly sprint to the far sidelines.
Have a quick Jesse's Dairy Cove scoreboard update. The Youngstown Phantoms now up 4-2 on the Tri-City Storm.
Good start to the season for the Phantoms. 2nd and 13 at the 15-yard line. Shingledecker takes the snap. He's just going to run quarterback power right up the middle. He's going to get a nice gain all the way out to about the 23-yard line. We don't see him run all too often again, but that was a nice just quarterback power to try and pick up what he could.
So far, even with that one huge play called back, this is the best running game I've ever seen him have all year long, and we've done all of their matchups. They did not expect him to be able to run like that.
And you know what? It feels like it's been part of the game plan today.
Mm-hmm.
It's 3rd down and 5. Rohrman is the tailback next to Shingledecker. 1 receiver right, 2 to the left side. Shingledecker to throw it with time. Going to take a shot down the seam, looking for Balestrino, and it's knocked away at the 45-yard line and incomplete. That's coverage downfield by Nick Malik, the junior. Able to just break that pass up and bring up 4th down.
Yeah, he just missed it. Usually, Mr. Balestrino has those passes pulled in tight, but good defense. These two teams are very much alike on both sides of the ball.
So it'll be Cooper and Malik back to return the punt. High snap goes over Russell's head, goes all the way back to the end zone. That's a heads-up job by the junior to just bang that ball out of the back of the end zone for the safety.
One of the big problems for the Rams all season long has been high snaps. He actually last week, if you recall, how he just finger caught that one high snap, and this is not what you want to see in the playoffs. 2 points and giving the ball back.
So with 1:20 to play here in the 3rd quarter, the Rovers are on the board because of the high snap. And the Rams got to get something going on this next possession because you can feel the momentum starting to shift.
Yeah, and their defense has to try and have some of their leaders step up, and someone needs to get a turnover. If they can do that and maybe get some points off of it. They had the turnover in the first half. They did nothing with it. Eventually this team's going to get close and score some points. You don't just do something to give it to them.
So 1:20 to play here in the 3rd quarter. And the safety now puts 2 points on the board for the Rovers, and it's 7-2.
It's the longest quarter I've seen all year for the Rams.
And now it'll be a free kick coming up. We'll see how the Rams elect to handle this free kick. It's going to be Russell. Looks like he will probably punt the football away. So the returners move all the way up to about the 40-yard line for the Rovers. Russell gets a nice high kick away. That is going to be through the hands of the returner, rolls all the way back to the 20-yard line. They'll pick that up and break a couple of tackles and get down to the 23-yard line. They say he got free of that tackle and got upfield before being blown down. And heads-up play by the return team for the Rovers. It took what looked like would be a broken play into a nice return.
Yeah, well, you look where they're setting the ball, though, so he stepped out of bounds a little closer than people realize. But wrap them up. You don't wrap them up, that's what happens. He made a little spin, and he got more yards.
1:03 to play, 3rd quarter. 7-2, Mineral Ridge leading Rootstown. Rovers have the football from their 35-yard line.
Yeah, he had to step out of bounds real close over there.
Piscatani under center, eye on the backfield, receivers to each side for the Rovers. Hand the ball off to Morgan, running short side. Morgan able to run a couple of Rams over, and he's going to have about an 8-yard run on first down, and you see Dawson Morgan running with a little more determination here, and they're going to give him the first down.
Barb Balestrino would like to wish the Mineral Ridge Rams coaching staff, team, and especially her grandson, number 9, Brady Balestrino, a successful and healthy remainder of the season. Go Rams!
First and 10 out to the 45, 40 seconds to go here in the third. Give the ball to Morgan, and this time he hit the pile and fell forward for a couple. And that's what you like to see from all good running backs, even though they take that initial contact, always driving forward, always falling forward for extra yards.
Yeah, for sure, but good job by Chase Moore, number 58, that sophomore, who is one of the, if not the biggest kid on that team. He's just a 10th grader. You're going to see a lot of good things out of him in the coming years.
That is going to do it for the end of the third quarter here tonight from Robert C. Dunn Field. After 3 quarters, it is Mineral Ridge 7, Rootstown 2. We're back in 60 seconds on City View Sportscast and Sports Radio 1240.
SNK, painting your house today. SNK, painting your house.
SNK Painting provides exceptional painting and refinishing services to the Mahoning Valley and surrounding communities by being an industry leader in our field, focusing on customer service and delivering extraordinary results. We offer interior and exterior painting, and we specialize in cabinet refinishing with affordable cabinet solutions. Call SNK Painting for your free estimate at 330-505-1910.
SNK, painting your house today.
Shining Stars Dance and Baton in Niles, Ohio is home to state, regional, national, and international world champions. They offer a wide variety of classes for ages 2.5 and up for boys and girls. Celebrating over 31 years in business, the excellent staff of instructors will help take your baton twirling skills to the next level. Shining Stars would like to wish all the cheerleaders, dance line, band, feature twirler Amira, and players a successful season. Go Rams!
Now back to the Beduricks Butcher Block High School football game.
Hey, they give the ball to Morgan. Second down and 8. It's Dawson Morgan on the run for a short gain. It brings up a 3rd and 6 from the Rover 49-yard line. Rovers now right to left here in this fourth quarter. As Nick Malik's going to bring in the play from the sidelines. Third and 6 from the 49-yard line.
Huge play.
Just underway, fourth quarter. Piscatani going to roll out to the right. Going to fire downfield. That pass is intercepted by the Rams secondary and brought back across the 50 to the 45-yard line. The interceptor is 16, Caden McCune, and there was a flag on the return. Now there's another dead ball flag thrown in front of the Ram bench after the play was over.
Those might both be on the Rovers.
I'll have to sort both penalties out as the Ram bench celebrates the interception by Caden McCune, the senior.
Oh man, he's got cramps. I got nervous. I hate seeing anybody down on the ground. You know me.
Okay, you've been through your fair share of injuries in your playing days. So we'll have a full huddle with our entire officiating crew as they're going to work the cramps out of the Rover player. And so there was a flag thrown during the return.
Mm-hmm.
Then there was a second flag thrown as a dead ball foul, and that flag thrown on the sidelines near the Rams bench. That one potentially could be sideline interference.
It could be if they're in the way coaches on the field. They could throw it, and they have thrown it this year. We've had 2 games that they've done it. They don't want them. If coaches are on the field or players, you could get somebody seriously hurt.
So good to see the player for the Rovers up. That's Tristan McKibben, the junior. They'll have to come out for at least one play, and we'll sort out all of these fouls here with our referee, who's continuing the conversation for a little bit. Looked like he started to give us an indication and wasn't quite ready yet.
Here we go.
So let's see.
Personal foul.
So a personal foul on the Rams. That's got to be in the area of a blindside block back that far up the field during the return.
Yeah, in fact, the ball was all the way over by the sidelines, and it happened back here. Just kind of a shot to maybe get back at the Rams because of that.
Dead ball, personal foul on the Rovers.
Dunlap's Repair Service would like to wish Christian Dunlap and the Mineral Ridge Rams a successful season. For all your plumbing and backflow needs, you can call Joe and Noah Dunlap at 330-718-8650. Go Rams!
So 1st and 20 for the Rams. Or, excuse me. Yeah, 1st and 10 for the Rams from the 20-yard line. Single back in the backfield. Receivers 2 to the right, 1 to the left side. They're going to hand it off on 1st down, and that's a big run right up the middle for a 1st down by Jacob Russell all the way out to the 49-yard line of the Rovers. And a 1st down and a pickup of 11 for Russell.
That's the big side, that right side with Chase Moore and Zach Stacy opening up a huge hole.
Twin to the right, single receiver left. It's Russell and Shingledecker in the backfield. Russell again gets the carry. This time penetration by the Rover defense makes the stop at the 50 for a loss of 1, sets up 2nd and 11.
Number 55's having a good night. Kyle Kuharich has been doing really well on defense especially. Mom and Dad, I think, in the stands there. Congratulations, guys.
Menor adds another touchdown, their lead over Niles. Menor Lake Catholic, a 28-7 lead in the 3rd quarter. 2nd and 11 for the Rams. 2 to the left, 1 to the right side. Shingledecker to throw. Flips the pass downfield, and the receiver lost his footing and went down before the pass got there. Looking for Brady Balestrino, and the incompletion brings up 3rd and 11.
You've seen a lot of people slipping tonight. That's the 3rd or 4th time a Ram just specifically has slipped. Getting slick, the cold air is starting to cause some of that.
Not too cold for round 2 of the playoffs here in week 12, but seen both teams slip. Shingledecker to throw it on 3rd and 11. Felt the pressure, pulled it down, and he's going to be sacked back at the 48-yard line. And it's going to bring up a 4th down and 12 for the Rams.
Number 61, Tony Karp, the senior, doing a good job on that play, making a big tackle for the Rovers.
So Russell to punt. This time, good snap back to him. Gets away a nice kick. That's going to take a Ram roll to about the 17-yard line where it will come to a stop. And a couple of bad punt snaps here in the 3rd quarter. If you're a Rams fan, you're holding your breath for a second.
Yeah, and you know what? Like I said, special teams this year for the Rams have been that 3rd phase that has not been great. Low snaps, high snaps. Last week, if you remember, Russell caught that one high snap with his fingertips. They've got to get that under control.
They've done a good job in the kick game, only attempted 1 field goal on the season.
A quick Jesse's Dairy Cove scoreboard update. Mogador now up 29-8 on Pie Valley.
They are going to run it on 1st down as they give the ball to the feature back Morgan, who just wasn't quite able to get to the outside. And we got Malik a little slow to get up, a little gimpy as he...
Yeah, he looks like he might have pulled a hamstring. Brady Balestrino, again, defensively, he is awesome on D.
2nd down and 4. Morgan gets the carry and gets to the 25-yard line. He gets 2 more. It's going to bring up a 3rd down and a long 2 for the Rovers.
You had Corey Squirrick coming in. Like I said, that defensive backfield of the Rams have just been on fire the last, I would say, 5 games. They've been lights out.
Couple interceptions last week, so far 2 today. 3rd and 2 from the 25-yard line. Morgan gets free. He got tripped up right after he got the first down. He fell down to the 30-yard line. Needed 2, got 5, and a Rover first down.
And if not for Jacob Russell, that would have went for a long amount of yardage there. Thankfully for number 4, he stopped that one, boy.
Russell just got a hold of his cleat to pull him down after a big hole's opened up. Morgan will get it again, running to the short side. And the ball came loose. One of the Rams has picked up the football and run it back, and that is going to be a fumble recovery for a touchdown.
Turnovers are ruling this game right now. They finally got some points off of the turnover. That's 2 interceptions and now a strip, it looked like, for 6 points.
So that is a 30-yard fumble return for touchdown.
I think that might have been Russell.
I think it was Russell.
Yeah. Showed some speed, too. He wanted that 6 points. In a game where points are very, very precious, any way you can get them defensively, they are doing a good job.
So this will bring on Landon Powell to attempt the extra point. That is Herb out there holding, so that's good to see Herb back out on the field, even if it is to just hold for this extra point.
Justin Sedetic running in. He didn't know he was out there.
Herb gets the snap down. Powell's extra point is on the way, and it is good. 8:09 to play here in the fourth quarter. It is Mineral Ridge 14 and Rootstown 2. We're back in 30 seconds on City View Sportscast and Sports Radio 1240.
Experience nature's bounty with Creation's Backyard. Elevate your health with the most nutrient-dense foods on earth. From farm to table, sustainably cultivated with care. Grown locally in Niles, Ohio with no chemicals or synthetics ever. Unlock your culinary creativity with Creation Backyard Microgreens. Convenient local delivery and pickup options available. Order now at creationsbackyard.com or call 330-282-7208.
Now back to the Beduricks Butcher Block High School football game of the week on City View Sportscast.
Ram defense forcing 3 turnovers, 2 interceptions, and a fumble return by Jacob Russell for a touchdown. The defense yet to give up any points. Special teams on a bad snap and a heads-up play by Russell kicked the ball through the back of the end zone for a safety. It's 14-2 Rams, and the Rams special team unit says, I need a couple more players out here, please.
The guys are confused. See, this is the kind of stuff that causes issues. You cannot, have this. And obviously, you have a young guy out there, Owen Silak, the freshman, who had a couple good plays on special teams last week. He should be out there.
Time for the Youngstown Orthopedic Associates kickoff. Powell gets the foot into it. Short kick, end over end, fielded on the run across the 20 to the 25-yard line, and may have another loose ball on the field. Looks like the Rovers able to maintain
they're
possession.
Lucky on that one, man. You know what? Both teams just need to get themselves under control. Balls are popping out. Now, there are some big hits going on as well, as we've seen with the Rams since Game 10 with their rival McDonald. They have just been really laying the wood with every team, causing fumbles and just getting people out of their mental game.
5 turnovers forced in the last 2 games defensively. 8:02 to play in the fourth. This puts the Rovers in a situation where they're going to have to put the ball up a little bit more here in the final 8 minutes. Piscatani out of the pistol, single back with him, he'll roll out. Does a nice job to pick up the blitz, and the ball sails and incomplete. Dawson Morgan gave Piscatani a little extra time to throw the football, but the pass sailed on him. It's incomplete at 2nd and 10.
Yeah, see, when you get up like this in an important game in the fourth quarter, then you could start pinning your ears back a little bit and send in some pressure. Chet Allen has been doing a great job, especially the last 3 games. They have been lights out, that bend but not break defense that doesn't allow points.
2nd and 10 from the 28-yard line. Receivers to each side, single back into the backfield. Piscatani to throw it. The senior Gonna roll out, hit as he throws, and that ball into the Ram bench and incomplete. It's 3rd down and 10 from the 28-yard line.
Great job by the Rams defensively. Get me Drain, who specialize in residential, commercial, and industrial drain cleaning services. Call 330-758-5031. Would like to wish the Mineral Ridge Rams good luck in their season. Go Rams.
While we have a minute, we can remind you you're listening to City View Sportscast, part of the iMedia One Network. It's Sports Radio 1240, WBBW Youngstown, as we approach 9 o'clock. Piscatani to throw it with time. Settles in the pocket, going to take a shot downfield. Has a man open, and the pass floats over Nick Malek's head and incomplete. And Piscatani had time to throw that football, just a little too much air under the throw. Brings up a 4th down and 10.
And thankfully, because he had Ethan Pemberton beat on that play.
He had about a 3, maybe 4-yard advantage on the defensive back. But a little too much air on the football. 4th down. Rovers to punt the ball away. Tristan McKibben will punt. And let's see who was back deep for the Rams.
Watch the ball.
Back, and the punt is away. It's Balestrino back to return the punt, and he's just going to let it roll and roll inside the 25 to the 24-yard line. The longer the ball rolls, more time rolls off the clock.
Yeah, you want that clock. You want to milk it now. You want to let as much of that time roll off so that you can just, hopefully get this over with and go to the next round. Ian Erb was in there doing the snap. Maybe the mindset is you know what, buddy, we're doing okay without you. Let's just keep you without adding to that injury.
Yeah, Erb on the sidelines, standing behind the Ram coaching staff. It's been Jacob Russell getting the majority of the work after Erb got banged up in the 3rd. Russell, 2 hands on the football, just heads into the pile. And he'll get ahead for a couple of yards.
Late flag. Face mask. Add some more to the Rams on 0.
Yeah, it was cleanly played first half, but we've seen the penalties kind of pile up here in the second half.
Well, what happens is, especially with a big running back, you have we talked about this before, you have that lightning and thunder duo between Ian Erb and Russell. He's real hard to bring down, and what do? You grab anywhere you can. Sometimes it's a face mask.
So that penalty moves the football out to the 42-yard line. 1st down and 10. 7:20, clock rolling in the 3rd quarter. 14-2, Rams leading Rootstown.
Quick Jesse's Dairy Cove scoreboard update. Danville now up 24-0 on the Tigers of Springfield.
They will run the ball with Jacob Russell. And Russell going to get a couple of extra yards. And has run the ball exceptionally well here as the feature back in the second half.
He has, and that's why I think Ian, don't worry about it. We need you next week if we can do this. The clock's still moving. That's what I like. Go down before you get out of bounds. Milk it, baby. Just try and get those seconds to tick away.
So it's Russell, and also back in the backfield, it is Bryce Warman, number 24. We've seen some time now setting up as a wing with Russell to the right of Owen Shingle-Decker. Shingle-Decker takes the snap. He's going to follow Russell as the lead blocker and able to push the pile for a couple of more yards after that initial contact. Now we've got another flag at the end of the play.
Yeah, that's going to be another one against the Rovers.
With a man down on the field. That's Bryce Warman, number 24, who was slow to get up as that flag came in at the end of the play.
You don't want to see people. I know they're frustrated. Nothing is worse, and I've been on both sides, winning a championship at YSU and losing. You don't want to lose, but you don't also want to start, throwing fists and starting fights and hurting players purposely.
Right. We haven't seen any of that at this point, but there has been a couple of personal foul penalties.
It's getting chippy.
So that'll tack on 15 more after the play. and put the football inside the 35 at the 32-yard line. 6:13 to play here, fourth quarter. 14-2, Mineral Ridge leading Rootstown. Shingle-Decker to Pemberton, 23 yards out for the first score, and a 30-yard fumble recovery by Jacob Russell for a touchdown. The two Rams scores. We now see, is that Balestrino at quarterback?
It looks like it.
He will
Wildcat.
take the snap, and he's going to try and get back to the line of scrimmage, but that Rover defense saw a new number in the backfield, and they made the play.
That's not. I mean, you have some really excellent football players again, and Kyle Kuharich again, that senior. He's been lights out on defense tonight, playing a great game. Read it. He knew Balestrino wasn't supposed to be in there, and Balestrino slips as soon as he takes that first step.
So that is a loss of one. It brings up a 2nd and 11 for the Rams. So it is Balestrino who will stay in there at the quarterback spot now with Shingle-Decker on the sidelines.
Quick Jesse's Dairy Cove scoreboard update. South Range game over, 35-0 over Ridgewood. Ursuline up 16-13 in the fourth quarter.
Rams will take a timeout with 4:57 to play in the fourth quarter. Gives us the chance to step aside as well. Mineral Ridge 14, Rootstown 2 on CityView Sportscast and Sports Radio 1240.
W&M Quality Roofing, LLC is an insured and bonded Mahoning Valley family-owned roofing business. At W&M, we treat your roof and home as if it's our very own. Give us a call at 330-647-0610 for a free estimate. Did you get damage from the latest storm? We also offer financing and specialists for insurance claims. For professional and efficient service, call W&M Quality Roofing at 330-647-0610. Now back to the Beduricks Butcher Block High School football game of the week on CityView Sportscast.
Coach Shanner uses his first timeout. He's left with a pair. It is 2nd and 11 from the Rover 33-yard line. Snap it. They give the ball to Jacob Russell as Shingle-Decker back in there on 2nd and 11, and Russell just hits the pile for a couple of extra yards and brings up a 3rd down and long for the Rams.
Have another quick score from the Jesse's Cove scoreboard. Danville 23, Springfield 0, and Lowville 25-0 over Western Reserve. Pie Valley losing still, score 29, Mogador, Pie Valley 8. The winner of that obviously playing the winner of this one. Neutral site.
3rd down and 8. Twins to the right, single receiver to the left side. Shingle-Decker takes the snap, gives it to Russell. 2 hands on the football. Russell breaking free. Russell 1st down and more. Russell all the way down to the 10-yard line. It's 1st and goal for the Rams from the Rootstown 10-yard line.
We got, this is when you have a team with a big bruiser like Russell, your offensive line gets in a flow. This is when they start to take over the line and the big bruisers. It's hard to stop them right now.
Dominic Siglo, one of the linemen for the Rovers. Little slow to get up, but he'll go back to the huddle. 3:50 to play fourth quarter.
Milking the clock, letting it tick as much as they can. I don't want to get a penalty, of course.
1st and goal from the 10-yard line. Man goes in motion, settles in the backfield. Russell gets the handoff, and Russell is going to be dropped right at the 10-yard line. Might have even lost a little bit of ground. 2nd and goal.
That's because Tony Karp ran. He ran right into him. It was like running into a wall.
And he has been everything that we read about and the information we were given from the coaching staff. It's a fantastic athlete.
Yeah, he is. He is really definitely, I would assume, I don't know where he's getting recruited, but he's going to move on to the next level.
Offensive lineman, defensive lineman, baseball player.
2-time state, and I'm sure he'll get it 3. That's got to be a record.
And 11, low snap. Russell gets the handoff, and the Rovers there to stop Russell once again near the line of scrimmage. And the Rovers are going to use their first timeout. They'll be left with 2:48 to play here in the fourth quarter. Haven't gotten an update from Mogadore in a little while on that matchup between Pie Valley and Mogadore.
Just wanted to give credit. I believe the Rootstown player who made that tackle was Cohen Schlaba. Is that him? Schlaba did a good job on the tackle there for the Rovers.
Yeah, he's been an extra wide receiver. He's been a good defensive back that has seen some time here tonight. 2:48 to play in the fourth quarter. 14-2 is the lead for the Rams on the Bedericks Butcher Block Game of the Week here on CityView Sportscast and Sports Radio 1240.
You know, let's not forget, again, these two teams are pretty much mirror images of each other. Great players on both sides, but when you start making mental mistakes, you turn the ball over, I don't care how good you are, you're going to have a problem.
Every coach will tell you, penalties and turnovers can swing the momentum in a game, and it has easily done that here in the second half.
Right, and they are capitalizing now, and, you know, that was huge, stripping that ball and being able to run it back.
3rd and goal from the 13-yard line. 2 receivers right, 1 to the left. Shingledecker is going to keep the football, and he's going to be hemmed in and dropped for a loss of a couple more. And it's going to bring up 4th down.
The good thing, though, for the Rams is, well, there's a timeout. I was just about to say they're keeping that clock moving, but, Coach, definitely smart move. Stop that clock, only 2:41 left.
We've seen the Rams only attempt 1 field goal this season. Luke Porter, the junior kicker, made one from 25 yards.
Yeah, so this will be the longest attempt, I would assume, correct?
But this is not going to be Porter. This is Powell, who was initially out there to attempt the kick. And now the special teams unit going to head back over to the sidelines.
They may put the O back out.
You know, a tough decision. It's 4th and 15.
Yeah.
You're up 2 touchdowns.
Your D's playing well.
So, you know, a lot of things can go wrong on a field goal at any level.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, and snaps have been a problem for Mineral Ridge, and Coach Shaner might be thinking about that right now.
So we'll have to see what they decide to do. The special teams unit came out. They headed back to the sidelines. Landon Powell keeping the leg loose. They are going to send the special teams unit back out.
Quick Jesse's Dairy Cove scoreboard update. Danville 24, Springfield 6. So the Tigers getting on the scoreboard.
So Herb will hold. Put the foot down at the 22-yard line. Make this a 32-yard attempt for Landon Powell. So Herb ready to hold. Good snap. He gets it down. Powell's kick plenty of distance, and it is good. So 32 yards out for Landon Powell. Stretches the lead to 17-2 in favor of the Rams. We'll step aside for a quick break. Come back with more on CityView Sportscast and Sports Radio 1240.
Shining Stars Dance and Baton in Niles, Ohio is home to state, regional, national, and international world champions. They offer a wide variety of classes for ages 2.5 and up for boys and girls. Celebrating over 31 years in business, the excellent staff of instructors will help take your baton twirling skills to the next level. Shining Stars would like to wish all the cheerleaders, dance line, band, feature twirler Amira, and players a successful season. Go Rams!
Now back to the Bedericks Butcher Block High School Football Game of the Week on CityView Sportscast.
2:36 to play here in the fourth quarter, and Powell's 32-yard field goal stretches the Ram lead out to 15 at 17-2. It's time for another Youngstown Orthopedic and Associates kickoff with the senior kicker, Landon Powell. Drives this one. Wobbly kick end over end. That's going to roll out of bounds. And that's going to give the Rovers good field position out to the 35-yard line.
And this is something that they have to fix in the offseason. Obviously, this is a problem. Special teams is what Coach Shaner is going to have to focus on. He's got, again, young players all over, but you can't every single time you have a kickoff, have it go out of bounds and give a good team great field position or extra yards.
Jesse's Dairy Cove scoreboard, under 10 minutes to play, fourth quarter. Niles now trailing Menor Lake Catholic 35-14.
And in a rematch again in Division III, Region 9, the Ursuline Irish up 16-13 over the Canfield Cardinals in the fourth quarter. Also, that rematch from a couple weeks ago, the Struthers Wildcats winning 14-9 on Poland.
Piscatani takes the snap, drops the throw, feeling some backside pressure, and this will sail on him over the head of his intended receiver and out of bounds. Brings up a 2nd and 10 with 2.5 minutes to play in the fourth quarter.
United losing 26-7 from Cuyahoga Heights. Austintown Fitch losing 51-14 Walsh Jesuit. West Branch in a tight one. They are winning 24-21 over Streetsboro, and Lowville 25-0 over Western Reserve in the fourth.
West Branch lost in week 1 to Canfield. They've won 10 straight. Piscatani to throw underneath, running a little underneath route, looking for Tristan McKibben, and the pass falls incomplete. It's 3rd down and 10. 2:25 to play here, fourth quarter, 3rd and 10 from the 35-yard line. Incompletion stops the clock. Rovers just kind of huddled up there momentarily. Now we're ready to get back to action. Twins to each side of the formation. Single back in the backfield with the senior quarterback, Ryan Piscatani. Receiver goes in motion, fake it to him on the jet sweep, flag in the air. Piscatani going to take a shot downfield, and there's all kinds of interference.
That might be, according to Brady Balestrino, he's yelling maybe offensive pass interference. I don't know. He's double covered. You don't know what the ref saw at that angle.
Well, it looked like initially that Balestrino had a hold of the receiver for the Rovers, but we'll let them sort out the penalty call.
And then another one, obviously, over there.
Now that one far side of the field after a dead ball foul.
So, real quick again, you have Mogador winning their game, Mineral Ridge winning their game, neutral site round 3. There's, game's not over, but it's looking like that's going to be the next one.
Sites to be determined Sunday afternoon on the OHSAA website. So they've to see what the call is here. Illegal procedure on the Rovers, pass interference on the Rams. Those will offset, and we will replay 3rd down.
That's real easy to fix right there.
We'll have a do-over.
Another Jesse's Dairy Cove scoreboard update. Harding losing 24-21 in a just big matchup between those two teams.
So 3rd and 10 for Piscatani. He was back to throw. Pressured. Stepping into a deep throw downfield. Has a man out there who makes the catch in stride, and he's going to score. That is a 65-yard touchdown pass for the Rovers. Got behind both members of the secondary and Nick Malik into the end zone for Rootstown.
Rootstown did a great job. Beautiful pass. They've had players open all night. It's just maybe sailed over their heads or there was good defensive play. Right there, they got what they needed and got some points. Now you know what's coming next.
It was a beautiful throw. Did a nice job to lead Malik upfield away from the safety who came over and helped.
Yeah, and again, great pass, great catch. The Rovers have been teasing that all night long.
So they will send out Blake Mullally, the freshman, to come on and attempt the extra point. Snap down, extra point on the way, and the kick by the freshman is good. So with 2:07 to play here in the fourth quarter, things just got a little bit tighter. Mineral Ridge 17, Rootstown 9. And that field goal on the previous possession looks even larger now.
Yeah, it does. Those extra points, that's definitely something that's going to maybe come into play. All you know is what's coming next, everybody. All hands team. So it just is up to Mineral Ridge. They know what's coming. They just got to get on top of them. How good is the kicker for the Rovers that does those onside kicks? That's not an easy thing.
Sorry, Matt. Final score, Mogador 29, Pymantoning Valley 8. So Mogador moving on to round 3.
Struthers 14, Poland 9 in the fourth quarter. So a little bit closer. A lot of knockdown, drag-out fights going on tonight.
And you expect the games to get tighter and get closer as you get deeper into the postseason. And we'll see what the Rovers elect to do here with the freshman kicker, Blake Mullally.
Fitch might be getting beat, 58 points on them, but they now have 21. They are not going away silently.
And Coach Parker's team's not going to quit. So Mullally set up for the onside kick. This ball will go 10 yards and is going to be a battle for the ball at the 50-yard line. And waiting for the official indication. And the Rovers have got the football with 2:04 to play. And the Rovers down 8 have the football back.
Now, here you have, like you said, that field goal comes into it. If they're able to score, which, the Middle Ridge has been doing so good, not the last series, you got that 1 point, so they will have no choice but to go for 2.
So Rovers with the football. They will take over right at midfield, first down and 10.
This is all on the defense right here.
One receiver to the right, 2 to the left side. They're going to toss the ball to Morgan with blockers across the 40, 35, and down near the 33-yard line. Biggest run from scrimmage for Dawson Morgan here tonight as a first down for the Rovers.
The clock's going to start. They're right up to the line of scrimmage. They only have one timeout left, the Rovers.
1:50 to play here in the fourth quarter. Yeah, pitch it again to Morgan. Trying to get to the outside. Flag on the play. That's going to be a hold on the Rovers.
Yeah, Chase Moore he had his arm. Listen, when you're a lineman, get those hands on the inside. When you have it wrapped around his shoulder, you're going to get laundry thrown at you. Correct,
and
sir.
Keep those arms in tight.
Yeah, you can't get that arm outside. They've got phenomenal offensive linemen. Just keep those hands hidden.
Holding penalty backs them up, 1st and 20.
That was a big penalty.
Penalties have been big all evening long on both sides. Ball back to the 45-yard line. 1st and 20. Clock now running. Rovers 1 timeout remaining for head coach Chris Kanopik. Piscatani, 5-step drop. Deep drop to throw. Pressured. He's going to throw this one away. And is that, no, almost intercepted, but the pass falls incomplete. Balestrino could not get back to the football, and the ball hits the grass and falls incomplete.
And if it wasn't for him slipping a little bit, wasn't so slick, he would have caught that. That was lucky for the Rovers right there.
2nd and 20, 1:28 to play in the fourth. Rovers break the huddle, come to the line of scrimmage. Led by Brian Youngblood, their center. Piscatani under center, toss to Morgan. Morgan's going to be hit, and Morgan's going to be pulled down right at the line of scrimmage. No gain on that play, and it's going to bring up a 3rd and 20 for the Rovers.
Senior Corey Squirrick, number 15, who has just been lights out defensively, read that perfectly.
Third down for the Rovers. We approach a minute to play in the fourth quarter. Twins right, single receiver left, wing to the right. Piscatani going to roll that way. Get some help. Now he's going to roll back to the right. He's going to try and run with the football. He'll get near the 40 and go out of bounds with 48 seconds to go in the fourth quarter. But it's going to bring up fourth down for the Rovers.
Great job by number 10. He almost got taken down, man. They would have lost time and just had a horrible play there. Great job keeping his feet and showing some good speed.
So he gets 5. It's 4th and 15 at the 40-yard line. We'll see what's in the playbook for the Rovers on 4th and 15 from the 40. They need a first down to keep their season alive. Break the huddle. They'll come to the line. Gonna split. Now the Rovers have a little bit, some confusion in the formation. One of the receivers, Nick Malik, was lined up to the left, started to the right, and with time running down on the play clock, that's a heads up to take the time out. So we've got 48.8 seconds to go in the fourth. It's 17-9. Mineral Ridge leading Rootstown. You got a score for me?
Yes,
you got a smile. I wonder what that is.
Yes, I do. The Jesse's Dairy Co. scoreboard. The Ursuline Irish now going to the regional championship. Division 3, Region 9, beating Canfield Cardinals, the defending state champ. They got them back for beating them last year.
You're a round ahead. Regional semifinals are next week.
I'm sorry,
it's
my
only
bad.
round 3.
I apologize. Thank you for correcting me. That's what you're here for. I'm just excited right now.
All right, regional semifinals.
Yes, everybody. Sorry.
Regional final, state semifinal. Now I'm doing it. State championship.
You just have an alma mater right here. Just very excited.
So 4 more rounds left to play in Ohio. Piscatani, stack trips to the right. He's going to roll that way. Steps up in the pocket. He's going to be hit. He's going to be dropped down at the 45-yard line. That's a turnover on downs, and the Rams will have the football back with 42 seconds to play here in the fourth.
Man, you know, there's only 9 seniors, but they have been incredible. Game 10 against the Blue Devils, a rivalry game. All 9 got players of the game. That was number 24, Bryce Rorman, had a huge tackle all by himself in the middle of nowhere and just ended it for them.
He's been the third back with the injury to Herb. Hasn't had a carry, but you know he's lined up in the backfield. He's lined up in the wing. He's been a nice lead blocker for the Rams here tonight. And you love to see that when your number is called, especially when you're a senior and you can step up and make plays.
Yeah. You know, again, you know, it's really hard no matter what. You know, I feel for the seniors on this Rootstown football team, and I feel for the seniors for Mineral Ridge, because when you say goodbye, it's for life, at least to the high school level. It's not an easy thing to do.
So they will give the ball. Shingledecker takes it, and he will take a knee. I also tell you, Struthers has defeated Poland tonight.
Wow.
So the Wildcats will move on to the third round. Congratulations to Coach John Bayek.
Yes, huge game.
And then we had a flag go, I don't know, that's the highest flag I've seen go in the air in a long time.
I agree.
Good distance and good height on that one.
I think maybe Mineral Ridge might have said something.
I don't know what happened at this point.
Unsportsmanlike. Oh, I think he's yelling at the...
Yeah, this is a dead ball foul on the Rovers.
Yeah, oh boy, I don't know what that was about, but that ref was not happy.
Yeah, you don't want to see anything like that when you're just trying to take a knee and run the clock out.
You know, again, it's I've been on both ends, and it is so hard to lose a game in the playoffs.
So that is going to do it as the final 10 seconds roll off the clock here this evening. And the Rams will move on to the third round of the postseason with a 17-9 win over the Rootstown Rovers here this evening. With the win, The Rams move on to face Mogadore next week at a site to be determined and are now 8-4. Rootstown, their season comes to an end at 9-2. We'll take a 2-minute break, come back and begin the postgame show next on City View Sportscast and Sports Radio 1240.
Shining Stars Dance and Baton in Niles, Ohio is home to state, regional, national, and international world champions. They offer a wide variety of classes for ages 2.5 and up for boys and girls. Celebrating over 31 years in business, the excellent staff of instructors will help take your baton twirling skills to the next level. Shining Stars would like to wish all the cheerleaders, dance line, band, feature twirler Amira, and players a successful season. Go Rams!
Jesse's Dairy Cove is a hometown favorite, located at 3743 State Route 46, across from the gazebo in Mineral Ridge. Enjoy all of your favorite ice cream. We have over 32 hard scoop and over 40 soft serve favorites. We also have a large food menu, including homemade chili sauce, sloppy joes, pulled pork, fresh cut French fries, and mac and cheese. This fall, we'll start our homemade cookie and party trays. Visit our website at justicedairycove.com to see our menu. At Justice Dairy Cove, we appreciate your business and wish good luck to the Rams.
W&M Quality Roofing LLC is an insured and bonded Mahoning Valley family-owned roofing business. At W&M, we treat your roof and home as if it's our very own. Give us a call at 330-647-0610 for a free estimate. Did you get damage from the latest storm? We also offer financing and specialists for insurance claims. For professional and efficient service, call W&M Quality Roofing at 330-647-0610.
Action Physical Therapy is a locally owned outpatient physical therapy company serving the Mahoning Valley for over 20 years. With 5 convenient locations in Hubbard, Cortland, Kinsman, Salem, and Mineral Ridge. Action Physical Therapy can handle all of your physical therapy needs. Action Physical Therapy will create a unique plan made specifically for you. Call us at 1-8333-BEST-PT to schedule your evaluation today. Check us out at myactionpt.com. Get back in action with Action Physical Therapy, and as always, go Rams.
Now back to the Beduricks Butcher Block High School football game of the week on City View Sportscast.
The Rams move on to the Division 6 Region 21 semifinals. They are on to the third round with a 17-9 win here on the road at Rootstown, and the Rams are 8-4, and they will play Mogadore next Friday at a site to be determined. Recapping the first half scoring, 3:23 of the first quarter. It was Shingle-Decker to Ethan Pemberton, a 23-yard touchdown pass. The extra point by Landon Powell gave the Rams a 7-0 lead, and that's where we would find ourselves at the half. Only scoring of the third quarter came at the 1-20 mark when a high snap back to the punter, Jacob Russell. Russell kicked the ball through the back of the end zone for a safety. It was 7-2, Rams over the Rovers. 8:09 of the fourth quarter, Russell picked up a loose ball fumble, returned it about 30 yards for a touchdown, and the extra point by Landon Powell put the Rams on top 14-2. 2:36 of the fourth quarter, Landon Powell connecting on his first field goal of the year. This one from 32 yards out. It was good by plenty. 17-2 was the lead for the Rams. And with 2:07 to play in the fourth quarter, the Rovers got on the board a 65-yard touchdown pass from Ryan Piscatani to Nick Malik. The extra point by Blake Mullally was up and good. And that was our final score here this evening as the Rams move on to round 3, Matt, 17-9. And this defense has been carrying the Rams the last 3 weeks.
Yeah, that's an understatement. They did an absolutely phenomenal job. Ever since rivalry game in Week 10, especially with McDonald, they went and they took care of business. They pulled them behind the woodshed and just laid it to them. The next week, getting that, that rematch, that revenge game against Jackson Milton and taking it to them as well. Having a team here tonight, the Rootstown Rovers, number 2 in the state, 9-1, a mirror image of each other, and they took care of business.
Yeah, 2 in the region.
No, that's right. I'm sorry. Again, that's why you're here.
That's why we do this as a team.
Yes.
So a huge win for the Rams here on the road in round 2, and now time to name our players of the game.
And, we always want to first thank our sponsors of the players of the game. We want to thank Select Sportswear in Niles, who has been a wonderful sponsor to us for years. They make our shirts. They do so much for us. Colleen Moore Photography. Colleen has done so much for me, just myself, making tons of graphics all year. But what she does is she sits on those sidelines and takes pictures. She's a professional photographer, and she does an outstanding job. Joe Eckenrode, the owner of Bellaria in Niles, he gives our players of the game something ball players like, free pepperoni rolls for every time.
Everybody likes free pepperoni rolls.
Yeah, they do. And Shining Stars Dance and Baton, my wife's dance studio, she also is one of the players of the game sponsors. So we wanted to thank them. And I guess I have to mention Just Football with Matt Emch, my show. I am a sponsor as well. Tonight, we could have picked a lot of guys. I mean, they played so well. We're going to pick 2, though. On offense, we're going to pick the guy who runs the show, Owen Shingledecker, number 7, the junior quarterback. He showed that he could do a great job running the ball, and he also threw beautifully. And then on defense, who was just lights out. Also on offense, number 4, the thunder and lightning of that backfield, Jacob Russell, the junior. He was phenomenal, and he also did great stripping that ball on defense, taking off and scoring, which really set this game apart and put it in the pocket of the Rams. Congratulations to those players, and most of all, congratulations to the Rams.
Now, what a fantastic postseason it has been for the Rams. A win last week in North Jackson against Jackson Milton. They now add a second road win this evening, 17-9 over the Rovers from Rootstown. They will take on Mogador at a site to be determined, to be announced by the OHSAA Sunday afternoon. We cannot leave without thanking all the great people here in Rootstown, the Rover athletic staff. They did a great job giving us a spot and a very busy press box. That's exciting for your school when you know there's people that want to cover your team and your program. Kevin, the athletic director, got a chance to talk to him a little bit before the game. Appreciate everything that he did for us as well. Keith, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
There's so many names in my head right now.
There's just so many people, to thank with this. And Keith just treated us phenomenally, and we want to thank him. And everybody here in the press box were just absolutely phenomenal to us. So, it's a hard night for those guys, but we just want to thank them for how they treated us.
Stay tuned to our social medias. We'll let you know what matchups we will have for you next week, whether it's Western Reserve 1, Western Reserve 2, CityView Sportscast, Sports Radio 1240, or AM 600. All of those to be announced at a later date and time. The Rams move on to round 3, a winner tonight by a final score of 17-9. For all the guys back at our iMedia One studios, executive producer Dave Ferris, for my partner Matt Emch, my name is Mark Means. You've been listening to Ram Football on Sports Radio 1240 and CityView Sportscast. Have a great night, everyone.
We thank you for joining us for this special presentation of the iMedia One Network, and we now return you to your regularly scheduled programming. Thank you for joining us for this special presentation of the iMedia One Network, and we now return you to your regularly scheduled programming.
Storks are bringing me a baby brother. We can do this together.
All right, let's go. Storks know how to keep kids safe. Do you? What?
Oh my gosh, you don't know.
I know.
You don't. Oh man, you laugh when you're uncomfortable.
No. Making sure your child is in the right car seat is one of the steps to safer travel.
I will rock this.
You will rock this. To know for sure that your child is in the right car seat for their age and size, visit safercar.gov/the right seat. Cool. Very cool. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
It's important to plan ahead for emergencies, like the storm. When it kicked in, we had a plan.
Separated.
We were able to get in touch with each other in no time.
Idea how to find each other.
The whole experience was
the
fine.
most frightening 10 hours of my life.
If there's one piece of advice I'd offer other moms out there, it's to stay calm and keep to the plan.
Message.
Some parents plan ahead, some don't. Make sure you know where to find your family in an emergency. Start your plan at ready.gov. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
Driving has a rhythm all its own. Don't wreck it with a text. Before you get behind the wheel, silence your phone. Or better yet, designate a texter. For more text-free driving tips, visit stoptextstoprex.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration.
The year was 1907. The Cubs won the World Series and the Ford Model R hit the assembly line. While here in Ohio, school administrators came together to form the Ohio High School Athletic Association. One thing that hasn't changed since 1907 is the dedication of the OHSAA to education-based athletics in Ohio. School sports teach responsibility, sportsmanship, and life lessons that stay with students long after their playing days are over. The OHSAA seeks to prepare students not for the next level of sport, but for the next level of life.
From high school to the pros and everything in between, you're listening to City View Sportscast, part of the iMedia One network.
Hello, Kubo. What have you got planned for today?
Come on, this way.
Adventure can be found anywhere, but the best place to start is in the forest.
It's the most powerful magic there is.
Head outside to discover incredible animals.
Wow.
And beautiful plants that come together to create an unforgettable adventure. So grab your loved ones and explore a world of possibilities. Visit discovertheforest.org to find the closest forest or park to you. Brought to you by the Ad Council and the U.S. Forest Service.
My teacher said that we should have a plan in case of an emergency. Do we have one?
First thing I'm going to do is grab a flashlight with dead batteries.
I'm going to start randomly throwing clothes in the bag. You two will be hiding in the closet and Dad won't be able to find you.
And that's when we both start crying.
Uncontrollably. Can you pass the cutlets?
Winging it is not an emergency plan. Make sure your kids know what to do during an emergency, who to call, where to meet, what to pack. Search Ready Kids at nyc.gov or call 311. Brought to you by the New York City Office of Emergency Management and the Ad Council.
With over 30 years of experience, Madurix Butcher Block in Mineral Ridge is a quality-driven company focused on great personal service. Our fresh meats are of the finest cut. We make a variety of burgers, sausages, and a full line of deli meats. Using our own smokehouse, we prepare different types of jerky, snack sticks, kibasi, bacon, hot dogs, and bone-in hams. When your tummy needs some relief, call 652-BEEF. That's 330-652-2333.
Miss an episode of By All Means, and you could miss a lot.
That's where it all begins, with the rich sports history that we have in the Valley. We're going to talk national, we're going to talk regional, but it all begins here at home. So that is where a lot of those topics and conversations that we have with you every Tuesday are going to come from.
By All Means, Tuesdays at 5, right here on Western Reserve Radio and streaming live on westernreserveradio.com.
5-yard line. Woo. So a 15-yard punt for Thompson, and Exposure gets great field position once again after their defense gets negative running play and then a sack on the quarterback hockey of Underrated.
Team Exposure has been playing on their own half of the or the other half of the field. They've got to punch one in here, Jim. They've got plenty of opportunities.
So they'll stay with Palmer at the quarterback position for Exposure. Little jet sweep touch pass here. And able to get up the field is Tayon Kane out of Newtown, Maryland. And Kane, a nice gain on first down. It's going to set up second and short, 2nd and 3 Little jet sweep, but he cut it back inside at the hash, Spence.
Yeah, the blocks that are going on right now are pretty solid, but the integrity of this defense, both defenses really, to be able to hold people inside and not let them get outside of their defense. That's what's keeping this game to a one-score game.
See if they go back to a running play here. The running back is McInnes, right side of the quarterback, Palmer, and they'll give it to him. Left edge, running room. Gets across the 30 up to the 28 before he's taken down by the linebacker Kevin Moore. Actually, the defensive lineman Kevin Moore out of Memphis, Tennessee. Played his prep school ball at Mississippi Prep. Does move the sticks, though. Just the second first down of the day for
the left tackle
Exposure.
For team Exposure. He had such a good block on that. That's why that off-tackle play worked.
I'll have to double check that for you here in just a minute. Here's a running play that's not going to get anywhere. As a matter of fact, he's going to lose a yard as Palmer gave it once again to McInnes. And team underrated, waiting for McInnes to get the football that time all the way back to the 29. It'll be 2nd and 11. At left tackle's Tyler Nordman.
Tyler, good job, man.
6'5", 295-pounder.
Solid, got inside the pads, kicked his man out, off tackle, worked perfectly.
Was down on the field for a moment before the game. Nordman just towers over you at 6'5". 2nd and 11 coming up for Palmer and Exposure here. This time the snap in his hands across the middle and knocked away. Good play by the linebacker, playing zone in the middle of the field. Sean Maxwell out of Montgomery, Alabama. 6'2", 220-pounder, just sitting in a zone in the flat. Stuck his paw up and got a good pass break up there.
Fantastic athleticism. You wanted to see a middle linebacker or somebody playing star with the ability to actually climb the ladder and knock those passes down. That's definitely necessary going into the next level into college.
He was not assigned a receiver there. The receiver was coming across the middle. He just happened to be in the area. So now 3 receivers over to the left side for Exposure on 3rd and 11. Palmer with a new running back with him in Tolfree, but instead going to throw. Arm pump, now throws down the field, looking, and I believe a jump ball up here at the 7-yard line. I thought there was a receiver on the left side that was pushed down.
Yeah, I thought there was going to be some pass interference there.
That was Hale. Or check that. No, I'm sorry. Yarrick. Dalton Yarrick, 6', 160-pounder out of Alabama, who was over on the left side down the sideline. Got pushed down, but I don't think an official saw it.
Yeah. I think there's going to be a timeout here.
So with 8:33 left to go here in the second, 6-0 underrated with the lead. Defense is starting to take over. It's 4th and 11 for Exposure, and they will probably go for it.
You'd have to think, I mean, with all of the times that Exposure's been past the 50-yard line with plenty of opportunities, I'm kind of worried about their offense here. I know you don't get in these all-star games, you don't get a lot of time to practice with your teammates. I understand that. You may have a week, maybe less than that. But you got to be able to be a little bit more efficient in moving the ball. Go with what's working. We saw that off tackle work for a few yards. Run it back. Get some positive yards, getting a scoring position. However you think.
So Palmer on 4th and 11 will go for it. Waiting the snap. Movement up front and a flag. They're going to stop everything. That may have been an offsides on the defense. Coming across the line and touching up the center that time for Team Exposure was Anjani Jacobs.
Getting positive yards any way you can.
Check that. I'm sorry. Derwin Black coming across the line and getting the penalty for offsides. It won't be enough for a first down, but it does make it more manageable. Down to the 24 And where that will be 4th and 6 instead of 4th and 11, now your playbook's a little bit more wide open. And Palmer awaits the snap. Shotgun snap comes to him. Time to throw across the middle. Tipped and then caught by Johnson. Or check that. No, Brown. Willie Brown makes the catch and gets enough for the first down. He was coming across the middle from right to left. Tapped it. It went up in the air, able to regain control and then make his way to the sideline where he steps out at around the 15-yard line. But a flag down back in the backfield, and something tells me this is going to come back.
Yeah, it looked like holding to me, Jim. The team didn't really have enough time. The team exposure hasn't really had enough time to get off any deep passes. I think some of the offensive linemen are starting to get frustrated with that. And when you get frustrated on the offensive line, sometimes you hold. Just sometimes you're just trying to give enough time for your quarterback to get that play off, and sometimes you make that mistake.
So here is the call. It's a personal foul against team exposure. Now, they got to the 15. They picked up the first down. Here's where it gets weird. They have to go back to the 30 for the penalty of 15 yards, and now it's 1st and 10 from the 30. So they didn't make up a lot of ground, and they do get a first down after the result of the play will stand. And another flag and a whistle. And then more movement up front. Is it going to be offside or is it going to be a false start? And the official says a substitution infraction against team exposure. So instead of 1st and 10, it'll be 1st and 15.
Seems like every time they do something right, they take one step forward and a few steps back.
8 minutes even left to go here in the second period. 6-0 underrated. And now exposure trying to get a playoff, and they will. Handoff to the running back off the right edge, and he'll pick up a few yards. As that time it was Toll-Free taking the handoff. He'll get 2 up to the 33. They had a different running back in there, and now they have to switch the running back out. They put an extra receiver in, does exposure. 2 wideouts to either side. Toll-Free still in the backfield with Palmer.
Let's see if this line can block.
2nd and 13.
This pass.
Defensive backs back up. Pressure over the middle.
Again.
Picked off at the 17-yard line. This time the pickoff is by Barryon Schuler, and he's going to get up the sideline all the way across the 40-yard line to the 43 before he's knocked out of bounds. Barryon Schuler. So that's the second time Palmer's been intercepted in this game.
Yeah, that offensive line, he's not getting enough time to actually make his reads. He gets to the first read, he gets to the second read, and by that second read, somebody's already barreling down on him. He's not comfortable back there, and that's why he's throwing these passes a little bit early, trying to just get it out of his hands and not take a sack. But they're leading their turnovers. 2 so far.
The return goes for 26 yards after the interception, this time by Schuler. So now we have Consall and Schuler, both with an interception for team underrated. They'll have the ball at their own 43. Ren's back in at the quarterback position for team underrated. He's got the 1 touchdown pass, the only score in this game. Snaps his hands, throws in the middle, tipped, incomplete. Off the hands of Malik Davis, the intended receiver in the middle of the field at the exposure 45-yard line.
There's a lot of barking going on in this game right now. Both of these defenses are able to actually control the line of scrimmage.
Notice some area football coaches at the college level in attendance here today, watching and possibly scouting just a little bit. At halftime, we're hoping to have Chris Blanton of Postgrad Recruits come up and join us for a halftime interview to talk about this format. 2nd and 10 coming up after the incompletion to Davis. 3 wideouts left, 1 right. Snap of the hands and a delay. Draw play, and the running back's not going to get anywhere. Going to Johnson again, and he may have gotten to the 45. They'll give him forward progress for a couple of yards, but that is all. And 3rd and 8 now coming up for underrated. Good tackle over there on the right side. Looked like Kevontae Thomason, the defensive lineman, able to make the stop on Johnson. Put Brookins back in. He is in the middle on that defensive line. And outside of him is Jalen Dobie Clark on the left side of the defensive line. 2 wideouts to either side. Looks like Dobie Clark, hand up, might be coming. They're going to blitz a linebacker too. Wren over the top, screen pass, incomplete. Intended for Wayne Allen, went right through his hands as he looked upfield and tried to run before he secured the football. So that's going to bring up 4th down and 8. And looks like the punt's coming for team underrated. This time, they don't go with Thompson. They actually go with Zach Rim, the quarterback. The Phoenix, Arizona native is going to try his hand at punting the football. Snap's coming from the 45. Snap to him, turns the football, and lets it go. Whoa, where's he been?
Oh, we needed that.
Catch made at the 12-yard line by Willie Brown, but a nice punt there by the quarterback, Wren. Had nice hang time. The punt goes for 30, make it 43 yards. So the worst field position of the game, actually check that. No, one other time, Team Exposure had to start inside their own 10-yard line. So this is their second starting field position, second worst starting field position with 5:45 to go before halftime. Exposure looking for some points. The only scoring play, underrated, had a 75-yard touchdown pass on the first play of the game. 6-0 underrated. Handoff, right side, through the line, second level, and able to get up for a nice gain is Jordan McInnes. Greensboro, North Carolina. Myrtle Beach Collegiate was his post-grad school.
Interesting. I'm learning about all these new post-grad schools. There's a lot of them that are just popping up because of the success that some have had, such as IMG.
Went to North Guilford High. Sets him up after the 5-yard gain for 2nd and 5. Under center. And a whistle that blows everything dead. Somebody jumped on that Exposure offensive line. That's going to take away the 5 yards that McInnes worked so hard for on the first play. And take him back to 2nd and 10. So they'll huddle up again and wait for the play call. McInnes listed 5'10", 190. He may have put on some pounds. And all muscle, too. Looks a bit bigger than that. So under center again is Palmer. Snap, turn around, hand it to...
Hey, let me ask you something. Would you seat your 3-year-old child on a windowsill? Would you seat them beside a lit fireplace or by the deep end of a pool? One last question. Would you seat your child in a car seat that's not correct for them? Car crashes are a leading killer of children ages 1 to 13. Secure their future. Seat them in the correct car seat. For more information, visit safercar.gov/the-right-seat. A message from the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Located in Applewood Estates in Boardman Township, the Applewood Swim and Tennis Club offers a pleasant family environment. Choose a membership that meets your needs and enjoy a relaxing venue that includes not only swimming for the family, but also youth activities such as competitive swimming, tennis, and more. Enjoy the friendly atmosphere all summer long with the staff and members of the Applewood Swim and Tennis Club. For more information, go to applewoodswimandtennis.com or call 330-953-2833.
Welcome to Calvin's Barbershop.
You all got to see this.
I don't even want to know what you're looking at on that phone.
Well, you should. I was learning about the dangers of high blood pressure and that we need to get ours checked regularly. High blood pressure can increase the risk of heart attack or stroke, but this text program can help keep it at a healthy range. Just text Barbershop to 97779 to sign up.
I'll get right on it as soon as I'm done with this baby panda video.
Text Barbershop to 97779. A message from the American Heart Association and the Ad Council.
This is Jerry Snodgrass, Executive Director of the Ohio High School Athletic Association. One of my longstanding goals is to help people understand that high school sports are about so much more than wins and losses. The OHSAA promotes education-based athletics, where sports are an extension of the classroom. Our schools all want to win. There's no doubt about it. But at the end of the day, it's all about sportsmanship, leadership, and making certain that academics are a priority. Thank you for your support of high school sports in Ohio.
From high school to the pros and everything in between, you're listening to City View Sportscast, part of the iMedia One network.
Dr. Ashdown and Dr. Carnivus have been making happy feet in the Mahoning Valley for 35 years. Our offices are located in Cortland, Champion, Austintown, Columbiana, and Howland. Our Howland office has relocated to 8601 East Market Street to the top of the hill. Advanced Podiatry offers sports medicine and treatment plans for all ages. You can also request an appointment online by visiting our website at advancedpodiatry.com. Advanced Podiatry, where surgery is always a last resort.
Whether you are a professional football champion or a fantasy football champion, Martusio Chiropractic is the place to recover from all your sports injuries. Proudly serving Trumbull County, Martusio Chiropractic is located at 369 Niles Cortland Road in Warren. Martusio Chiropractic accepts most insurance plans, now accepting new patients and offering some same-day appointments. For more information or to make an appointment, call Martusio Chiropractic at 330-856-9595.
If you love history, head over to YouTube and check out Blogging Through History. Hosted by Mineral Ridge High School graduate Chris Mowery, Blogging Through History visits historic sites to explore not only the well-known figures and events of the past, but also compelling stories that maybe you've never heard before. Chris would also like to wish his niece Amira Emsch and the Mineral Ridge Rams the best of luck for a successful 2023 season.
Hi, it's Mark Means, host of By All Means, Tuesdays at 5, right here on Western Reserve Radio, WRDB, The Scourge.
A minute 5 to go, clock counting. Exposure has to do something quickly if they want to get into the end zone.
I'm not sure if they're aware that the clock still runs, even when you go out of bounds here in this All-Star.
They're taking their time getting to the line of scrimmage, 45 seconds remaining. And Palmer, a long time before the count. Now he has to scramble out of the pocket, and he's brought down from behind. Able to come down from behind and get him is C.J. Sheets, the linebacker out of Lake Mary, Florida. 6'2", 220-pounder. And a timeout called with 33.9 seconds remaining as the football goes back to the 26-yard line. A loss of 4 on the play.
I would have liked to see that timeout actually taken after the last first down to see if they could get set and run more efficient plays. Now, 33 seconds, you only have a couple of shots into the end zone before this is halftime.
So a very short timeout here as they just used it to stop the clock. Now getting their play call correct. Halftime, we're hoping to have Chris Blanton of Post-Grad Recruits join us to talk about this event. And I mentioned this is the appetizer before the main course. It's the 2022 Post-Grad National Championship coming up at 6 p.m. this evening. We'll be right here as it'll be Flight Academy out of Dayton, Ohio, taking on IMG Academy from Bradenton, Florida. We're ready to go now with 33.9 seconds remaining. Palmer in the shotgun, 2nd and 14. That's immaterial, really, with the time left. Now having to scramble off to the right side. Throws, middle of the field, caught and then dropped at the 18-yard line. Sliding down almost with the catch was Richard Winston. He had found the soft spot underneath the defensive backs over on the right side. Not able to make the catch. So 3rd and 14. But 25.8 seconds remaining with the incompletion. The clock did stop.
Got to see team exposure and max protect here to get the ball down the field. The only reason why exposure hasn't had longer plays is because their offensive line isn't holding up the 5 seconds that's necessary for that 40-yard route or that 30-yard play.
They bring Toll-Free out and put in Javion Brookins. And Brookins is a 5'7", 240-pounder. Looks more like an offensive lineman out there in the backfield on the left hip of Palmer. Clap of the hands, shotgun snap, looking deep, middle of the field, picked off and dropped. Coming across underneath.
Oh, no, what we got going on?
Little flag has been thrown, I should say.
Laundry all over the field.
The intended receiver down at the 5-yard line was Richard Winston. Almost with the pickoff for his 2nd of the day was Aiden Consol. And then, as Spence mentioned, pushing and shoving after the play back near the line of scrimmage at the 30-yard line.
It's a brouhaha.
The flag was thrown by the center judge. I think it's going to be a personal foul. It's a dead ball, personal foul against exposure. So any chance, well, they're going to call it both ways. So offsetting penalties.
Well, it's off the clock, which is good.
That's exactly right if you're an exposure fan. 20.8 seconds remaining. So offsetting penalties of personal fouls called on the play. Dead ball after the play was over. It brings up 4th and 14 from the 26-yard line of Underrated. Underrated leads 6-0. They'll leave Brookins in there as the running back. Probably in there more for blocking purposes than anything else. And Palmer will look at 4th and 14 with just over 20 seconds remaining in the half. Away and sacked. Tried to get away from the pressure, not able to do it. As coming in to make the sack for team Underrated was Johnny Jacobs.
That may do it, Jim. Oh, wait, timeout.
Well, with the change of possession.
That was
clock stopped. 13.1 seconds remaining in the half. So Underrated will have a shot here. Do you take your shot up 6-0, or do you just kneel down and go into the locker room happy at halftime?
I think you have to be happy with what you've seen so far. Not necessarily happy with not being able to move the ball, but getting up early and getting on top of this team exposure team, I think that was the right move from the beginning.
75-yard touchdown pass from Zach Wren. That's the only score that we've had in this game, and it came on the first play of the game. So Wren in now again. Oh, wait. Waits for the snap. He's in the shotgun. Going to take a shot. Pressured. Steps up. Runs over to the right side. Throws underneath. Complete to Young. Young across midfield. Stepping out of bounds. And that will stop the clock with 1.6 seconds remaining.
But just to move the change, and then it should start again unless a timeout is taken.
I'm not sure they have one left. The scoreboard says
1.6.
One timeout left, so I guess they do.
Maybe they've taken.
So 1.6 seconds remaining. The ball at the 47-yard line. Nice gain by Young after he caught that ball underneath everybody. It looks like maybe a Hail Mary coming up here for Zach Wren. Can he get it to the end zone?
Show off your arm, young man.
3 wideouts to the right, 1 to the left. In motion is 1 receiver from the right to the left. Timeout. They didn't like something they saw, so they used their last timeout of the half.
Got to get it right on this one. You know, there's not going to be another play. You might as well burn it now. Checked out what the defense was giving you.
Can't take them home and put them on the mantle, can you?
Can't. I expect max protect here by Team Underrated. Maybe you put another linebacker or something like Team Exposure did. Put a linebacker, a big guy at the back, be able to pick up the blitz, give you enough time, give your receivers enough time to get close to the end zone before you let it go.
And if I'm Exposure, I send about 5 defensive backs to the 10-yard line.
Well, it was interesting because that's not what they were showing. You know, you want actually people
which probably caused the timeout.
5 or 10-yard line. You know, if your team Exposure, and that's not what they were giving the offense at the time. And that's really interesting. You at least want to be in prevent, if not have, you know, cover 3 deep with guys standing on the 10 to 5-yard line.
6-0 Underrated. They have the last play of the half coming up here. They keep that. Actually, they lose the running back. 3 wideouts to the right, 2 to the left. Empty backfield for Wren. Can he get time to step up and throw? And he will. And I think he may have been across the line, but he'll throw it anyway, and it's intercepted down at the goal line. As he did get it to the end zone. Good arm by Wren, but picked off by Nigel Davis. First interception of the day for Team Exposure, and that will end the half.
I think his foot was right behind the line, which made that a legal pass.
So we go to the halftime break, and the score is 6-0 Underrated. And we'll come back and get our halftime festivities started here from Daytona. Don't forget that big championship game coming up tonight between IMG and Flight, and we'll have it for you. This is the 2022 Post-Grad Recruits Post-Grad Football All-Star Game on Sports Radio America.
O'Reilly. When you need auto parts, O'ReillyAuto.com is just a few clicks away. We offer convenient options for you to get your parts quickly. Order online and pick up for free at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts store. We'll even bring it out curbside. Or you can have your parts delivered right to your door with free shipping on most orders over $35. Visit O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Unexpected trouble? CashNet USA can take the stress out of borrowing emergency funds. Our fast, secure application process makes it easy to apply online 24/7. Plus, CashNet USA offers same-day funding if approved before 10:30 a.m. Central Time, Monday through Friday. Additional terms may apply. Visit CashNetUSA.com or tap the banner to apply today.
As a social worker, you can become an advocate for those who can't. Earn your master's in social work degree online to learn strategies to connect diverse populations with the critical resources they need to improve their well-being, whether it's in a hospital, community service agency, or another setting. What do you think making a difference as a social worker looks like? GCU offers over 250 high-quality online programs like this one. Find your purpose at Grand Canyon University. Visit gcu.edu.
So let's say you're into yoga or Pilates, or maybe you dabble in gymnastics like me. Either way, you know being flexible is key to doing what you love. That's why Smoothie King created this Stretch and Flex smoothie for people like us, with whole fruits and organic veggies, plus type 2 collagen. Make it part of your daily fitness routine to support flexibility and joint health. So try the Stretch and Flex smoothie in tart cherry or pineapple kale. Order online today for pickup or delivery. Smoothie King, rule the day.
Victor deployed for the first time to Afghanistan in 2003. At 4 a.m, my phone rang. They said, "I regret to inform you that your husband was wounded in action." Victor sustained a moderate traumatic brain injury. I was doing school full-time, and I was also then caring for Victor. One of the most important elements of caregiving is taking care of yourself. I just didn't want to forget that I also had goals and that I also had a life. What I did is I challenged Victor to meet me halfway. There are almost 6 million military and veteran caregivers across the nation. We have our own journey, and we can fulfill that journey at the same time that we are helping our loved one.
Visit aarp.org/caregiving for a free military veterans guide to navigate your caregiving journey and better care for your loved one and yourself. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
You're listening to Sports Radio America.
Six 0 is your halftime score in the All-Star game. Post-grad recruits 2022 All-Star Football Bowl. Team underrated over team exposure. I want to give some credit to the coaching staffs of these two All-Star teams. The head coach of Team Exposure is Brandon Lang. He's also the defensive coordinator. Offensive coordinator is Storm Johnson. Linebackers coach is Alan Johnson Sr. O-line coach Terry Freeman. Darian Roberts is the running backs coach. Gary Norris, the wide receivers coach. And Trey Bruce is the defensive backs coach. For Team Underrated, their head coach is DeJuan Harris. The offensive coordinator is Ake Allen. He's also the quarterbacks coach. Cortez Chappell is the defensive coordinator and linebackers coach. Tara Sneed is the O-line coach. Kadarius Cross is the defensive backs coach. Kyle Providence, the wide receivers coach. And Brandon Irvin, the defensive line coach. So those are your coaching staffs. Wanted to give them a little credit, so we didn't have that information at the beginning of the game. Our score is 6-0. The only score of the game on the first play of the game, a 75-yard touchdown pass from Ren Davis, the quarterback of Team Underrated. And the two-point conversion was no good. That's our score. We had 3 interceptions in the first half, 2 by Team Underrated, as one of those was by Aiden Consol out of Hilton, New York. The other by Barryon Schuler out of Oklahoma Wildcats Prep. Exposure had an interception, but it was right at the end of the half on a Hail Mary thrown by Team Underrated from the 50-yard line, and the interception was made by Nigel Davis out of Augusta United Post-Grad School. He is a Georgia native. So that's a rundown of what this game had. And Spence, this was a defensive game all the way through the first half after that first play. I mean, neither offense could really find a rhythm.
A real defensive battle, and it seemed like Team Underrated had this bend but don't break type offense. Once Exposure gets past the 50, everything started to kind of close in on them, and the linebackers, the safeties, everybody started picking up their game, and that's where those interceptions came from. A lot of pressure once they passed the 50.
So that's how the first half breaks down. It won't be long. I don't think halftime is going to be but about 15 minutes. So we were efforting Chris Blanton. Not sure if he's going to be able to make it up for a halftime interview. We'll take a break here and see if he's able to come up. If not, we'll get you set for the start of the second half momentarily. As it's 6-0, Team Underrated over Team Exposure. You're listening to the 2022 Post-Grad Recruits Post-Grad Football All-Star Bowl game from Daytona, Florida on Sports Radio America.
Switching and saving with Geico is easy, so you're free to ponder life's big questions, like is the word dictionary in the dictionary? If so, it probably says something like dictionary, noun. A dictionary is the word you're reading now on the pages they were printed on. Basically, this thing you're looking at right now that you're holding, reading words from, it's a dictionary. As in, hey, look at me, I'm holding a dictionary in my hands as I read the definition of dictionary. Yeah, it's probably something like that. Switch and save with Geico. It's easier than you think.
With more time at home, your culinary skills have improved, but don't stop there. The selection and expertise at Best Buy can help you get the latest tech to take your skills to the next level. Cooking chops unlocked. Details at bestbuy.com.
Clear the road. We have supplies inbound.
Are you a problem solver? The Air National Guard never shies from tomorrow's problems. We run to them. Ready for world-class military training and global missions? Help us design the blueprint for a better future. Serve close to home and build the life you want with the Air National Guard. Visit us at goang.com or call us at 1-800-TOGO-ANG.
This is Shaquille O'Neal. You know Shaq Diesel, Superman, Big Aristotle, Big Cactus, Big Shamrock. If you're not listening to Sports Radio America, play Shaq Fu.
Welcome back to Daytona, Florida. It looks as if Chris is not going to be able to make it for a conversation here at halftime. So what we'll do instead is kind of preview what we have for you as the jewel of the day coming up later on at 6 p.m. this evening. It'll be the 2022 Post-Grad Football National Championship as Flight Academy out of Dayton, Ohio will take on IMG Academy out of Bradenton, Florida. This is the first year that IMG has fielded a post-grad team, but well known for their varsity high school program in both football and basketball.
That's right.
And just a juggernaut down here in Florida as far as talent goes. And started a post-grad team this year, having success, able to make it to the championship game after a big win last week, 44-13. And then taking on Flight Academy, who won their conference final over the defending national champion from last year in Liberty Prep. They were able to get through 4 inches of snow on the ground up there in Ohio and win 13-0 in a offensive game in which offense was hard to come by in all that weather, but still able to make it to the championship game. And then both teams get to play on this field later on today for a national championship at the post-grad level. And
it sounded like it was a offensive snow fight.
Am I catching the ball or a snowball?
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
Offensive snow fight in that championship.
But it should be a great game. Both teams, as I looked at the rosters and got ready for this game, they have great size. They have good skilled positions. Yeah. Quarterbacks look amazing, can throw the football, can run. They're both dual threat guys. So it'll be interesting to see how that game goes later on. What's the game plan between those two teams as we see them go head-to-head against each other to take it all home this year?
Yeah, Jim, I'm really excited with post-grad national championship because, like I said, as college football kind of moves, you're going to see a lot more gray shirting. We were talking about this last night. And basically what that means is somebody, going, hey, we want you, but we don't want you to use your eligibility right now. Go play for this program right now because we have to take care of this NIL deal with this guy that we just got. Go play for this, this post-grad position right now, and we'll definitely get you on the roster next week or next year.
And it used to be that those players, they didn't really have anything. If they were going to gray shirt, they basically were out from the beginning of the school year till January, and now they have options that they can go and hone their craft a little bit. We do have Chris Blanton, the post-grad recruits, joining us in the booth here to talk a little bit about this as we have a couple minutes here before the start of the second half. But Chris, and we'll talk a little bit more about this event, the All-Star game, but the post-grad programs, it's themselves across the country, really starting to come into prominence as a tool for athletes at the next level to kind of utilize and be ready for that collegiate level once it finally arrives.
Right. So actually, we were just talking on the field about how, a lot of college coaches are starting to look towards the post-grads more. JUCO was hot. Now the transfer portal has opened up, and with guys jumping in the portal December, I need a guy now. I need a guy January. Right. And most guys that's going to JUCO, and I don't want to say most guys, but a lot of guys that are going to the junior college route are trying to get their grades right, or need a little bit more time. So that's a year, 2 years. Right. I don't have that time, Gotcha. So I want older guys. If he's a 2-year, JUCO guy, I want him now. But if I can go get an 18-year-old who hasn't lost any eligibility, right? I want that kid,
who was playing football last month.
Right, exactly, last month. So he comes in January, he's already in shape, at least decent enough shape where he jumps right in and he's gone. He's on the go.
All he's got to get down at that point is academics, and the post-grad programs, they themselves are helping them in the academic sense.
That's it. For instance, Kevin Larkins Jr., he played in the game last year. He's an alumni, post-grad kid, went to Livingston College this last season, considered a true freshman, 9 interceptions.
Right.
Like, who doesn't want a freshman who can have 9 interceptions,
That's right.
In the season? Now, he's a highly, quality DB. Yeah. And he actually, I believe, has entered the portal, and colleges are all over.
Yeah. And what a year Livingston had. I mean, just unbelievable.
Exactly. So, I mean, it's a big deal now, and it's growing. It's still, people are still trying to figure it out and figure out the, ins and outs of it. But it's definitely a level that's making its mark and starting to be, very dominant in this game of recruiting.
Chris Blanton has joined us here in the press box today as we are in the halftime of the All-Star game. His site is Postgrad Recruits. Tell us a little bit about the site, Chris.
So Postgrad Recruits is a platform for exposure. It gives the guys exposure. We have an app now that we have created, and it's pretty much everything a coach needs to recruit. Height, weight, film. GPA guys can even upload their transcripts. So if a coach wants to, see a kid and recruit them from afar, he can do that and get everything he needs from that kid. All right, now come on a visit. Okay. I got all the information I needed. Come for a visit. As you can see, there's a few colleges here: Livingston College, Florida Memorial, Allen University came to practice. So they're coming out because they get on the app, they see these guys. I send them the rosters, and they like what they see. So now they want to say, okay, let me come in person, and we designed this game to be around this period because it's contact period.
Right.
Now, now it's an open game. They can come and talk to the players. Absolutely. They can evaluate the players, so it's the perfect time for these guys before early signing day.
It's an all-in-one stop, and you've got a player that's coming fresh off experience. He can get into your program in January, and boom, you're off and running. Yeah,
absolutely.
I completely get it. Did you figure out who number 1 was for us over there?
You know what? Everyone's asking me that. I'm still looking for the coaches are asking for who's number 1, man. Yeah. Which we're still. He's a guy. So
he got the touchdown.
Exactly. So with this thing, man, guys come in and out because guys that we want, we want the elite. Yeah, so we get guys, and that up to a week from the game, coach, I got an offer from South Carolina State.
Yeah. Right.
Well, there's no point in you coming here.
Right.
Right. So I'm gonna find out who that number 1 is because a lot of people are asking me about him.
As you and I were talking in the weeks leading up, you were like, I'm going to get you in on the spreadsheet. This roster's going to be fluid.
Yep. Exactly.
It is definitely a fluid situation.
Exactly. And it's changed many times, but we want that. That's what we want. We want it to change because that means we're doing our job and we're getting guys the exposure they need.
That's right.
So that they can, be successful.
I'd like to talk to you just a second here, if you'll stay with us here for the first part of the second half. Sure. As we're almost ready to get underway, and Exposure will take the football first. But Zach Rim, the quarterback for Underrated, out of Phoenix, Arizona, goes to Prestige Worldwide Academy. Young man looks like he's got some tools.
Man, does he? He throws some good balls, man. He puts them on point. Uh-huh. The kid, he has a trainer. I know his trainer contacted me and said, hey, is everything good for the game? I said, yes. He said, well, we'll be there.
Okay.
You know, so we were excited to hear that.
Very impressive in the first half. We'll see Palmer, Davion Palmer, the 6'2", 180-pounder. He'll be the starting quarterback on offense here in the second half to start, and the snap goes over Palmer's head. He can't fall on it, and it's a turnover. It'll go to underrated as they're able to fall on the football at the 4-yard line. Making the fumble recovery for underrated is C.J. Sheets, the big linebacker, as he sprinted in there after Palmer couldn't fall on the football. And that, Chris, that's just these players are not used to each other. They haven't practiced enough together, and the snap from the center just wasn't on the same page with Palmer.
Right. I mean, we had 2 practices Saturday, 9 a.m.
All right.
To about 11, and then 2 o'clock to about 5:30. So these guys come in like rookie mini camp. That's Jake Allen, one of our coaches. He's on team underrated, actually. He said, this is rookie mini camp, so you got to get fast. And these coaches don't play around. A lot of both head coaches played in NFL. Storm Johnson played for Jacksonville Jaguars for some time. So because of that, these guys try to train them in that way.
And they get a crash course, too.
A crash course.
Very quick. 4-yard line. 1st and 10 after the turnover. Handoff goes to the running back. He'll get to the 3, maybe the 2, as that time they hand off to Andrew Gordon, who was the second running back to play in the first half. He gets the start here in the second. Looks like they're going to give him the 3, so a yard pickup. It'll be 2nd and goal now for Wren.
Yeah, Jim, like we were talking about that, you don't get a lot of time in these all-star games. We do a lot of these all-star games, and the practices that you get in, that relationship between the center and the quarterback is so important. Everybody thinks it's, automatic, but it's so important to get down the timing, the snap, and everything else.
And actually, it's not Wren in there now. It's Hockey, the second quarterback we saw in the first half.
Yes.
Hockey will start. He'll hand it off again, right side. This time, they're not going to let Gordon have much room. He stacked up as he got to the right edge of the line and driven back. They'll give him the 4-yard line, so he loses a yard back to the 4. Coming out of there with the football for team exposure was the big linebacker, Osmanos Aguilera, but the whistle had already blown. So it'll be 3rd down and goal from the 4. Chris, these guys, you mentioned the colleges that are in attendance, they're not playing around. They're giving it full out. This is not all-star game-like effort. This is mid-season-like effort out here.
Exactly, and that's what we want, man. These guys have something to prove, and they're trying to prove it. We talked to them at the gala last night, and we try to just speak life into them, and I think they came alive today, for sure.
Out to the wide right for underrated is Allen. 2 wideouts to the left, and a penalty flag coming in. Somebody jumped up there on that offensive line, and that's going to make it a little bit more difficult as they'll back it up 5 to the 9-yard line and make it 3rd down and goal from the 9. And Hockey's job just got a little bit tougher.
Yeah, team underrated hasn't really been able to run right efficiently, and I bet one of those linemen kind of jumped. I want to say it was the guard, kind of jumped because he hasn't been getting a good block. He hasn't been getting good contact on his man to be able to hold him there.
I can't imagine the undertaking it took to get an event like this put together, Chris. Yeah. You are a brave man.
And I'm tired. I'll tell you that.
I tell you what, you look as tired as I do, man.
I am definitely tired, man. Each kid is handpicked, man. Yeah. So looking at this film, and then I asked the coaches for opinions, so they also help with their opinions as well.
Here's the snap on 3rd and goal. They're going to give a handoff over to the left side to Malik Davis, and he'll make his way into the end zone for a touchdown. And underrated will go up 2 scores on the board.
And that is why there was that jump, because he was trying to get that. They've been having a hard time running right. He was trying to get contact in his man and seal him. If you can't get that seal, you can't run off tackle like that. And he finally actually did it. So you got the kickout block with the tackle. But the guard was trying to get that seal, and that's why he was jumping. And he finally got that seal. They were able to run off tackle, and that's why that play was successful.
And that's going to be now a 2-point conversion coming up for underrated as they go up 12-0. Snap went over the head of the quarterback for team exposure, recovered at the 4-yard line, took underrated a couple of plays to get things situated, even a false start penalty. but they make it in on a 9-yard touchdown run by Malik Davis.
Man, I must tell you, I'm very surprised with Team Underrated and proud of them. Yeah. We put their O-line pretty much together yesterday. so
That's fantastic. Hockey on the 2-point conversion. Snap, going to throw, steps up in the pocket, and he'll go down. He's sacked back at the 10-yard line. Coming up again is Aiden Morgan. Morgan's made a couple of sacks in this game, and Exposure will get the football back. Now down 12-0 with 12:01 to go in the third period.
Chris, if you put that offensive line together, that's not bad. You know, a lot of guys working together, especially that center and the guards, trying to work together last minute like that and hold the line, man. That's impressive. That's impressive because you never really – the footwork alone is impressive, especially at this level.
Right, and that just shows how much talent these guys have, man. Number 50, actually, we got him yesterday.
Wow.
He came in yesterday, Derwin Black, and he's picking up a lot of interest from the coaches down there.
Well, it's 6'6", 285. Yeah. I can see why. He is a mountain of a young man.
Exactly.
So Exposure will take over 25-yard line there into the field. And man in motion. And a handoff, cutting back to the middle, and running room is there for Jordan McInnes. He's going to make it all the way across midfield, all the way down to the 43, make it the 44-yard line. Knee down there in underrated territory. Big running play for Jordan McInnes on the first play from scrimmage. He'll journey down the field for 36 yards.
Underrated's defense has been pretty sound internally. They've not been out on the outside, but that was the first big play up the middle for Team Underrated.
I mean, these coaches did a good job, man. They handpicked. So we did a draft, man. It took us about a week and a half, 2 weeks. We drafted most of these guys, the ones that were there from the beginning that were picked, and they put on a good game. We wanted to be equal, and so far it's a pretty good and equal game. It's just
solid.
So I like what I'm seeing.
The handoff that time and cut down in the backfield. I think they went to Brown. Make sure he's got his jersey pulled up there a little bit, but I think they went to Brown on a little outside handoff, and coming up to make the tackle was Dawson Thompson. Thompson's made a couple of plays here. How many schools now are there on the post-grad level, man, Chris, that you guys can pick from?
Listen,
they keep popping up.
They keep popping up, man. They'll keep popping up.
Snap to Palmer, across the middle throw. Made the catch at the 37-yard line. Nice catch before he's hauled down by the shoulder pads. Dalton Yarrick able to make the catch as he come across the middle. And an 8-yard gain, actually going to spot it real close to the 35-yard line. Only about a yard and a half to go for a first down here for Exposure, and they're moving the football. But again, Spence, this is where they tend to stall out. On each drive in the first half. Palmer slaps his hands, high snap, pulls it down. Handoff is going to go to Tollfree, and he's stacked up. White jerseys everywhere to stop Tollfree. Couldn't get started on that one. He'll lose about 3 all the way back to the 38-yard line, and it'll be 4th down for Exposure. And it looks like 4th and 4. I mean, we see the rosters and states all the way across the country, Florida, Mississippi.
Yeah.
I mean, you guys must have.
We have a receiver.
Right, yeah. I talked to Frederick Fjeldseth. I talked to Fjeldseth before the game. Nice young man, and he's got some tools too.
He does, man. And we talked a little bit during practice, and he's still learning how to, get the competitiveness of the game in America, coming from the overseas.
Good speed. Here's Palmer on 4th and 4, going to throw over to the sideline, too far outside of the range of the receiver, Tayon Kane. Falls incomplete at the 32-yard line. Would have been a first down as Kane had made a nice little cut at the hash to get toward the sideline, but Palmer just not accurate with that one, a little bit too far outside for Kane to be able to pull it in, and that's a turnover on downs. It'll be underrated once again, and they'll start at their own 38-yard line.
Jim, I'm going to have to check the stats, but I think that Team Underrated, once the other squad gets past the 50-yard line, I think they've only given up 3 first downs.
I think you're right.
Yeah. That's solid.
That's solid. There's a solid defense on that side.
Yeah.
It really is. I mean, both sides are pretty solid. It's just mistakes hurting team exposure right now.
So, Chris, if a coach might be watching this game, wants to know more about post-grad recruits, they just go to the website?
Yeah, they can go to post-grad recruits. They can go to the app on their iPhone store or the Android store, or they can go to the website, postgradrecruits.com. And also we have a Twitter at postgradrecruit. They can check that out. We do put a lot of content on there. Okay. So they can look at that, and they can see a lot of the guys on there. You know, we have their heights and weights on there and things of that nature. And the rosters are also on there.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it's going to become more and more popular as NIL takes over, as you have the transfer portal with players leaving almost on a daily basis.
All the time. Colorado's quarterback just jumped instantly.
Jumps in the portal. Yeah.
2nd and 5 after a 5-yard run by Davis, and he'll get it again. Right edge. Can he get the edge? Not very much. No, he's knocked down. Forward progress. They may give him to the 45. A pickup of 2 for Davis. Getting over there on the outside to help out with the tackle was James Banks, the defensive back, as well as Osmanis Aguilera. Aguilera, we've mentioned his name a couple of different times. He's got some tools.
Yeah, definitely. Man, he's actually plays running back as well. He played running back in high school, so he's definitely an athlete and can move very well. He went to a post-grad Georgia Storm up in Georgia.
Okay.
He's out of Tampa Bay. Went to Tampa Bay Technical High School.
Okay. That's where I stay now.
Oh,
we're in Tampa Bay.
3rd and 3 for Team Underrated, as they once again on defense stopped team exposure once they got into underrated territory. 7:25 to go in the 3rd, and Underrated leading 12-0. Back to throw is Hockey. He'll throw middle of the field. The pass was tipped at the line of scrimmage. Coming in on pressure was Brian Edwards, the defensive lineman out of Baltimore, 6'4", 245, able to get a big paw on that one and knock it down. It'll bring up 4th and 3. I believe Underrated might go for this, especially up 2 scores.
Brian Edwards actually has a good amount of looks from colleges right now. He wanted to come to this game to prove even more to the colleges that were interested in him that, hey, pull the trigger, come and get me. And I think he's trying to do that today.
Well, you think about and I don't mean anything to demean by this, but small colleges here in Florida, there's a ton of them. There's Sun Conferences down here. You've got, St. Leo and Southeastern. And,
right.
I mean, just a ton of the smaller colleges down here, and I can't imagine how they would not be. And we have a penalty flag down a jump on the offensive line there that started the play. So a false start will put it back a little bit more. And I think now the decision will be made that they'll punt the football here. Underrated will, and try to pin exposure back.
That's probably the right move here. You don't want Team Underrated has played this game honestly better than I thought they were going to do. Team exposure, sideline to sideline defensively, they are solid. And the opportunities that Underrated has had, they've capitalized on them. But I mean, there are very few snaps where team exposure isn't locking them down.
So Wren back to punt the football for Team Underrated. He gets the football. Had a great punt his last one. This one a little shorter. Coming up, taking it on the run at the 33. See where they spot him. I think 33-34 is where he's going to be. But fielding that was Willie Brown, and he'll be able to give him the 35-yard line there to start the next drive for exposure. You got to think, with 7 minutes to go here in the 3rd, they got to get one that gets farther than the 30-yard line on the other end. Got to get something going here. You mentioned Florida Memorial just down the road a little bit, just starting their program. This has to be a dream come true for a school like that.
I actually believe Willie Brown is one that they're here to look at. And I'm not mistaken, I believe they caught him. I think he's a catch for them. So that's great, for him and for them to be able to see him. They saw him on Twitter. They saw his film and things of that nature, been recruiting him. So it's good for them to be able to see him in person.
In motion goes the wide receiver Kane. They give him the jet sweep, and he's going to be dropped for a yard loss back to the 34-yard line. Some good speed by this Underrated team in the secondary. They're able to get sideline to sideline pretty easily.
Man, it's speed all over the field right now, man. The receivers in practice, man, the receivers were killing the DBs. We thought the DBs would be in trouble, but they're holding out game time. You know, the lights are on, so now they're showing up and showing out. So I'm glad to see them come to play because these receivers were smoking them in practice, but not today, not right now.
Palmer's got McInnes in the backfield with him and 2 wideouts to either side. No tight end into the game right now. And the snap, quick throw over to the left, and the catch is made by Brown. Brown struggling to get upfield, and a flag coming in very late after the play is over, but Brown makes the catch for 15 yards up and make it 16 to the 50-yard line. It will be a first down, and there may be more tacked onto the end of this.
Personal foul. Looks like I'm not sure if they grabbed him by the face mask. They made the signal that it's a personal foul.
And that'll give them the 35 if that's true. They do seem to be moving down the field, and it is a personal foul against Underrated. So the 35-yard line ends up being a 31-yard play on the catch by Brown. But right as we talk about him, he kind of shows up there, slant pattern, nice speed, got away from a guy. But very nice catch by Brown.
He's been making plays all day, man. I mean, the kid is just dynamic. He's a dynamic receiver.
High snap, going to throw it out to Brown again to the left side and trying to tightrope the sideline, not able to get away from the last defensive back over there that could stop him. Making the tackle for Team Underrated on the sideline was, I believe that might be Trent. No, check that. It's Kalen Purder. Purder, a 5'10", 180-pounder out of Lakewood, South Carolina. Played at Palmetto Prep. But there are some big-name post-grad schools that are established. I mean,
there are.
This is the first year for IMG, but everybody has heard of IMG.
Of course.
Just some really big names. And
it's the first year for Flight Academy as well.
It is. It is their first year. So it's going to be a good one there.
First down from the 25. High snap, but Palmer's able to take it. Going to throw over to the sideline. Intercepted at the 19-yard line. Making the interception. It's the third of the game for Team Underrated. Jamarion Richardson out of Paulding County, Georgia. Played for Georgia Storm Prep, 6'1", 190-pounder. And a big interception there to stop another drive. Seems the secondary's coming up big all afternoon for Team Underrated with 4:56 to go in the third period. Underrated leads 12-0.
Jamarion got both feet in bounds. Not one, both. that was an NFL interception and good any Sunday.
You know, I see exposure. They look a little down right now, but it's still a lot of football left for them.
Lots of football. But like you were saying, you know, there's a difference between game speed and practice, and you're starting to see these DBs get to the spot that they need to be a lot quicker than they probably were in practice.
So 4:56 to go in the third. We're going to release Chris here in just a minute so he can get me number one's name before this game is over with.
For sure.
Make sure that touchdown's credited right. And Wren back in at quarterback for Underrated. Rolls out to his right, getting pressure, throws, threw it away just to save the football, save the sack. Good decision by Wren as really nobody open down the field. And it'll be second down and 10 from the 20-yard line now. That's where they say Richardson stepped out of bounds when he intercepted the ball a moment ago. Chris, we do appreciate your time. I know you're pulled about 18 different directions today.
Hey, I like it being up here, man. I can hide from everyone.
If you ever need to hide, man, come up over where we are.
I appreciate you guys, man.
You're always welcome to come up, man. Appreciate your time. And a great event, too. Appreciate it as he will go down and get us the name of number one in white before this game is over with. Second and 10 coming up for Underrated. The stadium, Daytona Stadium, Larry Kelly Field, the name of the facilities. And the Wildcats of Bethune-Cookman, this is their home stadium. Timeout called. It looked like there was one extra player on the field for Team Underrated, and they had to call a timeout to avoid the illegal substitution penalty. So let's take that, too. We'll take a 1-minute timeout and come back. This is the 2022 Post-Grad Recruits Post-Grad Football All-Star Game on Sports Radio America.
Duralast batteries are proven tough in the most extreme conditions. They're tested to start in 140-degree heat or temperatures of 40 below. Yep, they're that tough. So if they can do that, they can definitely perform for your nephew's soccer game, work through a scattered thunderstorm, or be dependable on Sunday afternoon trips to the grocery store. Because no matter what the weather's like, it's nice to know that you've got a proven tough Duralast battery under the hood. Duralast, proven tough, and sold only at AutoZone. Hoods up, America.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Could family genetics be a reason that no matter what we try, we still can't lose the fat and inches from our problem areas? To learn more, we spoke to Dr. Brian Strand from Sonobello.
While some people can eat everything and stay thin, others diet and exercise daily and still pack on fat and inches to their problem areas. It's not your fault. It can be genetics. If you struggle to lose the fat from your tummy, love handles, thighs, and back, you're likely battling your family genetics. The good news is we have an answer. Sonobello uses a remarkable technique called microlaser fat removal. In one comfortable visit, the fat in your hardest places to lose is gone permanently.
Stop wrestling with your family genes and lose the fat permanently. And right now, you can save $250. The results are life-changing. Do this for you. Don't wait. Visit sonobello.com/save. sonobello.com/save. sonobello.com/save.
Unexpected trouble? CashNet USA can take the stress out of borrowing emergency funds. Our fast, secure application process makes it easy to apply online 24/7. Plus, CashNet USA offers same-day funding if approved before 10:30 a.m. Central Time, Monday through Friday. Additional terms may apply. Visit CashNetUSA.com or tap the banner to apply today.
Keeping your pet happy and healthy. That's what Chewy is all about, which is why we offer veterinary diets, prescriptions, even compounded medications customized for your pet, so you can get what they need to feel good. Save on pet prescriptions and more. Visit Chewy.com today.
When is the best time to talk to your family about staying in touch during a disaster? Amid the chaos? Or is the best time perhaps today? Go to ready.gov/communicate and make your emergency plan today. Don't wait. Communicate. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
You are listening to Sports Radio America. Sports. Anytime, anywhere.
On 2nd and 10, underrated a running play to the outside. Able to pick up 1 yard on the run by Wayne Allen. 6'1", 185-pounder out of Hodgson Vocational Tech High School in Delaware. Played his post-grad year at Showtime Prep in Maryland. A 1-yard pickup will make it 3rd and 9, but we have an injured player on the field. And I believe it's the big offensive lineman we were just talking about, Derwin Black, 6'6", 285-pounder out of Florida Central Tech post-grad school. And he is down with the helmet off. And you hate to see any type of injury during a all-star type format, but
in a situation like this, you're out here trying to get exposure, trying to get a couple of looks, and this is probably the worst case scenario for that situation. Looks like cramps, though.
Yeah, I was just saying they look like they're stretching him out for a cramp. So.
And that makes sense, you know.
Not on the field today, I would assume. That crushed rubber inside that artificial turf probably makes this about a 10-degree higher temperature on the field than it is as you would just be normally out and about.
Additionally, there was some rain, and that rain kind of coming. I mean, this is already a humid environment down here in Florida, but that rain, coming off, is probably hard to sweat. He's probably not, he's probably in a situation where he's cramping up. And, he was a late addition, so that may be something, getting your body in shape for a game like this is something that, you actually have to take a couple of days in order to hydrate your body for competition at this level.
He is a mountain at 6'6", 285.
Monster.
I mean, just stands so tall above everyone here. And hope that he's okay. He's going off in his own power, and it does look like a cramp limp.
Yeah.
I recognize that from the middle of the night. when I get a Charlie horse. So 3rd and 9 coming up for Team Underrated. Black able to get off the field. And Wren looking at 3rd and 9 from his own 21. Looks like pressure is going to be coming from Team Exposure. Low snap picked up. Wren slant pattern. Receiver wasn't even looking. As that inside receiver number 1 was not looking for the football, and that will bring up 4th and 9 from their own 21. And I think
that was a throwaway.
You may see Underrated punt the football. And now a penalty?
Uh-oh.
Did I see a penalty flag? No, they're placing the football. I thought the official was saying a penalty, but no flag down. And with 4:09 to go in the 3rd, the punt team comes on for Underrated. Now, if you're wondering why there's no line and no defenders other than a return man in this all-star format, there's no pressure on a punt. He's able to just kick the football, and the return man's able to make a fair catch, and that's the end of the play. Looks like Black's making some runs up the sideline. Here is a punt taken at the 48-yard line by Brown.
You know, Jim, it's interesting the punting situation here, because that may be from the future. I mean, as we look at player safety moving forward and how to make this game safer, that may be a way to actually do it. I mean, I'd hate to see, punt returners not have the opportunity to take one back, but that's a game, that's a play that a lot of people get injured on.
I'm with you.
We've seen people, we've seen changes to the kickoffs, but punt returns and punting formation, that looks like it's really good for player safety.
27-yard punt by Wren, and now Exposure takes over. High snap, handoff, left side, able to escape a tackle is the running back McInnes and get positive yards. He probably should have been stopped back at the line of scrimmage at the 48-yard line as Tyleki Overton, a linebacker, 5'10", 210-pounder out of Augusta United in Georgia, was able to get a hand on him. But McInnes slipped out of that tackle and one more and got up to the 42 for a gain of 6.
Hard earned yards there. Hard running by that young man.
2nd and 4 now from the 42 of Underrated. This is the 5th drive that Exposure has been in enemy territory, and they still have no points on the board. Pass in the middle of the field, complete to Brown. He's got running room, makes a move, 25-20, down the left side, may make it, he will, touchdown, Exposure.
With a little bit of gritty at the end.
So that pass goes for 42 yards. And now Exposure back in the game.
That bend but don't break philosophy finally broke a couple of good tackles or good blocks. He was able to work off those blocks, break a few tackles himself, get to the end zone.
Palmer started rolling out to the right side, and then all of a sudden just stopped because he saw Brown coming across underneath. The pass itself in the air for maybe 8 yards, and Brown ran for the 35 more it took to get down the field.
The yards after the catch were made possible by 2 key blocks in that secondary. Beautiful. Beautiful when you see your receivers and your tight end blocking for you down the field.
12-6 now the score with 2:36 to go in the 3rd. 2-point conversion coming up for Exposure. So Brown looks over to the left side, now the right. Here's Palmer throwing end zone, intercepted. Intercepted on the 2-point conversion. It's another one by Schuler, his 2nd of the day.
Those DBs are feasting on these quarterbacks. As the field gets smaller, it seems as if the DBs get faster. They're using their speed to cut off different angles, to cut off different throwing lanes, and get in front of these balls that these receivers are just not really doing a good job presenting their body for clean passes from these quarterbacks.
I don't know who's looking at Barryon Schuler, but somebody needs to. That young man's having an afternoon, and I'll tell you something. A couple of interceptions, one of them on a 2-point conversion. He's had a few tackles, I think 1 tackle for loss.
And there's a couple of FCS programs that might be interested in that young man.
It may be hard to believe, but people just like you are already saving money. FeedThePig.org makes it easy. Their simple savings plan teaches you how to start saving without going overboard, so you don't need to start foraging wild berries.
I was skeptical, but these are actually pretty good.
You don't need to sell your soul to the devil.
$15 is the best I can do.
You just need FeedThePig.org. Don't get left behind. Get tips and tools at FeedThePig.org. Brought to you by the American Institute of CPAs and the Ad Council.
Welcome to Calvin's Barbershop.
You all got to see this.
I don't even want to know what you're looking at on that phone.
Well, you should. I was learning about the dangers of high blood pressure and that we need to get ours checked regularly. High blood pressure can increase the risk of heart attack or stroke, but this text program can help keep it at a healthy range. Just text Barbershop to 97779 to sign up.
I'll get right on it as soon as I'm done with this baby panda video.
Text Barbershop to 97779. A message from the American Heart Association and the Ad Council.
During the fall and winter, grilling season never ends, and Gessler Propane is your local supplier that makes sure you get your hard-earned money's worth. Why go to gas exchanges to pay higher prices for tanks not filled to capacity? Gessler Propane makes sure you're prepared for year-round grilling with 100% filled tanks at a reasonable cost. See Bob Monday through Friday, 10 to 4, and Saturday, 9 to 3 at Gessler Propane, 702 Youngstown Poland Road, Struthers, or call 330-755-9119. Gessler Propane. They got gas.
I'm getting older. Do I need to worry about falling?
Yes, you do. Each year, 1 in 4 people 65 and older will experience a fall, and many will be serious. The majority of falls happen at home, so remove things that could make you trip and install handrails to keep you steady. To learn more about the steps you can take to help prevent a fall, please talk to your doctor. You can also visit aarpfoundation.org or MedicareMadeClear.com/falls. This message was brought to you by United Healthcare and AARP Foundation.
From high school to the pros and everything in between, you're listening to City View Sportscast, part of the iMedia One network.
This is Mario Andretti. You know me as a race car driver, but I'm also a Meals on Wheels volunteer. I've raced against the sport's biggest personalities, but I've never met more vibrant, amazing people than the seniors served by Meals on Wheels. You can make a difference by dropping off a hot meal and saying a quick hello. So, America, let's do lunch. Volunteer your lunch break at americaletsdolunch.org.
This message brought to you by Meals on Wheels America and the Ad Council.
People been saying to your friend, get a different face, and posting on their feed, they're super ugly. The things they say to them online are cruel and they're not true. So tell your friend, I'll stand up for you. Don't worry, I know what to do.
Know someone being bullied online? You can be a witness and make a difference by letting the world know it isn't cool and by letting your friend know you care. Learn more at eyewitnessbullying.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council.
Golf in the Mahoning Valley starts at Mill Creek Golf Course. Mill Creek Golf Course is the host venue for the AJGA PGA Hope Program, 8 high school teams, and 2 collegiate teams. Mill Creek Golf Course is your Callaway certified golf club fitting facility. It was named the PGA of America's National Merchandiser of the Year for a public facility 2022. Book your tee time at 330-740-7112 or online at millcreekmetroparks.org.
Miss an episode of By All Means, and you could miss a lot.
That was also a big draw when Major League Baseball talked to us about this concept and if we would be interested in moving into this league, was the vision that we'd have State College, Williamsport, West Virginia, all 3 really strong.
By All Means, Tuesdays at 5, right here on Western Reserve Radio and streaming live on westernreserveradio.com.
Get here. How? It was affecting me in my marriage. My husband, he didn't know how to help me. He actually called Wounded Warrior Project. Wounded Warrior Project had this thing called Couples Odyssey.
It was an eye-opener, and I think it really saved our marriage.
They gave us books and resources and tools on how to help us with that. I just love him. I love you, honey.
Me too. Watching her fight for her mental health, fighting for other veterans, fighting for this family, helped me to fight too. Well, I always loved it, but I love it 10 times more for that.
Not all wounds are visible.
If you or a loved one are suffering, visit woundedwarriorproject.org/notalone.
Uh-oh, Brad's buzzed. Oh, yeah? Yeah, he's starting with the woots. Good thing is, he knows when he's buzzed.
Know your buzzed warning signs? Call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
You are listening to Sports Radio America. Sports, anytime, anywhere.
Starting the fourth quarter, and Team Underrated has decided to punt the football. And Wren will put foot to football and taking it to 34-yard line by Team Exposure's Cheyon Kane. Or was it Brown? It was Kane on the return. So that punt, starting from the 33, will go for 37 yards for Team Underrated. Wren's had a 47-yarder and a 37-yarder, so he had one for 27. First and 10 for Exposure. They got the momentum. They scored a moment ago on a 42-yard touchdown pass from quarterback Palmer to Brown, the receiver. And he's going to throw it again on first and 10, get it to the outside to Kane. And Kane will get up the sideline up to the 38. An 8-yard gain on first down. Makes it second and short as we get underway here in the fourth quarter with the score 12-6, Underrated on top.
And those runs they've been few and far between for Team Exposure here. It feels almost as if, Team Underrated is getting a little tired. It's the fourth quarter, sun's beating down. They may be giving up a little bit more points here in the fourth.
Well, they're starting to use the receivers on the outside, Brown as well as Kane. Second and 2 from their own 38. Underrated in white, Exposure in black. Palmer to throw, looks left, throws, complete at the 46 and up to the 49-yard line as the pass was caught by Winston. And Winston able to get the first down, move the chains, and just a yard away from getting into enemy territory. Winston went to Mary G. Montgomery High School in Alabama. First and 10 from their own 49. Exposure trying to tie this game at 12-6. We've got 13 minutes to play. Winston heads over to the slot on the right side. Palmer, high snap, able to take it. It's going to start running and not able to get anywhere. He's going to be brought down in the backfield. Not sure if that was a called quarterback run, but high snap made Palmer try to make something out of nothing, and he's dropped back at the 46-yard line. It's a loss of 3 on the play and brings up second and 13.
I got to give Palmer some credit here. There have been quite a few, maybe 10 or 11 high snaps. He's gotten to about 2 or 3 of them, and been able to get through the plays efficiently as well. But the high snaps are throwing off his timing, leading to interceptions, a fumble recovery. I mean, the high snaps are a problem in this game.
Now, the very first play of the second half, snap went over Palmer's head and was recovered at the 4-yard line by Underrated. They were able to turn that into 6 points. Second and 13, Palmer, 2 wideouts to either side. Going to look, goes left, throws, complete to Kane, away from one man, then steps out of bounds at the 43-yard line. They'll give him the 42.
I think he actually could have picked up the first down if you actually knew it was Stoops.
So the gain on second and 13 goes for 11 to the 43-yard line. Do they spot it at the 42? Now they're going to give him the 43. That's where he goes out of bounds. It does make it third and short, though, 3rd and 2. Now on the Underrated side of the field, and we got a player that's also suffering cramps, and it's another Underrated player. This time, one of the linebackers, I believe, I'll get his number in just a moment. That may be Dawson Thompson. Or is it Davis?
Yeah, cramps. Maybe that knee also. He's either cramping up really bad or his knee seems to be giving out on him.
It's actually Tyleki Overton. Overton has made a couple of big tackles in this game, and Overton is not putting much weight at all, but it looks as if his leg is stiffening up. So hopefully that's just a cramp issue. That'd be great if it was. They're just going to take him over to the opposing bench and set him down there until they can get a look at him.
Get that man some electrolytes.
11:45 to go in the game. 12-6 underrated. Mentioned that some help today from Bobby Ladmore with VSN. Using our audio on their televised telecast of the game. 3rd and 2. Appreciate Bobby's help today getting us situated here in the press box at Daytona Stadium. And movement up front, was it offsides or were they drawn offsides? Let's see what the official says. I think this is going to go against the defense. And underrated already moving back, so it is offsides against the defense. That'll be a free first down as it was 3rd and 2. It'll actually put it inside the 40-yard line down to the 38 and a new set of downs to work with.
This is exactly what team exposure needs. A couple of more opportunities, and I think they may be able to get back to get this game tied or maybe even take the lead.
Palmer awaits, gives the handoff to McInnes. McInnes is going to be dropped in the backfield.
Somebody blew up the line.
Coming back there, I believe that was Thompson. Dawson Thompson out of Arlington, Texas. Played his post-grad year at Southwest Florida Prep and Tech. Thompson knifed in on that right edge to get down the ball carrier for a loss of 3.
Team underrated defensive line is just so active. Their hands are active.
Linebackers are quick.
Yeah.
2nd and 13 now from the 41 of underrated as exposure looks to tie this game. Possibly even take the lead. Brown is the widest, furthest out right. Snap to Palmer, looking, goes left side. Intercepted, one-hander. That was Kalen Purter. Woo. And Purter gets away from one would-be tackler. He's got to outrun a wide receiver, but I don't know if he's going to be able to do it. He's not. Wow. Inside the 15-yard line, down to the 14. Making the tackle to save the touchdown. Give it up for Tayon Kane of team exposure. But another interception, the 4th of the day of Palmer, although one of them was on a 2-point conversion.
The skill set to be able to go up as a DB, coming towards the ball, one hand up, snag it out, and then take it up the field, almost for a pick 6. Somebody's got to put that guy on the roster.
Got that at the 40, so the return on that is going to go for 46 yards. Big interception by Purter out of Lakewood, South Carolina.
Purter, your name is now known, my friend. That was an amazing play.
And now Hockey back in at quarterback is going to hand off to Johnson. And Johnson cut down at the line of scrimmage. Coming in to make that tackle. Very nice play by James Banks, defensive back, but he's more like a linebacker, 6 foot 205. I think he can probably play way back in the secondary or put his hand down if need be.
And see, those are the kind of guys that you want. You want those utility players, those jackknives that you can actually fit in different places in your defense. If a guy can cover, especially a bigger guy can cover, you can use those guys against tight ends. You can use those guys in wide 9. You can use them anywhere on the field.
Movement everywhere. This is going to be a penalty. I think it's going to be a false start. So back them up 5. They'll have to do it again on 2nd and 15 now instead of 2nd and 10.
And just when we thought that there were moves being made by Team Exposure to get this score tied, Team Underrated comes up with a big play to give their offense the opportunity late in this game.
So 2nd and 15. Hockey is the quarterback. Fakes a handoff. No, actually, he did give it away. Not much in the middle of the field there, as it was Johnson on the handoff. Coming on the bottom of that pile is Jalen Dobie-Clark, the big 6'5" linebacker, actually playing a little bit more defensive end here today. Good-sized kid. Give Johnson a yard to the 18-yard line, and it's going to be 3rd down and 14.
Big play coming up here. Coaches love to watch situations like this where there are huge plays to be made on 3rd and 14. They want to see the execution of each and every one of these guys, each and every one of these players, and see who can come away, with the right block, the right run route, and a scoring play, hopefully.
Fake the handoff to Johnson. Hockey pressure. Trying to get outside of it. Going to throw down the sideline. It'll be out of bounds. So 4th down and 13 coming up from the 18-yard line of Exposure. And real danger here of the interception by Purder going by the wayside without anything happening. 7:49 to play in the game. It's 12-6 Underrated. They have the ball, but it'll be 4th down and 14 at the 18 of Exposure.
It seemed like a jailbreak on that offensive line. 13 for Team Exposure came across unblocked and really kind of busted up that play from the beginning.
Jalen Dobie-Clark again in on the play. Comes the play call. Johnson shifts to the left hip of the quarterback. Hockey. Snap. Looking to throw. Moving to the right. Now throwing in zone. It is knocked down. Incomplete. Intended receiver was Corbin Hale. And the receiver who made the knockdown for Team Exposure was Christian Leonard. 6'2", 188-pounder out of Georgia Storm Prep. And Exposure dodges a big bullet after the interception by Purder. And the 46-yard interception return set up Team Underrated inside the red zone. They could not take advantage of.
Those are the things that I'm actually starting to key in on. Just like that, Hale didn't really present his body efficiently, and that's why that was almost an interception as well. You got to get your body turned around. You got to get out of the route. You got to get your body turned around so that you present an open, especially out of those hooks, you present an open target for your quarterback.
So Exposure takes over. Little pass to the outside, and the flat is complete as Tollfree is able to pull it in, get up across the 20 to about the 22. Nice first down play. It'll be 2nd down and we'll call it 7 after the 3-yard play on 1st down. Little pass out to the left side.
As time winds down here, each play gets more and more important.
7:05 left to go in the game. 2nd and 7, throw to the outside. Fjeldseth is able to pull it in and catch it, get across the 30-yard line. That's enough for a 1st down. Nice little hook pattern on that left side by Fjeldseth, and Palmer found him, and a movement of the sticks for Team Exposure.
And did you see that, Jim? Did you see how he presented his body? He ran his route. He presented his body as an open target, and it's easy for Palmer to hit guys like that.
Well, he's got good size, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Looks like if he could put on some muscle, he could be a really nice tight end for somebody. Dalton Kincaid style from Utah. Here's the snap on 1st down. Tollfree up the middle after the handoff. Got a push to the line of scrimmage, and then he was met with resistance, and that resistance came in the form a big Anthony Fjeldstad out of Isabella High School in Alabama, 6'2", 275. Ooh, he's every bit of it, too.
I'm not sure. I guess you got to keep the defense honest, but I'm not sure exactly why that play was called. You're down. It's 6 minutes left. You're down 6. You got to get down the field.
No gain on the play. Under 6 now to play. And Exposure trying to tie this one. 12-6, underrated leads. Palmer on 2nd and 10. Snaps the hands. Throws over right side. Too far outside of the range of Yarrick, the wide receiver out of Alabama.
You can tell, like, some of these timing passes are just out of timing right now. And that's, you have to have the practices in to be able to get those timing routes down. Palmer's having a hard time.
So they'll have 3rd and 10 now from the 31, their own end of the field for Team Exposure. And how many chances do they have left with 5:46 left to go in the game?
And that's why I didn't know why that 2nd down run. That I would have liked to see a little bit of even a crossing pattern, something over the middle to take advantage of what we see here with team underrated in the middle of the field.
2 wideouts to either side. Timeout called as Exposure. That was quick. Coaches did not like what they saw over there.
Maybe they see the same thing I see.
So they called the timeout. And now, 5:46 remaining. We'll keep it right here. 12-6 underrated leads. 6-point lead. 4 interceptions on the day for Team Underrated. 1 by Consol, 1 by Schuler, 1 by Perter, and then there was an interception on a 2-point conversion made by Schuler. He actually has 2. Underrated coming out of their huddle now. 3rd and 10. This is a monster play here.
Big play.
Do you decide to, if you're not able to get it, do you punt the football and hope that your defense can hold Underrated, or do you try to go for it here on 4th down?
Well, now I think you have to go for it. You usually want about 6 minutes left for an actual drive.
Trips over to the right side. Palmer looks at him now, claps his hands, and gets the snap. Looking, throws, middle of the field, intercepted. It hit one player and tipped up into the air and made the interception was Thompson. Dalton Thompson, the 5th interception of the day of Palmer.
Palmer is just getting no help from some of his receivers. I'm surprised that they didn't draw up something for 17. His receiver, number 17, and he had a really good catch earlier. He seems to be the one that can actually run his route and present his body in a way that Palmer can hit him. No problems when it's done like that. The other receivers seem to, I don't know if it's a timing thing, but they don't seem to be able to present their bodies or get in positions to where they can get their head turned around in enough time to actually make a play on the ball.
He was able to return the interception a couple of yards inside the 30 to the 29. But the 5th interception of Palmer today, and now Underrated. We might see them start to run the football a little bit here and try to use some clock with 5:37 left to go in the game and up 12-6. Wren with 2 backs into the game. Davis and Johnson are both into the game.
Timeout.
A timeout is, I think, that Underrated had one too many players. Yeah, substitution. They didn't get the timeout, so they're going to have to back it up fine.
I thought they got the timeout in there, but the officials thought otherwise.
So substitution infraction penalty will back it up outside of the 30 to the 34. And Team Underrated now facing 1st and 15. That is not as scary as the fact that if they pick up a couple of first downs, they can almost put this thing away. 2 backs with Wren in the backfield. Handoff Davis from left to right, trying to get the edge. Does to the 30. Fumble the football, and it will be recovered. I think one of the offensive linemen came down and got it.
Oh, my goodness.
One of the offensive linemen came down and fell on the football right on the sideline at the 28-yard line.
There were 2 guys for Team Exposure that had a shot at that before it actually went out of bounds.
Davis was there, as well as Tyler O'Connor the offensive lineman out of South Lyon, Michigan. Felt Rim Academy here in Florida is his prep school. And that was a big fumble recovery as Exposure could have gotten it right back. The ball will be placed at the 28, I believe. Yes, 28-yard line. So a 6-yard gain on the carry by the running back Davis. Malik Davis, but a fumble of the football, and it took one of his offensive linemen coming back to get the recovery. 2nd and 9 now from the 28. Got to get to the 19 for a first down. Wren, low snap, hands off. Not a lot of running room right side. This is Andrew Gordon on the carry. And Gordon may have been able to make the line of scrimmage at the 28, but not a lot there. And I'll be honest with you, Exposure has played the run fairly decently today.
Oh yeah. They've had 7 in the box. Sometimes they've been doing it well with 6. Just really good gap integrity and not letting the middle of the field be exposed for either runs or passes. A lot of the success that we've seen with Team Underrated has been on the edges. They've been able to attack those edges. They've been able to get some. Their tackles are pretty good. But when those guards are able to actually seal off, they can get a lot of those jet passes, those jet runs on the edge, and use their speed to actually advance the ball. But both of these teams are really well defensively coached. Team Exposure, though, has been very solid up the middle, except for a couple of occasions. I really like what the coaches have done with Team Exposure.
4:17 to play. Timeout was called. Now here they come. Unrated with the football. 3rd and 9 at the 28-yard line of Exposure. Underrated leads 12-6. Wren is the quarterback for this play. Big Zach Wren, 6'1", 200. Looks a bit bigger than that.
Uh-oh.
And off the field late is Gordon. Now they're ready. Thompson the only back. Johnson. Sorry about that. Johnson left side. Not going to find running room. Just stacked up at the 27-yard line. They're not even going to give him the 27. Getting over there to make a tackle was Brian Edwards. We've mentioned Edwards a couple of different times from Baltimore, Maryland.
Sideline to sideline. I believe they just took a timeout as well.
Yeah, timeout from Team Exposure. Has no gain on the play on the sweep running play to Gordon to the left side. Or check that, it was Johnson, Trent Johnson. And the ball still at the 28-yard line with 4th and 9 coming up. Exposure might be able to get the football back here, but that was their last time out, Spence.
I mean, what do you do in this situation? I guess you try to pick up the first down because you really don't want to punt in this situation. You're not going to gain much of an advantage that way. So you try to pick up the first down and try and put this game away. With 4 minutes left, the way that Team Exposure has been able to move the ball, they've been in small bites, not big chunks. You would think that Team Underrated would rather pick up this first down, take more time off the clock, or at least try to do so. I wouldn't be surprised if I see a run here.
Here we go, 4th and 9. Could be the football game, and now a flag coming in, and it's an illegal substitution.
Illegal substitution?
Yeah, they had 12 men on the field, and they were trying to get Malik Davis off at the last moment, but they broke the huddle with 12 players, and that's a penalty.
Man.
That'll back them up 5 yards to the 33, but it's going to be 4th and 14 now.
Now you may think about punting.
Do you go with the same play?
I don't know. Now you may think about punting. Now it's a situation where you may be able to pin them in.
Well, they didn't huddle, so it must be the same play. They're going to go for it on 4th and 14. Unrated with a 12-6 lead, 4:03 left to go in the game. 4th and 14. Can they pick up a first down? Wren, snap, looks to throw, right side, now rolls to his left. Wants somebody to get out there, throws it, and it's knocked away. It was intercepted. Flag on the play. It was intercepted on the sideline by Willie Brown. Whew. But let's wait and see what the flag is.
Skills.
Wren was motioning for a receiver to go out, and he was trying to hit that receiver down the sideline.
Where it's thrown, it looks like illegal contact, but I'm not exactly sure. It looked like when the back started going down the sideline, there may have been some contact past the 5 yards allowed.
Maybe it took so long to develop maybe an illegal man downfield.
That could be it as well.
And soon as
receivers are talking it over.
Soon as Underrated got close to huddle up, Corbin Hale, the wide receiver, looked back to the sideline and said, bring on the defense. So it must be against Team Underrated. They're still talking about it. 5-man crew here today. 3:50 to go in the game. This is the All-Star contest. Post-grad recruits, 2022 All-Star game. Later on today, we'll have the national championship of the post-grad football level. An illegal forward pass is the signal from the official against Underrated. Loss of down, which just means that it's a turnover on downs, and Exposure will get the football. Going to spot it at the 36-yard line.
That penalty gives them the yardage that they need to actually make this drive. One to remember.
No timeouts left. 3:50 to go in the game. They're down 6. Exposure with the football at their own 36-yard line.
Maybe it.
Palmer, 5 interceptions today. Snaps his hands. Looks for the open receiver right side. Throws it over the top. No, it's incomplete. Yarrick was the intended receiver, and a flag coming in. It's going to be defensive holding.
Yeah. Yeah.
And who did they get that on? It may have been Schuler that they're
11,
on.
I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, he got a hand on the man. He can't really do that past 5 yards. He got a hand on the man when he's making his break.
So here's the referee with the call. Going to move it up the field. Defensive holding. They place it at the 46, 1st and 10. So Exposure hanging around here. 3:44 to go.
They have enough time. They just have to execute, and Palmer's got to erase those 5 interceptions for one game-tying drive.
They'll stay in the shotgun. McInnes is his running back.
Coach doesn't like what he sees.
They'll move Kane over to the slot right side. They bring Yarrick in the slot left side. Switching around some receivers. In motion goes Kane, and they're going to give him the jet sweep. Can he get the edge? Looks like a lot of speed out there and out of bounds as he got to the 49-yard line for Kane. Nice little run. It'll give him 5 yards. It'll be 2nd and 5. He gets out in Underrated territory. And the drive still alive. 2nd and 5. Coaches wanted the clock stop, but I don't think it stops till you're under a certain level. Snap, handoff, McInnes, running room up the middle, makes a cut at the 42 and gets gang tackled after he got there. But the forward progress will get him the 42 and enough for a first down, a gain of 7 when they only needed 5.
This drive here could be a defining moment for Palmer. Can you get through the adversity that you've seen today, shake off those 5 interceptions, and lead your team to a tie or a victory?
2:40 to play, clock running. 2 receivers either side. McInnes still the back. Palmer looks over the offense, now gets the snap, looks over to the left side, complete, and out of bounds on the pass to Tayon Kane, who just went out into the flat, caught it, and then sprinted for the sideline. He got out of bounds with 2:25 on the clock at the 37-yard line.